Chapter 2192. What's going on? Wuchang frowned, a blank look on his face. He couldn't understand why this pill tribulation gave off a feeling of being all bark and no bite. A moment ago, it had been filled with heavenly might, but in the next moment, it had calmed down and all the thunderclouds had disappeared. No one could understand. Scram! Just as everyone was in a daze, Yang Kai suddenly let out an angry roar. Accompanied by this roar, a surge of source chi surged out and an astonishing pressure spread out. Peng 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 peng, he was actually fighting someone. Hearing this noise, everyone's expression changed and they quickly turned their heads to look at Yang Kai. What they saw was Yang Kai standing in place, one hand on top of the alchemy furnace while the other hand condensed into countless afterimages that shot out in all directions. Beside him, a figure was moving at high speed, constantly drifting away from Yang Kai, seemingly trying to break through his attacks and grab the freshly refined spirit pills. But no matter how hard this person tried, he couldn't get within 3 meters of Yang Kai. Every time he tried, Yang Kai would stop him. Luo Yuan. Lan Sun frowned and called out softly. She naturally recognized that the person who was fighting with Yang Kai was Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. Lan Sun didn't know where he had been hiding before, but when everyone's attention was focused on the pill tribulation, he had suddenly attacked and tried to snatch the extraordinary treasure pills. Unfortunately, at the last moment, he had been blocked by Yang Kai. He had underestimated Yang Kai too much, thinking that the other party was just a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. After another arduous refinement, Luo Yuan had to go through another arduous refinement. He wasn't Yang Kai's opponent at all. But it wasn't until they started fighting that Luo Yuan realized how wrong he was. Yang Kai stood in place and seemed to be in a passive position, but in reality, he was waiting for an exhausted enemy. On top of that, his source chi was extremely dense and pure, and his defenses were watertight, making it impossible for Luo Yuan to break through in a short time. I miscalculated. Luo Yuan cursed in his heart, knowing that he had missed a good opportunity. His original intention had been to snatch the extraordinary treasure pills and leave. But now, not only had he failed, but he had also been pinned down by Yang Kai. Everyone else had already recovered. If he didn't withdraw now, he would likely be besieged by everyone's face. Realizing this, Luo Yuan made a feint and retreated several dozen meters before glaring at Yang Kai gloomily, seemingly blaming him for ruining his good fortune's plans. Although Yang Kai's face was slightly pale, he still grinned at him and joked, "Brother Luo Yuan's calculation is quite good, you've been here for a long time, right?" "Humph." Luo Yuan coldly snorted but did not answer Yang Kai's question directly, instead saying, "You're a bit strange." What he meant to say was, Kai Yang's true strength did not match his cultivation at all. Yang Kai, however, Sweeping his eyes over the crowd, Yang Kai saw everyone staring at his black jade furnace with fiery eyes, eager to take action. Immediately, his expression became solemn as he shouted, "Everyone, please wait." As soon as this statement came out, everyone stood in place, not moving. Even Wuchang didn't rush to attack Yang Kai. When Yang Kai and Luo Yuan fought just now, although it had only been a short while, anyone with a bit of eyesight could see that Yang Kai wasn't easy to deal with, and no one present had the ability to take him down in an instant. Once they couldn't subdue him in an instant, others would arrive and the situation would become chaotic and out of control. This was a result no one wanted to see. As you can see, this Yang did not disappoint. The extraordinary treasure pills have been refined, Yang Kai said as he took out a handful of spirit pills from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth. Everyone could clearly see that these spirit pills were clearly used to restore one's source chi. Since they've been refined, there's nothing else for you to do. Hand over the spirit pills, Wuchang said in a matter-of-fact tone. This Yang was just about to talk about this. Yang Kai smiled at him lightly, paused for a few breaths, and then continued, although the spirit pills have been refined. I will not hand them over. What did you say? Wu Chang's face suddenly became cold. Boy, you court death. You want to take this heaven-defying spirit pill for yourself? You're overestimating yourself. Kid, let me give you a piece of advice. Obediently hand over the spirit pill. Otherwise, everyone will attack together and tear you to shreds. You're alone, and you won't be able to withstand the attack of so many people. As soon as Kai Yang's words left his mouth, the crowd instantly exploded into a cacophony of curses, threats, and persuasion, all of which drifted into Kai Yang's ears from all directions. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to all of this, and his expression became cold as he swept his eyes around. What nonsense are you all spouting? This extraordinary treasure lotus was first discovered by this Yang, and this extraordinary treasure pill was refined by this Yang alone. Even the herbs needed to refine this spirit pill were basically all made by this Yang. You all just stood here and watched the show, yet you want to obtain this extraordinary treasure pill for free? In your dreams. Boy, you've got guts. Heh, this little brat probably hasn't woken up yet, daring to boast so shamelessly. I don't think he'll live past today. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Let's kill him together and snatch that spirit pill. Although Yang Kai had just shown a little bit of his strength, making many people feel that he wasn't easy to deal with, at this moment, there were so many people around them that they naturally didn't put Yang Kai in their eyes. In everyone's opinion, Yang Kai's approach was tantamount to seeking his own death. As everyone clamored, their eyes filled with greed and murderous intent as they stared at Yang Kai. It looks like this was your plan from the very beginning? Wu Chang stared at Yang Kai coldly and said sarcastically. Yes. Yang Kai turned to look at him. From the very beginning, I never intended to give this extraordinary treasure pill to you people, otherwise. When I found the extraordinary treasure lotus, I could have swallowed it directly. Although that would have wasted its medicinal efficacies, it would still have some effect. It's better than letting others benefit from it. You've got guts. Wu Chang was so angry that he let out an angry laugh, his aura suddenly rising as he walked towards Yang Kai step by step. With every step he took, his aura soared, making him seem like a great demon who had just emerged from the abyss of purgatory, causing those who saw him to shudder. Although your idea is good, it requires the corresponding strength to implement. Do you think you have such ability? If I didn't. Yang Kai grinned at him and said, I wouldn't have thought so. If he didn't have this confidence, how could he have brought trouble to himself? Not only did he admit that he was a Dao source-grade alchemist in front of everyone, but he also went to great lengths to refine the extraordinary treasure pill. Yang Kai wouldn't do such a stupid thing to make someone else's wedding dress for him. Not hesitating to expose his identity as a Dao source-grade alchemist to refine the extraordinary treasure pill, Yang Kai had been waiting for this moment. As he spoke, he stretched his hand forward and shouted, "Break!" Accompanied by this shout, a series of cracking sounds suddenly rang out. At the same time, with Yang Kai as the center, the space within a 300-meter radius cracked like a mirror that had been smashed to the ground. These cracks were long, narrow, and erratic, but they gave off a deadly sense of threat. Strange energy fluctuations, unfathomable power of laws, leisurely filled the air. Wu Chang suddenly stopped and stared at the space in front of him, seemingly feeling something as his expression changed several times. Void cracks. Space principles. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell one after another. Their faces were covered in shock and disbelief, and their eyes were filled with despair and astonishment. Space principles, the scene in front of them and the strange principle strength all around them were undoubtedly space principles, otherwise, it would be impossible to cause such a big change in space. The space within a 300-meter radius had been shattered, and anyone who entered would have to be mentally prepared to be torn apart by the void cracks. You actually comprehended this kind of principle strength. Wu Chang grit his teeth and roared, his expression filled with unwillingness and anger, as if Yang Kai had insulted him. Space principles could be said to be one of the most mysterious and elusive principles in the world, yet Yang Kai had actually comprehended them. Wu Chang was naturally filled with unwillingness. In this world, there is actually someone who can use space principles to such an extent with such a low cultivation. Lan Sun's beautiful eyes filled with admiration as she looked in the direction of Yang Kai. Because of the interference of space principles, the fluctuations of space principles made it seem as if Yang Kai's distance from her was constantly fluctuating, sometimes close and sometimes far. Under the interference of this kind of power, it was impossible for others to attack him. Maybe he just used some kind of artifact. Xiao Chen said with a look of dissatisfaction, right, doesn't he have an emperor artifact in his hand? This guy has some kind of background, so he should have some kind of space artifact. Lan Sun frowned, too lazy to respond to him. Although it was indeed possible for a space artifact to achieve this level, Yang Kai had not shown any signs of using an artifact before he attacked just now. Lan Sun had clearly seen him raise his hand and let the space principles envelop the surrounding space. This was definitely his own power. This little brat. On the other side, Xia Sheng, who had been on edge all this time, could only smile bitterly. After Yang Kai refined the extraordinary treasure pills, Xia Sheng began to send him secret divine sense transmissions, asking him to cooperate with him. How could he have known that Yang Kai would completely ignore him and act like this in the blink of an eye? It looks like he doesn't need our help. Xiao Bai said thoughtfully. Xia Sheng frowned. Since he is proficient in the Tao of space, he can definitely do that. With this kind of skill, he really doesn't need to fear others, but what? Xiao Bai looked at Xia Sheng in amazement. But what does he want to do? Xia Sheng looked at Yang Kai puzzledly. Can't he just take the extraordinary treasure pills and run away? Instead, he stayed behind to ridicule everyone around him. Is he tired of living too freely? Hearing what he said, Xiao Bai was also at a loss, having no idea what Yang Kai was trying to do. On the other side, Wu Chang's face was extremely pale as he silently observed Yang Kai for a moment before asking, "Do you think you'll be safe just by hiding there?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Does brother Wu Chang want to try?" "That's exactly what I was thinking." Wu Chang shouted. Chapter 2193. Accompanied by Wu Chang's roar, a figure shot out leisurely. It was not Wu Chang who moved, but Luo Yuan. He took an extremely profound step, and in the blink of an eye, he approached the area affected by the spatial laws. He stood in the air and looked down coldly. After that, he raised his hands up high, clenched them into fists, and then clasped them together before smashing them down fiercely. Violent energy began to surge. Behind Luo Yuan, a figure several dozen meters tall suddenly appeared. This figure had a humanoid form, but it was extremely shocking, like a giant god, raising its two giant hands and mimicking Luo Yuan's actions. Kong, after a breath, a loud bang rang out as the huge fist shadow smashed into the territory affected by the space principles. Yang Kai's face changed suddenly. The surrounding spatial cracks instantly collapsed, and the spatial domain that he had created was violently broken apart at this moment. Before he could react though, Wu Chang suddenly jumped out from behind Luo Yuan, out of Yang Kai's blind spot, holding a saber in one hand and a sword in the other. The saber was a fiery red while the sword was a flawless white. As the saber and sword met, a dazzling brilliance filled the air. Wu Chang just crossed his saber and sword and a layer of dense light suddenly burst out. At the same time, he shouted, "Saber and sword prison, seal the four extremes." Chi 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 chi, the light from the swords and sabers could be seen with the naked eye. They filled the vast space and formed an invisible force that completely sealed off the space. Everyone gasped in amazement and was flabbergasted. Wu Chang and Luo Yuan had not seen eye to eye with each other before. There had even been a little friction between the elites of the Southern Territory. But at this moment, their cooperation was flawless. First, Luo Yuan broke Yang Kai's space blockade with a single blow, and then Wu Chang used a secret technique to block Yang Kai's movements. As a result, even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he was bound to become a turtle in a jar. The timing of these two's attacks was simply perfect. Even brother and sister from the same sect might not be able to achieve this level of cooperation. However, the two cultivators with different backgrounds had done it, relying only on their own judgment and combat instincts. It's bad. Xia Sheng's expression changed as he shouted. On the other side, Wu Chang sneered, "Let's see how you die now." As he spoke, the sword and saber in his hand stirred again. A storm of red and white, filled with saber light and sword light, suddenly attacked Yang Kai. He did not show any mercy. Obviously, he had already planned to kill Yang Kai. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the storm directly swallowed Yang Kai and shredded his body into pieces. Even the black jade cauldron beside him was shredded into pieces. Many people couldn't help but make a fuss when they saw this, and an extremely pained expression appeared on their faces. Although Yang Kai's death had nothing to do with them. They didn't care either. But if the extraordinary treasure pills were destroyed, that would be unacceptable to everyone. At that time, Wu Chang would become a sinner who would take the blame for Yang Kai. Over on the other side, Wu Chang did not show the slightest joy after his attack and instead frowned solemnly. The same was true for Luo Yuan. He looked around, seemingly searching for something, the huge phantom behind him gradually disappearing. "My patience is limited." A voice suddenly came from the side. Everyone turned around and saw Yang Kai standing in the void, unscathed. Holding the alchemy furnace in his hand, Yang Kai swept his eyes around with a gloomy expression and declared loudly, "Just now, I can consider it a test to see if I have the qualifications to talk to you. Now that the result is out, if there is still someone who doesn't know what's good for them and attacks me, then I'll eat all the extraordinary treasure pills in this furnace." Crazy, crazy, crazy. This guy is a lunatic. Brother, please don't. Eating so many pills isn't good for you, how about you share one with me? Wu Chang frowned and whispered, "Sure enough, he can teleport." Wu Chang had speculated before that since Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he could certainly use a secret technique similar to teleportation, so Wu Chang had wanted to seal off the area around Yang Kai in order to catch him like a turtle in a jar. Wu Chang was confident that his cooperation with Luo Yuan was perfect, but he still couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. He didn't even notice when Yang Kai teleported away. Based on this point alone, Wu Chang knew that he and the others couldn't do anything to Yang Kai at all. A cultivator proficient in the Tao of space had a unique advantage in escaping and tracking. This rumor was not false. If one wanted to kill or capture a character like Yang Kai, there were only a few ways to do so. One was to invite a cultivator whose strength was far inferior to his and crush him with absolute strength, giving him no chance to use his Tao of space. It was either to lure him into a small independent space where he could not escape, or to create something similar to a barrier to trap him. In the Four Seasons realm, no one could do such a thing. In this place, Kai Yang was simply lawless. "Brother Yang, you mean, you want to negotiate with us?" Lan Sun raised her brow and asked. She had heard a different message from Yang Kai's words just now. "Your Highness is right." Yang Kai grinned, "But the princess is only half right. I'd like to hear the details." Lan Sun smiled. "I want to negotiate with them, not with you, princess." As Yang Kai spoke, he reached into his alchemy furnace and took out a rolling longan-sized, pearl-like spirit pill. A refreshing aroma immediately filled the air. An extraordinary treasure pill. In the crowd, exclamations rang out as everyone stared at this spirit pill with fiery eyes. Everyone knew that this was the legendary pills that could lead one directly to the Emperor realm. One of the herbs required to refine the extraordinary treasure pill was provided by Your Highness, so this Yang will present this spirit pill to the princess according to our previous agreement. I hope your highness will kindly accept it. Yang Kai pinched the spirit pill and gestured to Lan Sun. Oh? Brother Yang is willing to fulfill the agreement? Lan Sun looked at him with some surprise. She thought that Yang Kai wouldn't do this again, but things were a little different from what she had imagined. Yang Kai sternly said, naturally, the extraordinary treasure pill was successfully refined thanks to the jade blood mushroom provided by your highness. Without that jade blood mushroom, there would be no extraordinary treasure pill at this moment, so your highness will naturally receive one. As for the others, they didn't contribute anything, just stood by and watched. Do they think they can get a pill? He spat mercilessly, in their dreams. Brother Yang's actions are fair. Lan Sun nodded lightly and said, since that's the case, this little sister won't be polite. Saying so, she walked over to Yang Kai. Not long after, she arrived at Yang Kai's side, took the spirit pill he handed over, and whispered, thank you. Princess is too polite. Yang Kai responded with a smile, if possible, your highness can take this spirit pill now. The extraordinary treasure pill is different from other spirit pills in that it does not need to be taken at the critical juncture of one's breakthrough. On the contrary, the earlier one takes it, the better its effects will be and the more complete the medicinal efficacies will be. On the day your highness ascends to the Emperor realm, the extraordinary treasure pill's effects will be maximized. Then, I'll take it now. Lan Sun said, stuffed the extraordinary treasure pill into her mouth and swallowed it. Gudong, the sound did not come from Lan Sun, but from the onlookers below. Watching Lan Sun swallow this spirit pill, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Your highness' talent is peerless, and with this spirit pill, becoming an emperor is just around the corner. This Yang wishes your highness here the best of luck and hopes your highness will soon reach the emperor realm. Thank you for your auspicious words, Lan Sun smiled lightly. Are you done with your flattery? Wu Chang suddenly interrupted the conversation between the two with a disgruntled look and stared coldly at Yang Kai. I think I understand what you want to do. Oh? Yang Kai raised his brow and looked at Wu Chang. If brother Wu Chang has guessed it, why don't you tell me? Humph. Wu Chang coldly snorted and said, the extraordinary treasure pill has been refined, and you are proficient in the Tao of space, so you can leave this place at any time, but instead of leaving, you stay here and talk endlessly, deliberately taking out the extraordinary treasure pill to tempt everyone. What you want is nothing more than to use the extraordinary treasure pill to exchange for something from the people here. After a pause, he continued, you are a smart person. You know that even if you leave the Four Seasons realm with the extraordinary treasure pill, you may not be able to protect yourself. Because as long as the cultivator here brings the news out, the people from the Emperor realm outside the exit will not let you leave easily. They won't go as far as to bully the weak and rob you, but they will definitely ask you to hand over the extraordinary treasure pill and then give you some compensation. However, instead of passively accepting compensation from others, it is better to take the initiative and try to obtain the greatest benefits. He finally concluded. Am I right? Yang Kai stared at Wu Chang in amazement, seemingly dumbfounded. After a while, he clapped his hands and praised, I really didn't expect brother Wu Chang to be such a clever person. His words undoubtedly confirmed what Wu Chang had said. In fact, Yang Kai really did think so. The extraordinary treasure pill was indeed extremely precious. If possible, Yang Kai really wanted to take it away and find an opportunity to exchange it for some other precious items that would be useful to him in the future. He believed that no one, no sect, would be willing to refuse the extraordinary treasure pill, not even Star Soul Palace. However, as Wu Chang said, even if he took the extraordinary treasure pill out of the Four Seasons realm, it was absolutely impossible for him to take it away. How could the people from the Emperor realm outside the exit allow him to do so? The most ideal ending was nothing more than for the people from the Emperor realm to divide up his extraordinary treasure pills and then compensate him with some benefits. This was not what Yang Kai wanted to see. His own things should be his own. Even if he suffered a loss, he could not let others interfere. Chapter 2194. So that's what he was planning. Xia Sheng showed a look of sudden realization. Before this, he had been puzzled by Yang Kai's self-seeking approach, but now it seemed that Yang Kai wasn't looking for trouble at all. He had clearly planned this all along, so he stood up to refine the extraordinary treasure pill and then took it all for himself, using it as a bargaining chip to exchange for something with everyone else. All of this was part of his plan. And the implementation of this plan required extremely harsh conditions. First, one needed to have great confidence in their own alchemy skills and be able to refine the extraordinary treasure pill. If one didn't have this confidence and failed, how could there be any future developments? Second, one needed to have great confidence in one's own strength. One didn't need to be able to defeat everyone here, as long as one had the ability to escape and survive. And now, it seemed that Yang Kai had obviously fulfilled both requirements, proving that his plan was flawless. He had the ability to refine the extraordinary treasure pill and the ability to escape under the watchful eyes of so many masters. All the initiative was in his hands. On the contrary, those who originally had unrealistic fantasies about the extraordinary treasure pill had been toyed with by Yang Kai. While Yang Kai was concentrating on alchemy, no one would have thought that things would turn out like this, right? If they could predict the future, no one would have waited for Yang Kai to continue with his alchemy and would have already rushed to snatch the extraordinary treasure lotus. This fellow, the things he did were simply infuriating to both man and God. However, it made people admire his courage and boldness. This kind of action. It was the same as making an enemy of everyone. If one wasn't careful, the result would be eternal damnation. Without courage and boldness, who would do something like this? Considering all this, Xia Sheng's face changed again as he secretly cursed Yang Kai for being so cunning. After he refined the extraordinary treasure pill, he first gave one to Lan Sun, ostensibly because Lan Sun had provided him with a jade blood mushroom. They had an agreement before, but in reality, he probably didn't want to be enemies with Lan Sun, right? After all, Lan Sun's identity was very special, and no one wanted to have any conflict with her. At that time, even if there was no jade blood mushroom, Yang Kai would have thought of another way to get Lan Sun to accept the spirit pill, such as testing the quality and effects of this extraordinary treasure pill. Once Lan Sun took the extraordinary treasure pill, it was impossible for her to embarrass him again. She had to put in a few good words for him if it was within her power. This was equivalent to giving himself a layer of protection. In an instant, the words "cunning old fox" flashed across Xia Sheng's mind. Enough idle chatter. Wu Chang spoke again, his tone cold. What do you want in exchange? Just state it. What do I want to exchange for? Heh heh heh. Yang Kai laughed but didn't say anything. That despicable expression and tone made people want to go up and beat him up to vent the anger in their hearts. I'm very curious about another thing. Zhuangbu Fan, who had recovered from the aftermath of competing with Yang Kai in Source Qi, stood up with a ruddy complexion, looked at Yang Kai, and asked, Brother Yang, that extraordinary treasure pill, how many are left? As soon as this question came out, Xiaochen couldn't help shouting, and this Xiao was also asking, how many extraordinary treasure pills are left? There was a limit to the total number of spirit pills a furnace could produce, even with the star boundaries alchemy techniques. Even if an emperor-grade alchemist refined a spirit pill, there would only be a maximum of 9 spirit pills. Because 9 was the limit, any more than that was impossible. In other words, that furnace of extraordinary treasure pills could only produce a maximum of 9, and this was the ideal situation. In fact, depending on the grade of an alchemist, the state they were in when refining, the pill condensing technique, and the age of the herbs, it was basically impossible for an alchemist to produce 9 spirit pills in a single furnace. No matter how good an alchemist was, it was rare for them to achieve such a perfect state. The grade of extraordinary treasure pills was not low, and Yang Kai's alchemist level was not high, so in any case, it was impossible for there to be 9 extraordinary treasure pills in a single furnace. It was very likely that there would only be 4, 3, or even 2, before exchanging with Yang Kai. At the very least, one should inquire about the number of items to be exchanged. This was the most basic principle. But when Yang Kai heard this, he grinned and said, "How many are there?" "Heh heh heh." Zhuang Bufan's face darkened as he stammered, "Brother Yang, don't make trouble. I'm asking you a serious question." Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "Then I'll count." "Many thanks, Brother Yang." Zhuang Bufan nodded. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Kai really opened the alchemy furnace and looked down. The moment he opened the pill furnace, countless divine senses shrouded him from all directions, wanting to see what was inside. But before these people could see clearly, Yang Kai closed the alchemy furnace, glanced around with a displeased expression, and coldly snorted, "Originally, telling you how many spirit pills there are isn't a big deal. But your sneaky attempts to peep really disgust this Yang, so this Yang has decided." Yang Kai paused for a moment, whetting everyone's appetite. "I won't tell you," Yang Kai declared loudly. "Bastard! Little brat, you're playing with us. I didn't go peeping. Brother Yang, can you tell me quietly?" Yang Kai's pair of cold eyes swept around as he pointed in several directions and said, "Those who scolded me just now can scram. No matter how generous your conditions are, I won't exchange the extraordinary treasure pills with you." As soon as these words came out, the faces of several cultivators turned ugly as they hurriedly bowed and begged for mercy. Kai Yang snorted from his nostrils, and under everyone's gaze, he did something that made everyone turn pale with fright. Yang Kai reached into the alchemy furnace, grabbed it, and pulled it out, revealing an extraordinary treasure pill in his hand. This spirit pill was exactly the same as the one he had given to Lan Sun before, seemingly indistinguishable. Then, Yang Kai opened his mouth and threw the extraordinary treasure pill directly into it. Asterisk crunch crunch, asterisk a crisp sound rang out as Yang Kai chewed on the extraordinary treasure pill like he was eating candy. At the same time, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face as he shook his head from side to side. The beauty of this scene was not something that could be described to outsiders. Everyone was shocked, and they were all dumbfounded by what they saw. Asterisk gudong, asterisk after a while, accompanied by the sound of swallowing, Yang Kai breathed a long sigh of relief, patted his belly, and said with a satisfied look, "Comfortable." Only then did he look at the crowd again, the corners of his mouth rising into a subtle arc as he said, "No matter how many extraordinary treasure pills there were before, now that one is gone, there aren't many left. If any of you want an extraordinary treasure pill, please come forward and exchange with this Yang. First come, first served, last come, last come." Yang Kai's demeanor and tone were like that of a street vendor, his tone full of strong provocation and bewitchment. At the end, he added, "As for the exchange, let's use what you obtained in the Four Seasons realm. If this Yang takes a fancy to it, he will exchange with you, if not, it's useless to force it. This trade is voluntary, so please do as you please." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted his alchemy furnace, slowly descending from mid-air and pushing his space principles, forming a special broken world 300 meters around him. Void cracks loomed and lingered around, causing the power of the void to fluctuate erratically. Any cultivator who tried to break into this broken world would inevitably be strangled by the space principles. Of course, one could also forcibly break through like Luo Yuan, but in that case, Yang Kai would definitely escape. With this lesson in mind, no one was interested in attacking Yang Kai again. I'll do it. Damn, let me go first. If any of you dare snatch from me, this father will kill your entire family. This old lady is a woman, you want to squeeze? Who touched my butt? If you have the guts to stand up, this old lady promises not to beat you to death. In an instant, the scene became chaotic as everyone swarmed over, pushing and shoving each other, creating a lively scene. On the contrary, those masters who had been famous for a long time and were confident in their status all stood quietly in place, not joining in the fun. It wasn't that they didn't want to exchange extraordinary treasure pills with Yang Kai, but mainly because rushing forward at this time would damage their image too much. However, looking at their expressions, all of them were clearly anxious. After all, they didn't know how many extraordinary treasure pills Yang Kai still had in his hands, let alone what Yang Kai wanted to exchange for. If they were too late, they would be left with nothing. Come one by one, if anyone dares to break in, don't blame me for showing no mercy, Yang Kai coldly snorted as he sat in the middle of the broken world. As soon as these words fell, a clear gap appeared in the world filled with space principles, allowing one person to pass through at a time. When the cultivator standing at the front saw this situation, his eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He took the lead and rushed in. After he entered, the gap immediately closed again, blocking the others outside. The hubbub suddenly stopped as everyone stared at the cultivator who was the first to enter, their faces filled with uneasiness. After this person entered the broken world, he looked around and determined that the drifting void cracks around him would not cause him any harm before straightening his clothes and striding towards Yang Kai. When he arrived, he squeezed out a smile on his face, cupped his fists, and introduced himself. This one is from the Qi province's Chang family. I'm not interested in where you're from or what your name is. Yang Kai rudely interrupted him and said with a blank expression, take out your harvest in the Four Seasons realm and let me see if there's anything that will make my eyes light up. Yes, yes, yes. The man surnamed Chang nodded repeatedly, not caring about Yang Kai's rudeness. While speaking, he quickly took out a few items from his space ring and presented them to Yang Kai, then waited nervously without saying a word. Yang Kai glanced at them for a moment before looking up at him and asking, is this all you got this time? Chapter 2195. The man surnamed Chang heard this and said, that's right, it's all here. Okay, you can pack up your things and go out. Yang Kai waved at him. Ah. The man surnamed Chang's expression changed as he exclaimed, Brother Yang, can you be more careful, get out. Yang Kai waved his hand again without any explanation, sending out a surge of space force. He directly teleported this person outside and shouted, next. After that person came back to his senses, he found that he was already standing far away from Yang Kai and could not help but feel annoyed. He beat his chest and stomped his feet, secretly hating himself for not taking advantage of this great opportunity and hating Yang Kai for being so heartless. On the contrary, the others all showed a gloating look at him, not to mention the reactions of these people. Wu Chang, Xiao Chen, and the others had extremely solemn expressions. Because they could tell from the move Yang Kai just showed that Yang Kai's mastery of the Tao of space had reached an incredible level. Not only could he teleport himself, but he could also teleport others away. Of course, the premise was that the other person had to be in the special world he created, but even so, it was enough to shock everyone. Just how did someone from the First Order Tao Source realm cultivate to be able to grasp the mysteries of space to such an extent? With such a divine technique, who in the Tao Source realm could kill him? Just as everyone's expressions changed, another person passed through the crack and arrived not far in front of Yang Kai. This person was a woman, and it was unknown which sect she came from. She was enchanting and charming. She was also dressed very generously, with large patches of snow-white skin exposed. Her chest rose and fell fiercely, making people dizzy. She walked in front of Yang Kai and smiled charmingly, not in a hurry to take out something to exchange with Yang Kai. Instead, she said sweetly, little brother, I didn't have much to gain here, what should I do? Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at her, a pair of lustful eyes staring at her chest as he grinned meaningfully. Then what do you want to do? I don't know, that's why I asked you. She responded in a coquettish voice as she slowly squatted down, exposing the scenery of her chest even more thoroughly. Girl, you're trying to seduce me. Yang Kai gulped as he reached out and touched the woman's soft little hand. Hateful. The woman glared at Yang Kai coquettishly. She was not in a hurry to retract her hand. Instead, she revealed a bashful expression, which made people's hearts flutter and their appetites whet. At the same time, a faint fragrance was emitted from this woman's delicate body. It was very faint, but it seemed to have a magical effect. It was able to make a man's blood boil and cause traces of ripples and endless thoughts to surge out from the depths of his heart. Shameless. Lan Sun spat in disdain from far away. Shameless. Murong Xiao Xiao also spat. What a disgrace. Xiaoshen gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing red as he glared at Yang Kai and said angrily, simply enviable. Little brother. The woman seemed to want to display some of her unique skills, but as soon as these words left her mouth, her expression changed drastically. She stood up and stared at Yang Kai vigilantly and angrily. What she saw was Yang Kai holding a space ring in his hand. He was releasing his divine sense to investigate its contents. When the woman lowered her head, her pretty face became even uglier because she found that the space ring she was wearing on her hand had disappeared at some point. She didn't know how Yang Kai had taken it off without her noticing. Sure enough, there's nothing good here. Yang Kai muttered before throwing the space ring to the woman. The woman caught it, her breasts heaving up and down in a spectacular display as she ground her teeth. But that set of underwear is quite unique, it seems there's something mysterious about it. Everyone should find some time to sit down and study it. Yang Kai looked at the woman with a lecherous expression and said with a smile. Who wants to study it with you? You rogue, scum. The woman's face turned red with anger as she stomped her foot, turned around, and rushed out. Under everyone's mocking gazes, she didn't want to stay here a moment longer and flew directly towards the exit. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, if you don't want to study it, then forget it, why are you scolding me? Yang Kai put on an innocent expression, but soon, his expression became serious again and he shouted, next. Immediately, another person rushed in. Time flew by, and soon half an hour passed. Arriving in front of Yang Kai, there were already more than 30 cultivators who wanted to exchange extraordinary treasure pills with him, but until now, no one had achieved what they wanted. Originally, everyone was worried that they would be disappointed if they arrived too late, but now it seemed that there was no need to worry about this at all because what Yang Kai needed was definitely extremely rare, otherwise, at least one of the 30 or so cultivators would have been able to meet his requirements. After realizing this, the remaining cultivators were no longer in a hurry. Instead, they were secretly calculating what they should take out to satisfy Yang Kai's appetite in exchange for extraordinary treasure pills. Although Yang Kai had said before that he wanted everyone to exchange their gains from the Four Seasons realm, everyone present was a Dao Source realm cultivator, so which one of them didn't have good things in their space rings? As for where those things came from, Yang Kai couldn't tell. As such, the later cultivators not only took out all their gains from the Four Seasons realm, but also selectively took out precious items from their space rings, hoping to catch Yang Kai's eye. The value of these items was not low, and some of them even made Yang Kai's eyes light up, but he still resisted the urge to exchange for them. Because there were not many extraordinary treasure pills, he had to exchange them for what he needed the most. The tribulation fruit. What he needed the most was this. Since he made up his mind to take the extraordinary treasure pills for himself, Yang Kai was ready to exchange them for the tribulation fruit, otherwise, he would not have made such a strange request, asking everyone to exchange their gains from the Four Seasons realm with him. Previously, in the winter territory, although he had found the tribulation fruit tree, someone had already taken the spirit fruit. Now, all the cultivators who entered the Four Seasons realm were basically gathered here, so if there were no accidents, the tribulation fruit must be in the hands of someone here. In order to exchange for the extraordinary treasure pills in Yang Kai's hands, it was absolutely impossible for that person to keep it for themselves. In other words, the tribulation fruit would appear in front of Yang Kai sooner or later, so all he needed to do was wait patiently. Big brother, take a look at these things and see if there's anything you want. Just as Yang Kai was contemplating, a woman walked up to him, stood in front of him, and then took out some things from her space ring and placed them in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this, his eyes moving over these things. He had done this kind of thing many times before, and it had always ended in disappointment, but this time, Yang Kai raised his brow and stared straight at one of the things, his heart throbbing. This thing was not the tribulation fruit, but something else that he cared about very much. After seeing this thing, one of his previous speculations seemed to have come true. Yang Kai was surprised in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face, quickly turning his eyes away and beginning to examine the other things the woman took out. There were more than a dozen spirit herbs, although rare, they weren't too rare. There were 7 or 8 monster cores, all of good quality, but not very high grade. There was also a red stone that had an ordinary surface, but if one used their divine sense to examine it, they would be able to feel the heat it contained. Yang Kai immediately had an idea, looked at the red stone, and exclaimed, "Fire Spirit Stone." The woman was startled and involuntarily stepped back a few steps before stabilizing herself and looking at Yang Kai excitedly. "Do you need this thing?" She had originally come here with a tentative mentality to exchange with Yang Kai and didn't have high expectations. After all, before her, more than 30 people had come here in high spirits only to return in disappointment. Before she knew what Yang Kai needed, the initiative of this exchange was completely in Yang Kai's hands. Whether others could obtain an extraordinary treasure pill or not would depend on their luck. But what she hadn't expected was that Yang Kai would show great interest in the stone she took out, giving her a glimmer of hope for an exchange. If that was the case, she had a chance to obtain an extraordinary treasure pill. On the other side, the onlooker's cultivator couldn't help looking shocked. After all, it was only now that Yang Kai showed such an expression. The people who had gone into exchange with him before had only seen disappointment and impatience in front of him. For a time, everyone was curious, wanting to see what this woman had taken out that could arouse Yang Kai's interest. But they couldn't see. Under the influence of space principles, the shattered world was filled with a large number of void cracks, and anyone who tried to pour their divine sense into it would be swallowed up by these void cracks and disappear. Yang Kai looked up at the woman and found that she was sweet and cute, with a round face and a petite figure. She was quite attractive, but her cultivation wasn't high, only a second-order Dao source realm, so Yang Kai didn't know which sect she came from. Perhaps it was because Yang Kai had done very bad things to another woman before, making lewd remarks, so when this round-faced woman saw Yang Kai looking at her at this moment, she couldn't help feeling a little nervous and wary. She hurriedly said, "I accidentally picked this up in the territory of the Summer family. This is a good thing." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "I am indeed interested." "Really?" The round-faced woman showed a look of surprise. "Then can we?" "No." Yang Kai shook his head. "Ah." The round-faced woman immediately showed a disappointed expression. "Yang Kai, enough is enough." For some reason, Luo Yuan suddenly shouted from outside, seemingly very dissatisfied with Yang Kai. "What are you shouting for?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes. "It's none of your business." Chapter 2196. After scolding Luo Yuan, Yang Kai turned back to the round-faced woman and asked seriously, "You know what an extraordinary treasure pill does, right?" The woman nodded and said, "I know." "Then I think you understand how precious it is." The woman nodded again. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Then do you think a trivial piece of fire spirit stone can be exchanged for an extraordinary treasure pill?" An awkward expression appeared on the woman's face as she pursed her red lips and whispered honestly, "I can't, that's right. The value of the two is not on the same level at all. Although I am somewhat interested in your fire spirit stone, this is obviously a losing trade." Yang Kai chattered for a while before finally shrugging. "Even a fool wouldn't do such a thing, right? Then do you want anything else?" "I can give you something else," the round-faced woman hurriedly said. The round-faced woman hurriedly said. She wasn't an idiot and naturally understood the meaning behind Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai had only said that such an exchange would be a loss, but he didn't say it was impossible. She immediately understood that Yang Kai wanted to exchange for more items, so she grit her teeth and said, "I can give you all of these things." "Oh?" Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a hesitant look, as if he was considering something. In all fairness, the value of the things this round-faced woman took out was not low, but it was still a bit difficult to exchange them for an extraordinary treasure pill. However, if the thing Yang Kai was interested in had the effect he guessed, that thing alone was enough to exchange for an extraordinary treasure pill. Is this still not enough? The woman seemed to be very eager to obtain an extraordinary treasure pill, but seeing Yang Kai show a hesitant look, she couldn't help asking. Seeing this, she couldn't help feeling uneasy. If Miss can compensate me with some source crystals, then this. Then this transaction. Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, the round-faced woman reached out and touched her space ring. The next moment, a large pile of source crystals appeared in front of Yang Kai, piling up into a small hill. Roughly counting, there were at least a few 100,000 source crystals. "These are all the source crystals I have. I didn't leave a single piece behind," the woman said. "All right." Seeing this scene, Yang Kai immediately smiled and said, "Since young lady is so sincere, I'll exchange it for an extraordinary treasure pill." "Really?" The woman's voice trembled, and she almost cried tears of joy. She looked at Yang Kai with gratitude and surprise, as if she couldn't believe that happiness had come so suddenly. After all, so many people had failed before her, but she had succeeded in making the deal. Moreover, she did not have much hope before. This was truly an unexpected surprise. She was simply unable to control herself, and she couldn't help but cover her red lips with her small hand. Yang Kai had already reached into his alchemy furnace, took out an extraordinary treasure pill, and handed it to the woman. "If I say we'll exchange, naturally we'll exchange. Why would I lie to you?" Only then did the woman stretch out her small hands. Trembling, she took the round white spirit pill and held it in her palm, as if she was afraid it would melt, carefully examining it in front of her eyes. Yang Kai began to tidy up the various things and source crystals the woman had taken out, stuffing them all into his space ring. When he picked up a yellow bead, he quietly poured his source chi and divine sense into it but found that it did not respond at all. Immediately, Yang Kai was overjoyed and quietly put away the bead. At the same time, the surrounding cultivator was in an uproar. Almost everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the round-faced woman's back. Although they did not see what this woman had taken out to make a deal with Yang Kai, everyone saw that she had obtained an extraordinary treasure pill. They did not dare to have any ideas about the extraordinary treasure pills in Yang Kai's hands, but this woman was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, so she naturally became a target for those with ulterior motives. At this time, Yang Kai had also finished tidying up. He glanced around at the surrounding cultivator before glancing at the round-faced woman and suddenly sighing, "Young lady. And, does this big brother have any other instructions?" The round-faced woman seemed to have just recovered from her joy and asked in amazement. "I just want to tell you one thing." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "What is it?" "An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin," Yang Kai said sternly. The woman was stunned for a moment, but soon understood and looked at Yang Kai gratefully. "Many thanks for the reminder." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Since you understand, I advise you to take this extraordinary treasure pill now. As I said before, this extraordinary treasure pill has a wonderful effect and does not need to be taken at a critical moment to break through. On the contrary, the earlier you take it, the better its effect. You are only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator now, so this is the best time to take it. If young lady is not worried, this Yang can stand guard for you for a while, it won't delay anything." "No need, no need." The round-faced woman quickly waved her hand and muttered, "This extraordinary treasure pill. I have other uses for it." A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he nodded lightly. "Then please, young lady. Thank you for being willing to exchange this spirit pill with me. And, you are a good man." The round-faced woman smiled sweetly at Yang Kai before turning around and walking out. Looking at her back, Yang Kai wore a helpless expression. He had already said what he needed to say, but the other party did not appreciate his kindness and instead insisted on taking the extraordinary treasure pill away, which would obviously cause some trouble. In fact, the best way was to directly take the extraordinary treasure pill after exchanging for it so that others wouldn't try to snatch it away. Or, if one had the ability of Wuchang, Xiaochen, then no one would dare to have any ideas about them. Yang Kai seemed to have a premonition that this round-faced woman's future was bleak, just as he had expected. Before this woman had even walked out of the shattered world he had created, some cultivators had already set their eyes on her with ill intentions. Although it was disgraceful to bully the weak in front of so many people, this matter was related to the extraordinary treasure pill and the hope of ascending to the Emperor realm in the future, so these heavens prides from the various great sects and families temporarily put aside their pride and were prepared to attack this round-faced woman as soon as she came out. The round-faced woman also seemed to realize something, and her petite body suddenly filled with a kind of courage that seemed to be unafraid of death. With a flick of her hand, a ribbon-like artifact wrapped around her arm as she walked forward and shouted, "Brother, senior sister, little sister doesn't want to fight with you. If it's convenient, please make way, many thanks." Her words were sincere and her demeanor was awe-inspiring. There were indeed a few people who felt moved and showed sympathetic expressions, but most of them remained indifferent and continued to stare at her coldly. In the time it took for her to say these words, she had already walked out of the area covered by Yang Kai's space principles. In an instant, loud shouts rang out one after another. "Hand over the extraordinary treasure pill. Hand over the spirit pill and we'll spare your life. Little girl, cooperate with me obediently and you'll suffer less, otherwise don't blame me for showing no mercy." Accompanied by these voices, at least a dozen cultivators rushed towards the round-faced woman in an instant. The moment these people moved, they summoned their artifacts and secret techniques and blasted them in all directions, intending to stop the others from advancing while they themselves approached the round-faced woman at an extremely fast speed. A trace of panic flashed across the round-faced woman's pretty face, but at the critical moment, she pushed her source chi fiercely and the ribbons on her arm shook, condensing a five-colored halo that wrapped around her body and transformed into a streak of light that shot out. She obviously didn't intend to fight with these people and just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. This was the best course of action. But she was obviously too naive. With so many people attacking her, how could she resist? Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk. After a series of muffled bangs, the round-faced woman's figure was directly revealed, and with a short groan, her petite body fell to the ground like a meteor. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen streams of light chased after her, all of them showing greedy and excited looks on their faces. The round-faced woman suddenly showed a look of despair. A moment later, she fell to the ground, and although she wasn't seriously injured, she obviously wasn't in a good condition. After struggling a few times, she finally stood up, but it was already too late. A few guys with fast movements had already closed in on her. The fastest one among them was holding a sharp sword, which he ruthlessly slashed towards her right hand. This person's attack was extremely ruthless, without the slightest bit of mercy, as if he wanted to directly cut off the round-faced woman's hand that was holding the spirit pill. At the critical moment, the woman screamed as her face turned pale. With her second-order Dao source realm cultivation, it was impossible for her to avoid this killer move, so losing an arm was inevitable. On the other hand, the person who attacked just now had a cruel grin on his face, as if he could already see the scene of him obtaining the extraordinary treasure pill. As long as he could obtain the extraordinary treasure pill, he would eat it immediately, cutting off any hope of others snatching it away. Yang Kai's face was gloomy as he secretly pushed his space force, preparing to help the woman at the critical moment. But right at this moment, a figure appeared like a ghost before the round-faced woman. That figure was extremely heroic, and it was like a tall mountain that withstood all the violent storms that assaulted it, causing the round-faced woman who was hiding behind it to feel an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. It was like a harbor that protected her. Yang Kai raised his brow as he looked at this figure with a look of surprise. He hadn't expected that at this critical moment, this person would actually take action. Could it be, he was also eyeing the extraordinary treasure pill? Just as this thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind, this person suddenly stretched out his hand. His movements were not fast, but they gave off a very strange feeling. The face of the cultivator holding the sword that was slashing towards the round-faced woman changed greatly, giving birth to the illusion that he was shrouded in death. He wanted to avoid this big hand, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't succeed. From the perspective of others, it was as if he was the one slamming into this big hand. Chapter 2197. After a short while, the big hand directly grabbed the neck of the sword-wielding cultivator, and under this man's horrified gaze, the owner of the big hand grinned fiercely as he exerted force with his fingers, causing a tsunami-like source chi fluctuation to surge out, rolling up a tide of death. Kacha, with a crisp sound, the neck of the sword-wielding cultivator was directly crushed and his head drooped softly. C. A series of gasps rang out as all the cultivators who were rushing towards the round-faced woman stopped in their tracks, staring at the owner of the giant hand in horror, their faces filled with shock. All of them were Dao Source Realm cultivators, but the owner of this big hand had just stretched out his hand and squeezed, ending the life of one of them. This kind of brutal and violent method of killing, coupled with absolute strength, was naturally shocking. Luo Yuan. Someone shouted loudly. If Luo Yuan from the octagonal door was not famous before, then after this experience in the Four Seasons realm, his reputation and prestige were enough to stand side by side with the heavens' prides of other top sects. And he indeed had the strength and capital to back it up. To a certain extent, Luo Yuan and Wu Chang were the same kind of people, both cruel and violent, both of whom no one wanted to provoke. At this moment, seeing that it was Luo Yuan who stood in front of the round-faced woman and killed one of them as an example to others, how could the remaining cultivators dare to act rashly? The extraordinary treasure pill was precious, but one needed to be alive to enjoy it. Luo Yuan, you also want to snatch the extraordinary treasure pill? This was the question that almost everyone had in their hearts. If that was really the case, then... If this was true, then Luo Yuan would be the biggest enemy of these people. If they couldn't deal with Luo Yuan, they wouldn't be able to snatch the extraordinary treasure pill. This was also very likely. The extraordinary treasure pill was so precious that anyone would covet it, so it was reasonable for Luo Yuan to try to snatch it. Xiao Chen, Wu Chang, Xia Sheng, and the others did not make a move because they were concerned about the face of their sects and also because they disdained to do so. But Luo Yuan was different. The octagonal door he came from was not a great sect, so he did not have such scruples. He himself was not famous before, so it could be said that he could do whatever he wanted without any scruples. For a moment, everyone's expression turned gloomy as they cursed inwardly. However, the development of the situation shocked everyone. Luo. Brother Luo. A weak voice sounded from behind Luo Yuan, belonging to the round-faced woman who was still in shock. Brother? Could it be? No way. At this moment, the cultivator who had attacked the round-faced woman earlier were all sweating profusely. Their faces were pale, and a few of the more timid ones were even trembling. From the way the round-faced woman addressed Luo Yuan, everyone vaguely realized that these two seemed to be from the same sect. In other words, the round-faced woman was also a disciple of the octagonal door. Bullying his junior sister in front of Luo Yuan. How could this matter, be left at that? But in this way, everyone suddenly understood why Luo Yuan had taken action at the critical moment. Not only had he taken action, but he had also ruthlessly killed one of them. For a time, the faces of the dozen or so cultivator turned ugly as they looked at each other, feeling uneasy. Brother Luo, this one did not know that this girl was from the same sect as you. If this one has offended you, please forgive us. One of them squeezed out a smile. He cupped his fists and said to Luo Yuan. Brother Luo, this is a misunderstanding, a big misunderstanding. Yes, if we had known that this girl was related to Brother Luo, we would not have dared to attack her. The group of people began to clamor, fearing that Luo Yuan would settle accounts with them later. Luo Yuan's eyes swept across the crowd coldly as he shouted, "Scram! A bunch of trash." Although these words were not pleasing, everyone felt as if they had been granted amnesty and hurriedly fled in dejection. Brother Luo. On the contrary, the round-faced woman did not show the slightest joy after being rescued. Instead, she stared at Luo Yuan's back uneasily and called out softly. "Didn't I say so?" Luo Yuan turned around and looked at her coldly. After entering the Four Seasons realm, I am me and you are you. Don't make trouble for me, did you forget? No. The round-faced woman waved her hand quickly, as if she wanted to explain something, but when she met Luo Yuan's emotionless eyes, she could not help lowering her head and biting her red lips. "I'm sorry. If there's a next time, you're on your own." Luo Yuan coldly snorted. "I know." The round-faced woman still lowered her head, her small hands wringing the corners of her clothes, like a child who had done something wrong. "Humph, you're on your own." Luo Yuan coldly snorted and turned to leave. "Wait." The round-faced woman quickly reached out and grabbed Luo Yuan's clothes. "What else do you want?" Luo Yuan frowned and shouted impatiently. "This is for you." The round-faced woman raised her head, squeezed out a smile on her face, and handed the extraordinary treasure pill she had exchanged with Yang Kai to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan's expression froze in an instant as he stared blankly at the round-faced woman. As a gentle breeze blew, the crowd on the top of the mountain fell silent. "So it's a gift." Yang Kai looked at this scene and muttered in his heart, "And it's a gift to Luo Yuan." When the woman exchanged the extraordinary treasure pill from him earlier, she said that she had other uses for it. Yang Kai did not know what she wanted to do at that time, but now it seemed that everything was clear. She had not exchanged the extraordinary treasure pill for herself, but for Luo Yuan. Moreover, from beginning to end, she had never expressed such an intention. Even when she was besieged by many people, she did not ask Luo Yuan for help, but after she was safe, she was willing to hand over the spirit pill, which all Dao Source Realm masters coveted, directly to Luo Yuan without any reluctance or attachment. She looked at Luo Yuan with a soft gaze, her beautiful eyes filled with deep and clear love and worship. Her expression and demeanor told everyone that for Luo Yuan, she was willing to give up everything. What was an extraordinary treasure pill worth? At this moment, this round-faced woman seemed to burst into a dazzling light, one so dazzling that Luo Yuan could not open his eyes, causing the corners of his eyes to twitch constantly, making it impossible for him to look straight ahead. Ah, another lost woman who is unable to extricate herself from the web of love. Who can save her? Xia Sheng lamented. Murong Xiao, who was standing next to him, was already moved, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, but it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. "Humph, there is nothing to worry about in this world." Xiao Bai muttered coldly. "Big brother." Murong Xiao glared at him. Huh. On the other side, Lan Sun also seemed to feel something and pursed her lips into a smile. "I really didn't expect someone like Luo Yuan would have so many admirers. She must have used some kind of disgraceful means." Xiao Chun said sourly as he looked at the round-faced woman regretfully, "It's a pity that she fell in love with someone like Luo Yuan. This woman must be blind." "What's wrong?" Lan Sun turned her head and glanced at him. "According to what you're saying, it's good that she fell in love with you?" "That's not what I meant, Your Highness, don't you understand?" Xiao Chun quickly looked at Lan Sun tenderly and solemnly said, "If I can get the extraordinary treasure pill, I will definitely. I've already taken one." Lan Sun didn't wait for him to finish his cheap talk and interrupted him impatiently. Xiao Chun said awkwardly, "I just wanted to express that. What do you mean?" Under everyone's gaze, after a long silence, Luo Yuan shouted coldly. No, nothing. The round-faced woman didn't know why Luo Yuan looked angry and couldn't help panicking as she tried to explain. I just want to give this extraordinary treasure pill, give it to me? Luo Yuan sneered. The round-faced woman nodded heavily. Ridiculous. Luo Yuan didn't show any gratitude at all and instead laughed. What? Do you think that by giving me an extraordinary treasure pill here, you can restrain me? Saying so, his face suddenly became stern as he shouted, remember, Luo Yuan will not be restrained by anything or anyone. Not you, not the octagonal door, not anyone. I, Luo Yuan, will stand at the peak of this world, rule the world, and show disdain for all heroes. That's not what I think. The round-faced woman was so anxious that tears began to well up in her eyes as she hurriedly said, there's no need to explain anything, I won't accept this extraordinary treasure pill. Even without this spirit pill, with my aptitude, I am more than enough to break through to the Emperor realm. Luo Yuan coldly snorted, you'd better not have any crooked ideas, otherwise, don't blame me for not considering our friendship. Hearing this, the round-faced woman finally burst into tears. Although she was silent, 2 lines of tears flowed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace, her beautiful eyes filled with innocence and heartache. Bastard! Xia Sheng saw this and couldn't help cursing. The approach of this round-faced woman was simply tragic. After all, as a Dao Source Realm cultivator, the extraordinary treasure pill had a huge effect on her. If she took it here, her chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm in the future would definitely be greatly increased. This was a major event related to her future. However, she didn't think about taking it herself and instead wanted to give it to Luo Yuan directly after exchanging for the extraordinary treasure pill. Even before this, in order not to cause trouble for Luo Yuan, even if she was in danger, she didn't call for help, putting herself in the other party's shoes like this. This woman's love for Luo Yuan was obvious. If it were an ordinary man, they would have already been moved to tears at this moment. Even if they were a block of wood, they would still be moved. However, Luo Yuan only had a fierce and nasty attitude, which naturally made Xia Sheng extremely dissatisfied. Even if Luo Yuan didn't want the extraordinary treasure pill, there was no need for him to speak so decisively. Scum! Murong Xiao cast a contemptuous look at Luo Yuan without hesitation. This plot is really full of ups and downs. Xiao Chen smiled slightly, seemingly taking pleasure in Luo Yuan's misfortune. Chapter 2198. Luo Yuan said again, in order to prevent you from causing me any more trouble, this spirit pill, you eat it first. Saying so, his figure flickered and he appeared directly in front of the round-faced woman, reached out his hand, pinched her chin, took out the extraordinary treasure pill with his other hand, and threw it into her mouth. Ku. The round-faced woman swallowed the spirit pill and could not help taking a few steps back, constantly coughing and pounding her chest, seemingly trying to spit it out. But it was too late now. After the spirit pill entered her mouth, it directly turned into a sweet liquid that flowed into her stomach. She tried hard for a while, but to no avail. She raised her head in despair. In front of her, Luo Yuan was nowhere to be seen. He's gone. Lan Sun looked at the round-faced woman and sighed slightly. He's heading towards the exit. The round-faced woman heard this and turned her head to look, only to see a stream of light rushing towards the exit. Luo Yuan didn't even bother to make a deal with Yang Kai, as if to prove what he had said before, that with his aptitude, even without the extraordinary treasure pill, he could still ascend to the Emperor realm. Brother Luo! The round-faced woman shouted, grit her teeth, stomped her foot, and chased after Luo Yuan. At this time, no one tried to embarrass her anymore. First of all, she was a disciple of the octagonal door and had a brother and sister relationship with Luo Yuan. The guy who had died at Luo Yuan's hands before was a good example. Second, the extraordinary treasure pill had already been taken, so what was the point of embarrassing this woman? Was she supposed to spit out the spirit pill? A small episode came to an end just like that. Is it like he said? Does he not want to be bound by others' favor, or does he not want to snatch an opportunity that belongs to someone else? Yang Kai sat in place, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Of all the people present, perhaps everyone only saw Luo Yuan's ruthlessness and ferocity, but Yang Kai saw something else. Previously, when he was making a deal with the round-faced woman, Luo Yuan had shouted at him from a distance, telling him to stop. Yang Kai didn't understand why Luo Yuan did this at the time, but now he thought about it. It was obvious that he was helping the round-faced woman as a fellow disciple. If Luo Yuan was really that heartless, then there was no need for him to say those words. He could have just let the round-faced woman make a deal with Yang Kai and just watched from the sidelines. However, how could someone like Luo Yuan, who had a transcendent cultivation and an arrogant temperament, accept gifts from others? Especially when this person was his junior sister from the same sect, a junior sister who loved and worshipped him. Yang Kai felt that if he were in Luo Yuan's shoes, it would have been impossible for him to accept this extraordinary treasure pill. A real man should be like this. Putting aside Luo Yuan's bad attitude towards his junior sister, Yang Kai actually quite appreciated his decisive approach. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai shook his head and thought to himself, why do I have to worry about other people's business? Thinking of this, he shouted, next. Perhaps it was because the deal with the round-faced woman had given the remaining cultivator some hope. As soon as Yang Kai said those words, the other cultivators started to have hope. Hearing this, the other cultivators swarmed forward. All of them wanted to be the first to rush to Yang Kai. However, under the influence of the space principles, only one person could achieve what they wanted. Unfortunately, the final result disappointed this person. After Yang Kai checked the things he took out, he waved his hand and told him to scram. The next dozen or so people did the same. Yang Kai also took a moment to look around and found that there weren't many people left. This made him secretly anxious because he hadn't seen the tribulation fruit he wanted so far. He didn't know if it was because someone else had a great use for it and hadn't taken it out, or if the person who took the tribulation fruit hadn't come here yet. If he couldn't obtain the tribulation fruit on this trip to the Four Seasons realm, he really didn't know how to explain it to Qin Chaoyang. Qin Yu was still waiting for the tribulation fruit to save her life. Without this spirit fruit, the little girl would only live for a few more months at most. Should I directly ask to exchange the tribulation fruit for an extraordinary treasure pill? Yang Kai hesitated in his heart. If he really made such a request and the person who took the tribulation fruit was here, he probably wouldn't refuse. However, if no one was here and the news spread, it would be disadvantageous to him. At that time, someone would definitely make a big deal out of it and plot against him. After thinking about it, Yang Kai suppressed this idea and continued to trade with others calmly. After an hour, Yang Kai's face became gloomy. Because all the cultivator who came here had already made a deal with him, but he still hadn't seen the shadow of the tribulation fruit, the ominous premonition had come true. The only ones who hadn't made a deal with him were the few people from Azure Sun Temple and the few famous masters who had been watching for a long time. They had been watching and didn't compete with others. At this time, Yang Kai didn't want to delay any longer and shouted, "Who wants to go first? I won't hide it from you, there are only 4 extraordinary treasure pills in total. In other words, this Yang only has 1 left." Among them, he took 1 for himself, gave 1 to Lan Sun, and traded 1 to the round-faced woman. If there were really only 4 pills, there would only be 1 left. While speaking, Yang Kai picked up his black jade furnace and shook it slightly. In an instant, a crisp tinkling sound came from the black jade furnace. Inferring from the sound, there was indeed only 1 pill inside. After the pill was formed, all of Yang Kai's actions were under the eyes of everyone, so he had no opportunity or time to hide the spirit pill, so everyone believed his statement. Since there is only 1 left, this Xiao won't be polite. Xiao Chen had been waiting for this for a long time. Xiao Chen had been holding back for a long time, but now that it was finally his turn, he couldn't wait to jump out and strode towards Yang Kai. As he walked, a confident smile hung on his face, as if he was determined to obtain the last spirit pill. Not long after, he arrived in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and said, "Brother Xiao, please." Xiao Chen sneered as he took out something from his space ring and whispered, "Boy, I advise you to stop while you're ahead. Obediently take out whatever you want and then hand over the extraordinary treasure pills to this Xiao. That way, everyone will be happy." Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at him. Xiao Chen put on a fake smile and continued, "The things this Xiao has taken out are not things that just anyone can see. There should be something you want." He had the capital to say such things. After all, not only did he come from Star Soul Palace, the overlord sect of the Southern Territory, but he was also an elite disciple and the son of Silver Star envoy Xiao Yuyang. How could he not have good things on hand? The things he took out were indeed rare treasures. Whether it was artifacts or pills, they were all rare treasures. There were even secret arts and secret books. There was a dazzling array of treasures. Yang Kai didn't even look at these things and simply looked at him and asked, "Brother Xiao, have you been to the Winter Territory since you came to the Four Seasons realm?" Xiao Chen was puzzled by this question and didn't know why Yang Kai was asking this, so he replied impatiently, "No, this Xiao has been accompanying Her Highness the entire time. The princess said that the environment in the Winter Territory was very harsh. If you haven't, you can pack up your things and leave." Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish and waved his hand. "What did you say?" Xiao Chen's face suddenly became gloomy as he glared at Yang Kai fiercely, the threat in his voice self-evident. "Didn't you hear me clearly?" Yang Kai grinned, then stretched his neck, leaned in front of Xiao Chen, and shouted, "Brother Xiao, you can scram now." After saying that, he shrank back and smiled slightly, "If you still can't hear me clearly, then I can't do anything about it." Xiao Chen's expression changed in an instant, his face alternating between red and white as he shouted in a low voice, "Boy, have you thought about it clearly?" Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he was yelled at by Yang Kai. Naturally, he lost a lot of face. The most important thing was that everyone knew that he didn't have what Yang Kai wanted. If he continued to pester him, everyone would know that he was bullying others. However, Yang Kai didn't give him any face at all. Scram! Yang Kai curled his lips unceremoniously and pushed his space principles towards Xiao Chen, trying to squeeze him out of this broken world. Yang Kai had used this move to directly teleport a Dao Source Realm cultivator out, but when it came to Xiao Chen, it was obstructed. An inexplicable principle strength lingered around Xiao Chen, colliding with the space principles, causing Xiao Chen's figure to flicker inexplicably. This situation lasted for 10 breaths of time before Xiao Chen had to take the initiative to withdraw. If he continued to stay, he would really have to fight with Yang Kai. In that strange world, Xiao Chen also felt a fatal threat, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. Jumping 300 meters away, Xiao Chen stared at Yang Kai with a gloomy face, gnashing his teeth for a while. Ha! Seeing this scene, Lan Sun only felt ashamed and sighed before turning around and walking towards the exit. Seeing this, Xiao Chen's face changed and he turned to Yang Kai and shouted angrily, "Boy, I'll remember you, you better pray you don't fall into my hands." Leaving behind these words, he chased after Lan Sun. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this and instead looked at Xia Sheng and the others with a smile and said, "Brother Xia, there really is only one spirit pill left, don't you want to come and take a look?" If possible, he wanted to trade this spirit pill to Xia Sheng. In any case, he wouldn't take it out no matter what. The only result of taking it out was that it would be snatched away by those from the Emperor realm and given some random compensation. As for giving it away for free, Yang Kai hadn't thought about it. Firstly, he and Xia Sheng weren't that close, and secondly, an extraordinary treasure pill was so precious that even if he gave it to Xia Sheng wouldn't accept it, let alone dare accept it. If he really accepted this extraordinary treasure pill, he would owe Xiaxing a huge favor. Chapter 2199. Hearing this, Xiaxing smiled and said, "The few of us don't need it." Yang Kai was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" Xiaxing said, "Brother Yang, you want that spirit fruit, don't you?" The thing he was referring to was naturally the tribulation fruit. It was no secret in Azure Sun Temple that Yang Kai had entered the Four Seasons realm in search of the tribulation fruit. Before they set off, Gao Shueting had told everyone that if anyone found the tribulation fruit, they should remember to leave it behind. Yang Kai was looking for it and could exchange it with him. With Gao Shueting's instructions and Yang Kai's emphasis on everyone taking out their harvest in the Four Seasons realm before the exchange, Xiaxing naturally understood what he was looking for. Unfortunately, judging from the current situation, Yang Kai did not get what he wanted. Yes. Yang Kai did not deny it and nodded slightly. "The few of us don't have it, so we won't join in the fun." Xiaxing smiled and said, "Besides, if we really want to exchange it with you, I'm afraid you won't be able to refuse. At that time, the meaning of the exchange will change. And, Brother Yang, you should ask Wu Chang if he has it." Apart from Xiaxing and the others, only Wu Chang was left here. Hearing this, Wu Chang also took the initiative to stand up and looked at Yang Kai. "What spirit fruit do you want?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment and decided to tell the truth, "The tribulation fruit." Wu Chang frowned and said, "I've never seen it. Even you don't have it." Yang Kai could not help showing a disappointed look. At this point, he did not know whether the tribulation fruit in the winter territory had been picked or not. And where was it taken? It seemed that the main purpose of this trip to the Four Seasons realm could not be achieved. Yang Kai suddenly had a headache. "Although I don't have what you want, I still want to make this deal with you." Wu Chang said in a deep voice, "You can't take that extraordinary treasure pill out, right?" "Of course not." Yang Kai calmed himself down and grinned, "If Brother Wu Chang wants to make this deal, it's not impossible. It's just that. I wonder what you can offer." "This." As Wu Chang spoke, he took out a jade bottle and threw it at Yang Kai. He didn't seem to be worried that Yang Kai would take his things and run away. He trusted him so much that he threw the items to Yang Kai first. Yang Kai was startled when he saw this and quickly dispersed the space principles that had been lingering around him. Grabbing the jade bottle, he glanced at Wu Chang suspiciously. "Open it and take a look. You'll naturally know." Impermanence said calmly. Yang Kai opened the lid of the bottle and peeked inside. Suddenly, his face changed slightly and he shouted, "Brother Wu Chang, you're so bold." Anitya sneered, "I'll ascend to the Emperor realm sooner or later, so this thing is dispensable to me. You, on the other hand, are only in the First Order Dao Source realm." He was still far from ascending to the Emperor realm. "This thing will be of great use to you, it can save your life at a critical moment." Brother Wu Chang is right, Yang Kai closed the jade bottle as he spoke. Xiaxing and the others were confused. They didn't know what Wu Chang had given to Yang Kai that could move Yang Kai so much. Murong Xiao, on the other hand, suddenly seemed to think of something and whispered, "Could it be that, what?" Xiaxing's curiosity was ignited and he asked Murong Xiao in a low voice. Xiao Bai also showed an interested look and listened attentively. Murong Xiao whispered, "The Emperor Authority Bead." Hiss. Xiaxing sucked in a breath of cold air. That bastard Wu Chang actually has such a thing? As he spoke, a look of lingering fear appeared on his face as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. "If that guy had used the Emperor Authority Bead before, wouldn't I have died?" The Emperor Authority Bead contained the full power of the Emperor Realm's attack. Although Xiaxing was strong, he wasn't confident that he could withstand such an attack and would either die or be seriously injured. After saying this, he asked with a puzzled look, "That's not right, Xiao, how did you know that Wu Chang had the Emperor Authority Bead?" Before Morong Xiao could speak, Xiao Bai answered, because when Wu Chang obtained the Emperor Authority bead, Xiao was right next to him. Xia Sheng heard this and his expression changed slightly. Could it be that this Emperor Authority bead was obtained by Wu Chang in the Four Seasons realm? Morong Xiao nodded. Didn't I tell you before that Brother Xiao and I entered the Flowing Time Temple? It was there that Wu Chang obtained the Emperor Authority bead at the end. Were there any other treasures? Xia Sheng asked with great interest. What did you get? I obtained a drop of supreme divine water. Morong Xiao smiled. It was all thanks to junior brother Yang. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. As for the others, Princess Lan Sun took a pseudo-emperor artifact, and that Gong Wen Shan obtained an emperor aura. The heavens are jealous of geniuses. Xia Sheng looked up to the sky in grief and indignation. Why can't I encounter such an opportunity? Xiao Bai squinted at him and said, you were the one who took the initiative to explore the spring territory, saying that it would be a beautiful place with beautiful weather and beautiful flowers. I was wrong, okay? Xia Sheng drooped his head, looking dejected, but he immediately became energetic again and said, that's not right. You said that Yang Kai helped you obtain supreme divine water, then what about him? Didn't he take anything? Junior brother Yang seems to have obtained a red bead, Morong Xiao replied. Morong Xiao replied, but we don't know what that bead is. Even Princess Lan Sun can't see its origin. A red bead? Xia Sheng heard this and frowned. While they were talking, Wu Chang impatiently urged, are you satisfied with this thing? Yang Kai held the jade bottle containing the Emperor Authority bead and grinned. Indeed, this thing is really precious. It's a life-saving trump card, so I'm very tempted. After all, this was an Emperor Authority bead. Although Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary and he was proficient in space principles, his cultivation was still too low. In the star boundary, there were countless masters and dangers lurking everywhere. Perhaps he would encounter an opponent he couldn't match, so this Emperor Authority bead could serve as a safeguard. How could Yang Kai not be tempted? This thing was probably one of the most precious items in the entire Four Seasons realm. Even the Emperor Aura obtained by Gong Wen Shan couldn't compare with it. Emperor Aura was only used to refine Emperor artifacts. Yang Kai had several Emperor artifacts, so the effect of Emperor Aura on him was almost zero. Are there any other conditions? Wu Chang frowned, understanding the meaning behind Yang Kai's words. Let's hear them, as long as they aren't too excessive. I can accept them. Brother Wu Chang is quite straightforward. Yang Kai laughed. In fact, people like Wu Chang and Luo Yuan, apart from their temperaments, cooperating with them was actually quite pleasant because it wasn't too tiring to talk to them. They understood how to read others' expressions and guessed their thoughts. Yang Kai said, this thing is precious, but Brother Wu Chang also knows that it's just a consumable. It's gone after one use. Don't talk nonsense. I naturally know its benefits and drawbacks. Just tell me your conditions. Wu Chang interrupted Yang Kai before he could finish, directly cutting off Yang Kai's intention to raise the price. Yang Kai rubbed his nose awkwardly. Brother Yang, if you don't mind, I have a suggestion. This Xia has a suggestion. Xia Sheng suddenly interjected. What do you want to do now? Wu Chang looked at him unhappily. Xia Sheng said innocently, I'm just making a suggestion to Brother Yang. Whether he listens or not is his business, how can you blame me? Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, Brother Xia, if you have something to say, feel free to say it. Xia Sheng nodded, staring at Wu Chang with a burning gaze. Brother Wu Chang seems to have obtained a lot of star seals in the Four Seasons realm this time. Brother Yang can. At this point, Yang Kai showed a look of understanding, immediately understanding what Xia Sheng meant. Wu Chang frowned. Xia Sheng said, before coming here, Elder Gao said that all disciples who obtained extra star seals, after turning them in, they would be rewarded by the sect. The more you turn in, the greater the reward. Although Brother Yang is not a disciple of my temple, this sentence is also applicable. If you can obtain more star seals, it is not impossible to make a request to the temple and ask the temple master and the elders to help you find the tribulation fruit. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, secretly thinking that this was a good idea. During this trip to the Four Seasons realm, he had failed to complete the expected task, but he could not return to Maplewood City to report to Qin Chaoyang. If he could ask the upper echelons of Azure Sun Temple for help, he might be able to obtain the tribulation fruit. In short, Yang Kai was tempted. Humph. Wu Chang coldly snorted, "What? You want to use this method to reduce my Orthodoxy Temple's quota to enter the Shattered Star Sea? Does Brother Xia have so little confidence in his own sect?" "No, no." Xia Xing smiled and said, "I'm just thinking about Brother Yang, it's not like what you said. It doesn't matter. I don't care if the others from Orthodoxy Temple can enter the Shattered Star Sea, as long as I can enter." "Oh?" Xia Xing raised his brow and said, "Brother Wu Chang, are you implying that you only need to leave a single star seal?" "That depends on his intentions." Wu Chang turned his gaze to Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "Let me ask first, Brother Wu Chang, how many star seals did you obtain this time?" 5. "Quite a few." Yang Kai praised before saying, "Well, since Brother Wu Chang is so sincere, this Yang will make this deal with you, but I still have a question." "Speak." Wu Chang said concisely. "How are you going to give me your star seal?" "Use a secret technique to transfer it." Wu Chang replied matter-of-factly. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Then why did you cut off my arm when I saw you outside the Flowing Time Temple? Do you know this secret technique?" Wu Chang asked disdainfully. "I don't," Yang Kai replied honestly. "Then cut it off." Wu Chang coldly snorted. "That makes sense, I have nothing to say." Yang Kai's face was covered in cold sweat. "Enough nonsense, let's complete the deal first." Saying so, Wu Chang's figure flickered and he directly appeared in front of Yang Kai, formed a seal with his hands, and surged with source qi. Chapter 2200. In the Nameless Valley, the scenery was still extremely bleak and the world energy was depleted. The oval-shaped light gate stood straight in the air, and from time to time, a cultivator would walk out from it, either beaming with joy, as if they had made great gains in the Four Seasons realm, or dejected, as if they were very dissatisfied with their gains. No matter what their previous expressions were, the moment they stepped through the light gate, everyone's expression changed greatly, and cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. There was no other reason, because at this moment, there were 6 masters from the Emperor realm standing in a row, all of them staring at the exit. Every time someone walked out from it, 6 divine senses belonging to the Emperor realm would envelop them. Who could withstand this kind of pressure? Fortunately, the 6 masters from the Emperor realm had no intention of harming anyone and were simply investigating, so the pressure came and went quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Many people didn't know what these 6 masters were doing, so after leaving the exit, they immediately hid to the side, but those who were more astute had already guessed why they were guarding the exit in such a manner. In this way, the 6 masters from the Emperor realm stared at the exit without blinking for most of the day. At a certain moment, a figure flashed out of the light gate that had been silent for a long time. The 6 masters from the Emperor realm immediately cast their gazes over. The figure was a little caught off guard, but his reaction was extremely fast, and in an instant, he urged his source qi and spiritual energy to resist the huge pressure. But in the next moment, he frowned and showed a puzzled look, because he found that the pressure was coming from in front of him. It turned out to be the elders of the various sects. Good, good, good. Feng Ming of the Orthodoxy Temple looked at Wu Chang, who walked out of the Four Seasons realm. He kept repeating the word, good, with a smile on his face and said, "Wu Chang, you can go to the side." Wu Chang heard this and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes before he walked to the side and stood still. Following behind Wu Chang were three figures, Xia Sheng and the other two from Azure Sun Temple. As soon as he appeared, Xia Sheng said with a face full of sweat, "Master, what are you doing? Don't tell me, he's here to welcome us? How could this brat? If you keep talking, this king will throw you back." Xiao Yuyang coldly snorted. Xia Sheng shrank his neck and didn't dare to make a sound, quickly leading Xiao Bai-yi and Murong Xiao to the side. After the three of them came out, about 10 breaths later, Yang Kai's figure appeared from the exit. Gao Shueting couldn't help but exhale softly and murmur, "We're finally out. Is this the boy?" Xiao Yuyang turned his head and asked Gao Shueting. Gao Shueting gently nodded. "Very good." Xiao Yuyang laughed, "This king has been waiting for so long, I want to see if this little brat has 3 heads and 6 arms. While they were talking, he opened his hand and directly covered Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could stabilize himself, he felt a huge binding force descend upon him. The strength of that force was so strong that he couldn't even muster up the will to resist. In an instant, he was imprisoned in place. Immediately after, in the next moment, he was pulled directly in front of Xiao Yuyang. "What's going on?" Yang Kai exclaimed with a horrified look on his face. He thought he had been ambushed by someone. Looking over, Yang Kai found that the 6 Emperor Realm Masters in front of him were all staring at him with burning gazes. It was as if 6 perverts were staring at a naked girl. Even Gao Shueting was no exception. Yang Kai knew all 6 of these people. Needless to say, Gao Shueting and Xiao Yuyang, he knew the other 4. He had also seen them in Maplewood City. Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before he somewhat understood what was going on in front of him. Although he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but feel a little powerless at this moment. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Yang Kai shouted. "Don't be afraid, they won't hurt you," Gao Shueting comforted him. "If you have something to say, let's talk it out. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. 30 years to the east, 30 years to the west. Don't bully a poor young man." Yang Kai chattered endlessly. "Boy, you're too noisy." Xiao Yuyang coldly snorted and reached out to grab Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could react, the space ring on his hand was snatched away. "Robbing?" Yang Kai was shocked and glared at Xiao Yuyang. Bullying the weak, is there no law in this world?" Xiao Yuyang's divine sense shuttled back and forth to investigate Yang Kai's space ring, but it didn't affect the operation of his thoughts. He just snorted disdainfully and caused Yang Kai's momentum to shrink. Xiao Yuyang sneered, "Law? Here, this king is the law. Do you have an opinion? If master thinks so." Yang Kai shrugged and said helplessly, "Then I can't do anything about it." "Very good." After Xiao Yuyang finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Yang Kai and focused on investigating. After a while, he frowned and threw the ring on his hand to Feng Ming, who was beside him. Feng Ming took it and did the same thing as well. At this time, Xiao Yuyang turned his gaze back to Yang Kai. His gaze was unfathomable, like a demonic abyss, causing people to shudder and not have the courage to look him in the eye. He seemed to want to look into Yang Kai's heart and dig out the secrets hidden in his heart. Yang Kai felt uncomfortable being stared at by him, as if millions of ants had crawled into his body. It was extremely itchy. Fortunately, he had seen the aura of a 3rd Order Emperor Realm Master and had also fought against 3 First Order Emperor Realm Masters, so Xiao Yuyang was a bit arrogant to think that he could suppress his will with just his gaze. Of course, Xiao Yuyang couldn't be blamed for this. How could an ordinary First Order Dao Source Realm Master think when stared at by him like this? Their consciousness would be in chaos and they would answer whatever was asked. However, Yang Kai had experienced great storms before. "Boy, This king sees that you are a smart person, so you should know why I have been waiting here, right? Xiao Yuyang didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. I have some guesses. At this point, Yang Kai could no longer play dumb and could only say so. After saying so, he looked at Xiao Yuyang timidly and asked, Is it for the extraordinary treasure pill? It's good that you know. Xiao Yuyang shouted. They had been waiting here for the extraordinary treasure pill. The cultivator who had come out of the Four Seasons realm earlier told them about the appearance of the extraordinary treasure lotus in the Four Seasons realm and how Yang Kai had refined it into a pill. After Xiao Yuyang and the others heard this news, they were naturally shocked. The extraordinary treasure pill was a heaven-defying spirit pill. If used well, an extraordinary treasure pill was enough to create a master in the Emperor realm. This matter was of great importance, so how could they not pay attention? If they weren't afraid of breaking the light door by entering the Four Seasons realm rashly, they would have already rushed in. How could they have given Yang Kai time to make a deal? After waiting here for so long and finally seeing Yang Kai, they naturally had to ask him clearly. Where are the extraordinary treasure pills? Hand them over. Xiao Yuyang directly stretched out his hand to Yang Kai. How could there be extra? They're all gone, Yang Kai shouted innocently. Xiao Yuyang put on his dignified posture again and said coldly, You should know that your strength is low. If you're lying, this king should be able to tell, right? I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask Brother Wu Chang and Brother Xia. Yang Kai pointed. Wu Chang and Xia Sheng's faces couldn't help twitching slightly. Although they were rising stars in the Dao Source realm and would be able to break through to the Emperor realm in the future, there was still a big gap between them and a veteran master in the Emperor realm like Xiao Yuyang. At this moment, Yang Kai was trying to shift the blame onto them, naturally putting them under a lot of pressure. Good. Xiao Yuyang quickly said, This king will ask you a question and you must answer honestly. If you dare to lie, I will send you back to the Four Seasons realm and make you stay there for the rest of your life. Saying so, he pointed to the light door that had not yet closed. Changing the topic, he revealed an amiable expression and said with a smile, Of course, if you cooperate with me honestly, you'll enjoy great wealth and glory. Wiping away the cold sweat on his forehead, Kai Yang replied, Is this what it means to be beaten with a stick and given with a sweet jujube? Senior Xiao, please feel free to ask. This junior will tell you everything he knows. Xiao Yuyang showed a satisfied look and said, Those extraordinary treasure pills, were really refined by you? How could I lie in front of so many people? Yang Kai said proudly, If you don't believe me, you can ask Her Highness the Princess. She can testify for me. I did, but this king still can't believe you are a Dao Source grade alchemist. Xiao Yuyang said with some disbelief, pausing for a moment before continuing, Forget it, let's not think about this for now. How many extraordinary treasure pills were refined in total? 4. Where did they go? Princess Lan Sun ate one, a female disciple from the octagonal door ate one, I ate one myself, and the last one was given to Wu Chang. Oh. Hearing this, Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple raised his brow, showing a look of surprise as he turned to look at Wu Chang. Wu Chang nodded lightly to him. Feng Ming immediately grinned from ear to ear as he chuckled, Senior Xiao, Wu Chang obtained an extraordinary treasure pill, which can be considered his own opportunity. I ask Senior Xiao to be magnanimous, Xiao Yuyang glanced at him but ignored him, instead turning to Yang Kai and asking, According to what you said, not a single extraordinary treasure pill was refined? Yang Kai blushed with shame and said, Master Xiao, refining that furnace of extraordinary treasure pills took me a lot of effort and I almost failed. Being able to refine 4 pills at the last moment was already a blessing from the heavens, what more do you want? After pondering for a moment, he continued, After the refinement, the spirit pills were all stored in my pill furnace and the transaction was carried out in front of everyone's eyes. All the spirit pills have indeed been consumed. Master Shao checked my space ring before but didn't find anything, right? Xiao Yuyang gently nodded and said, good, to be able to refine 4 pills, you have done your best with your strength. Extraordinary treasure pills are things that even an emperor-grade alchemist may not be able to refine. Since the whereabouts of the spirit pills have been determined, then, there's nothing to worry about. Chapter 2201. Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression loosened. Xiao Yuyang sternly said, I'll let you know that this king did not wait here to snatch your spirit pills. It's just that, an ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. With your cultivation, if you have extraordinary treasure pills on you, I'm afraid you'll be in constant trouble in the future. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, understood, I'll have to trouble Master Xiao. He knew that although Xiao Yuyang's words were pleasant to hear, his real purpose was to rob him of his extraordinary treasure pills. Of course, robbing wasn't the right word, as Xiao Yuyang would definitely compensate him. However, Xiao Yuyang was right. If Yang Kai really had extra extraordinary treasure pills on him, he wouldn't be able to live a good life in the future. He wasn't afraid of a Dao Source Realm cultivator, but what about those from the Emperor Realm? The masters of the Emperor Realm didn't need extraordinary treasure pills, but which the Emperor Realm didn't have some junior disciples? The extraordinary treasure pill was just as attractive to them. At that time, there would be countless cultivators from the Emperor Realm who would come after him to intercept him, but now, Yang Kai's consumption of all the extraordinary treasure pills he had refined had been confirmed by Xiao Yuyang and the other 5 masters from the Emperor Realm. Yang Kai believed that no one would come to find trouble with Yang Kai in the future and try to obtain extraordinary treasure pills from him. From a certain standpoint, Yang Kai really should be grateful to Xiao Yuyang. At this point, Yang Kai's space ring had already been transferred to Gao Shueting's hand. The other 5 had also finished checking it but couldn't find anything, so Gao Shueting didn't waste any effort and directly returned the space ring to Yang Kai. Yang Kai put the space ring back on. Then, he looked at Xiao Yuyang and said, Master Xiao, if there's nothing else, Junior will withdraw first. Xiao Yuyang gently nodded. After saying so, he looked at him and said, this king has a suggestion, but I don't know if you'd like to listen. I am honored that Master Xiao is able to give me some pointers. Yang Kai quickly said seriously. Seeing him so tactful, Xiao Yuyang's expression couldn't help calming down as he quickly said, biting off more than you can chew. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. With a thoughtful expression, he cupped his fists and said, thank you, Master, for your advice. I know what to do now. That would be for the best, you can withdraw. Xiao Yuyang waved his hand. Yang Kai then went out and came to the place where the disciples of the Azure Sun Temple gathered and found a place to sit. At this moment, in the Nameless Valley, many cultivator groups were grouped into sects and families. He rested for a while. However, looking at the number of people, it was at least a third less than what it was 33 days ago. The cultivator who did not appear here had obviously encountered something unexpected in the Four Seasons realm. In this world, every mystic realm, every training ground, was accompanied by a corresponding risk. As for the cultivator's path of growth, it was always wandering between life and death. This was the fate that every cultivator had to face, a fate that every cultivator could not avoid. A cultivator's cultivation was like a big wave washing away the sand, filtering down layer by layer until the last one was the strongest. While Yang Kai was resting, Bian Yuqing and Ko Wu came over to say goodbye to him. This time, only the 2 of them from the Blue Feather sect came to the Four Seasons realm to train, but their luck was pretty good. Although they didn't get much opportunity or gain, the 2 of them finally returned safely. Now, the Four Seasons realm was about to close. The 2 of them naturally had to return to the Blue Feather sect. Yang Kai chatted with them for a while before watching them leave. He didn't waste his time telling Bian Yuqing not to tell Wu Mengshan about him, because he knew that after Bian Yuqing returned, she would definitely tell Wu Mengshan everything that happened on this trip. When the time came, the information about him would definitely leak to Wu Mengshan. Yang Kai was quite afraid of this guy. He could only secretly make up his mind that before he became strong enough, he would never meet this old man, lest he be tricked by him. After another hour or so, accompanied by a humming sound, the light gate at the entrance to the nameless valley slowly disappeared. The Four Seasons realm was considered to be completely closed, and who knew when it would open again. At this time, the trip to the Four Seasons realm was completely over, and many cultivators from sects and families left one after another. After Gao Shueting said goodbye to Xiao Yuyang, she also summoned her ship and rushed back with the disciples of Azure Sun Temple. Azure Sun Temple didn't lose much this time. Except for Yang Kai, who was an outsider, they had 19 disciples when they came, and only 4 of them went back. Such a loss was within Gao Shueting's acceptable range, and it was much smaller than the losses of other sects. But in the end, people died, so on the way back, the disciples were not in a very good mood. They just sat quietly and rested, consolidating their gains in the Four Seasons realm. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly heard Gao Shueting's call. He quickly opened his eyes and looked over, only to see Elder Gao of Azure Sun Temple standing on the deck of the ship with her back to him. Her long hair and clothes were fluttering, as if she was looking at the scenery in the distance. Her beautiful back added to the beauty of this world. Yang Kai didn't dare to neglect and quickly got up and walked towards her. When he stood not far behind Gao Shueting, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "What orders does Elder Gao have?" Gao Shueting didn't answer, but said leisurely, "Do you understand what Master Xiao said to you before?" Yang Kai pondered slightly and said, "Master Xiao probably means that I should choose between the martial Dao and the alchemy Dao." "That's right." Gao Shueting nodded slightly, and her beautiful face turned around at this moment, staring at Yang Kai with shining eyes, and said, "Your aptitude in both the martial Dao and the alchemy Dao is extraordinary. In time, you will definitely achieve great things in one of these 2 territories, and perhaps reach heights that I can't reach. However, a person's energy is limited. When you choose the martial Dao, you will have to abandon the alchemy Dao, and vice versa. You can't use your energy in both territory at the same time. Master Xiao has taken great pains. This junior understands." Yang Kai nodded seriously. "It's good that you understand. I have nothing else to say. Then I'll take my leave." Yang Kai bowed slightly. He was very surprised that Gao Shueting had called him over just to say this. But in this way, he felt a little moved. He wasn't a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, but Gao Shueting still cared about him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said such a thing to him. Yang Kai had just turned around when he suddenly heard a voice behind him, "Are the extraordinary treasure pills really gone?" Yang Kai quickly turned his head, but what he saw was Gao Shueting's back to him. She didn't move, as if she hadn't said those words. He stood in place and frowned for a while, but didn't dare to speak again. He could only return to his seat and continue to sit cross-legged. This woman couldn't have seen through me, right? A woman's intuition is really terrifying, Yang Kai thought to himself. A few days passed. On this day, in the Azure Sun Mountain Range, a beautiful ship sped past. Many Dao Source Realm cultivators standing on the ship had just recovered from the sadness of losing their companions. They all stood up and looked at the familiar scenery below. "Wahaha! I, Xiaosheng, am back." Xiaosheng put his hands on his waist, as if he was afraid that others didn't know, and laughed loudly. His voice followed the ship as it moved forward, rolling over the mountain range. The Azure Sun Temple disciples below were so shocked that they quickly looked up. "Can you be more mature?" Xiao Bai looked at him coldly with a look of disdain. "Xiao Bai, you should be happy when you're home. Come, shout with your big brother." Xiaosheng said as he walked over to Xiao Bai and put his arm around his shoulder. "Who wants to shout with you?" Xiao Baiyi's forehead bulged. So embarrassing. Murong Xiao Zhao's face turned red. Humph. Xiao Baiyi coldly snorted and squinted at Xia Sheng. Look at the big brother of other sects. Look at Wu Chang and Luo Yuan. Each and every one of them is cold and ruthless, making their junior brothers and junior sisters feel safe and reliable. But what about you? You're not serious at all. How can you be a big brother? So you want to be a cold brother? At this moment, Xia Sheng's expression suddenly became solemn. His eyes emitted a cold light, and his cheeky smile disappeared in an instant. Instead, it was replaced with a condescending attitude, as if he was the only one in the world. At this moment, Xia Sheng's temperament underwent an earth-shaking change. If other sects' brothers can do it, then this brother can naturally do it too, he said solemnly. Murong Xiao Xiao was stunned. Her small mouth formed a circle as she covered it with her small hands. Her beautiful eyes trembled. Do you feel very reliable and safe? Xia Sheng stared at her and asked in a powerful and low voice, do you want to abandon everything and throw yourself into your big brother's broad chest and strong arms? Murong Xiao Xiao pursed her red lips and said timidly, brother, your murderous aura is leaking, don't make trouble. Gao Shueting glanced at Xia Sheng and said lightly, if the upper beam is not upright, the lower beam will be crooked. Don't learn from our temple master. Be careful that you won't be able to find a woman in the future. Is that so? Xia Sheng immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning, as if he had received a huge blow. After thinking seriously for a moment, cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he muttered in a low voice, that's right. Other sect masters and palace masters have groups of wives and concubines, and enjoy the blessings of having multiple wives, but our palace master is an old bachelor. His face turned pale, as if he had seen a very terrible scene. As he spoke, he raised his head and looked at Gao Shueting. Elder Gao, temple master is so pitiful, have you ever thought? Ah, here it comes again. Before he could finish speaking, Gao Shueting suddenly flicked her sleeve and threw him off the ship. He let out a long scream as he was tossed far away. If you don't ask for it, you won't die. Xiao Baiyi didn't have the slightest sympathy for him and instead coldly snorted. Murong Xiao Xiao turned around worriedly. She wanted to plead for Xia Sheng, but when she met Gao Shueting's eyes, she was so scared that she swallowed her words. Chapter 2202. On Azure Sun Temple's main peak, Myriad Saints Peak, the ship slowly descended, stirring up monstrous waves. Below, Temple Master Wenzi Shan, Deputy Temple Master Qiu Ran, Elder Chen Qian, and the others who had already received the news were all waiting solemnly. Before the ship landed, several divine senses from the Emperor realm had already swept over the ship. In an instant, all the masters had a clear understanding of the losses of the disciples on this trip. Although several elite disciples were lost, fortunately, the people they had high hopes for had returned safely, so everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, their solemn expressions becoming slightly more relaxed. A moment later, the ship landed. The disciples jumped down from the ship as Gao Shueting made a hand seal and put away the ship. Ha ha ha, little Shueting, I haven't seen you for so many days, I've missed you so much. Come, let uncle hug you first. Wenzi Shan laughed as he opened his arms and strode towards Gao Shueting. Zeng, sword chi whistled as killing intent appeared. Wenzi Shan stopped 3 feet in front of Gao Shueting with cold sweat on his forehead. At this moment, a cherry blossom sword was pressed against his neck. Gao Shueting's face was frosty as she held the sword and looked at him coldly. If you dare to take another step forward, I'll kill you. Wenzi Shan did not dare to move. Sigh. Qiu Ran held his forehead and sighed helplessly. Temple Master, please conduct yourself with dignity. I'm just kidding. Wenzi Shan chuckled awkwardly as he leaped back and floated back to his previous position. His expression changed as he said solemnly, "Then, this temple master congratulates all of you on your safe return. You are all future mainstays of the temple. You are all future pillars of the temple. You have all worked hard on this trip." The disciples did not speak and just looked at him quietly. Gao Shueting also slowly put away her sword. "This temple master will remember all of your merits, and the deaths of several fellow disciples are not meaningless. Now, those of you who have extra star seals, follow this temple master. Everyone else can go back and rest." "Yes." Once the order was given, everyone responded in unison. In the blink of an eye, only 4 or 5 of the dozen people left. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at them. He found that in addition to himself, Xiao Bai, Murong Xiao Xiao, and another young cultivator who was a second-order Dao source realm but could not name. Although this cultivator was also a disciple of Azure Sun Temple and had entered the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai did not interact much with him on the way back. So he did not know him. But judging by this person's temperament and demeanor, he should not be difficult. "Where's that kid Xiaosheng?" After a while, Wen Zishan looked at Gao Shueting suspiciously. He didn't see Xiaosheng here, and his expression changed slightly. He thought that Xiaosheng had met with an accident in the Four Seasons realm. Even Qiu Ran had thought so. His face could not help but his face, Qiu, up. He, God of course, he, and up read up saint. While they were talking, a figure flew over from far away, shouting as he flew, "Wait for me." After a while, Xiaosheng landed in front of everyone and looked at Gao Shueting with a sad face. He said pitifully, "Elder Gao, please let this disciple know before you make a move next time." This disciple was not mentally prepared at all. "Kid, what are you doing?" Wen Zishan reached out and hit Xiaosheng with his qi. Xiaosheng's neck shrank. "Temple Master, what are you doing?" Xiaosheng covered his head, feeling wronged. Wen Zishan snorted coldly, "Look at you, you've angered Elder Gao. Can't this temple master teach you a lesson?" Xiaosheng blinked and looked speechless. "All right, since you're here, then come with this temple master." Wen Zishan glanced at Yang Kai and said, "You come too." After a while, in the main hall of Myriad Saints Peak, many elders of Azure Sun Temple took their seats, while several disciples and Yang Kai stood in the middle. Directly above, Wen Zishan looked down with a smile and said, "Elder Gao, you're the leader of this trip to the Four Seasons realm, so you should know the details very well. So, please tell us, how many star seals did these people get?" Gao Shueting heard this and said calmly, "Although I haven't compared them with other sects, judging from the number of star seals these disciples obtained, this trip should be considered a good harvest." Speaking of this, she turned her pretty face and said, "Xiaosheng obtained 4 star seals, Xiao Bai obtained 2, Murong Xiao Xiao obtained 2, and Chen Muji obtained 2. Hearing this, Yang Kai knew that the second-order Dao Source realm young man was called Chen Muji. She paused for a moment and said, "There are 3 other disciples who obtained 1 each, but they are not here." Wen Zishan nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Before they set off, Azure Sun Temple had said that any disciple who obtained a star seal in the Four Seasons realm would be eligible to enter the Shattered Star Sea. Therefore, the 3 disciples who only obtained 1 star seal kept their star seals and did not need to come here to turn them in. Those who came here were those who obtained extra star seals. What about this kid? Wen Zishan turned his gaze to Yang Kai. Gao Shueting's expression became a little complicated. After pondering for a while, she opened her red lips and said, 7. What? Did I hear wrong? So many? Even though everyone present was a master from the Emperor realm and had extraordinary mental fortitude, when they heard that Yang Kai had obtained 7 star seals, they couldn't help but be surprised. All of them looked at him in surprise, looking him up and down, as if they wanted to re-evaluate him. After all, the eldest disciple of the temple, Xiaosheng, had only obtained 4 star seals, and that was with a powerful cultivation base in the third-order Dao source realm. Yang Kai was only a first-order master, so how did he obtain 7? This kid's luck is too good, isn't it? Everyone thought so in their hearts, secretly thinking that Yang Kai's luck was heaven-defying. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to obtain so many star seals. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai remained calm. 7 star seals were indeed all he had obtained in the Four Seasons realm. The first one was the diamond-shaped star seal obtained in the Two Seasons mountain range. At that time, a monster beast was chased by Wu Chang and the others. It panicked and ran to Yang Kai, but was killed by him in one move. After that, Yang Kai never had a chance to obtain another star seal. It wasn't until he protected the extraordinary treasure lotus and killed 2 cultivator that he obtained 2 more. At the last moment, he made a deal with Wu Chang and obtained 4 more from him. Being able to obtain so many star seals was partly due to luck, but strength was also a necessary guarantee. From a certain point of view, star seals were not easy to obtain because there were not many of them. If Yang Kai hadn't killed 2 cultivator and made a deal with Wu Chang, he wouldn't have obtained so many star seals. Perhaps, when the exit of the Four Seasons realm closed, he would only have obtained the first one. There are some reasons that I will explain to you later, but he did obtain 7 star seals alone. Gao Shueting said. The reason she was talking about was naturally related to the extraordinary treasure pill. Wen Zishan nodded lightly and nodded before smiling. Good, good, good. When the Shattered Star Sea opens, 19 people from my temple will be able to enter. How satisfying. If the experience in the Four Seasons realm was just a small matter, then the Shattered Star Sea was a place to test one's martial Dao and heavenly way. That kind of place was not a place that just anyone could enter. First of all, one must have a star seal as proof, and second, one must have the strength to pass through the entrance of the Shattered Star Sea. In other words, even if one had a star seal, those without strength would still not be able to enter. Of the 19 spots in Azure Sun Temple, it was unknown how many would be able to enter. However, this number had indeed surpassed many sects and forces. Wen Zishan was naturally overjoyed. This is a sign of the prosperity of my temple. Qiu Ran muttered in a tone like a charlatan, reaching out and stroking his snow-white beard as he spoke, feeling very relieved. There's no time to lose, little Qian, collect their extra star seals, Wen Zishan said as he cast a glance at Chen Qian. Chen Qian understood, got up slowly, and stretched out her hand, summoning an incense burner-shaped artifact. It was unknown what this artifact was used for, but its grade was not low. The runes on the surface of the incense burner were faintly discernible, making it look extremely mysterious. She strolled to the front of the crowd, stood in front of the disciple named Chen Muji, and said softly, "Just relax." "Yes." Chen Muji responded, took a deep breath, and his expression immediately calmed down. Seeing that he was ready, Chen Qian immediately held the incense burner with one hand and formed a seal with the other, poking Chen Muji a few times. Accompanied by a muffled groan, Chen Muji took a few steps back, his face slightly pale, as if Yuan Qi had been seriously injured. But at the same time, a stream of light suddenly shot out from his body. Chen Qian reacted quickly and stretched out her hand to beckon the stream of light, immediately binding it with an invisible force and dragging it into the incense burner. Yang Kai watched in amazement. At that time in the Four Seasons realm, when he made a deal with Wu Chang used a secret technique to force out his excess star seals, allowing Yang Kai to obtain them. But now, it seems that in addition to this method, there was also a way to forcibly strip star seals. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt that he had to be more careful when he walked the star boundary in the future. Otherwise, if he encountered someone with ulterior motives, they might have ideas about his star seals, which would cause him a lot of trouble. Next, Chen Qian did the same thing, stripping out the excess star seals of Xia Sheng, Murong Xiao Xiao, and Xiao Bai Yi one by one. Yang Kai could clearly see that no matter how strong these people were, once their star seals were stripped, they seemed to be injured. Even Xia Sheng could not help but tremble, his face slightly pale. It seemed that this method of forcibly stripping star seals should have some drawbacks. Not long after, Chen Qian arrived in front of Yang Kai. This elder Chen was not tall, her figure was very petite, and when she stood in front of Yang Kai, she was even shorter than him by a head. She looked up at Yang Kai and said lightly, "If you are ready, I will begin." Chapter 2203. Wait a minute. Yang Kai suddenly said. What's wrong? Chen Qian frowned and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing what he wanted to do. The others also looked at him. Yang Kai looked calm as he turned to look at Wen Zishan and cupped his fists. This junior can turn in his star seals. After all, this is what we agreed on before. You only need to leave one for me, but before that, this junior has something to ask Temple Master Wen. Oh? Wen Zishan smiled and nodded. Tell me, what is it that this Temple Master needs to answer? Yang Kai said, Elder Gao said before that the extra star seals must be turned in to the temple. This junior's quota to enter the Four Seasons realm was provided by the temple, so there is nothing wrong with handing over the extra 6 star seals to the temple. After a pause, he continued, Elder Gao also said that after turning in the star seals, the temple will give a corresponding reward, so that's what it is. Wen Zishan smiled and said, You can rest assured. Although you are not a disciple of the temple, we will not bully you. We will give you whatever reward you deserve. Then can I make a request? Yang Kai asked. What request do you have? Let's hear it. Wen Zishan looked at him with interest. Temple Master Wen should still remember why this junior entered the Four Seasons realm, right? Yang Kai asked instead of answering. Wen Zishan thought for a moment and said, For the tribulation fruit? By the way, I haven't asked you yet, did you gain anything from this trip? Yang Kai shook his head, no. However, I found a tribulation fruit tree in the winter territory. There should have been a spirit fruit on it. Unfortunately, I don't know who got there first. That is indeed a pity. Wen Zishan also showed a regretful expression. This junior wants to make a request. I want to ask the temple to help me find that spirit fruit. If Temple Master Wen can agree, I will give you all 6 star seals. Yang Kai said solemnly. The experts from the Emperor realm couldn't help but frown when they heard this. It wasn't that Yang Kai's request was unreasonable, it was just that, it was too difficult. At that time, there were so many sects and clans that had entered the Four Seasons realm, almost all of the southern territory. No one had seen who had picked the tribulation fruit in the winter territory. If the Azure Sun Temple were to search for it, it would take a lot of manpower and energy to find out. But even if they managed to find out, they might not be able to obtain it. The other party would definitely put forward some conditions in exchange. In other words, the Azure Sun Temple must pay a certain price to hope to get the tribulation fruit. If the disciples of some small sects or families obtained the tribulation fruit, it would be fine. The Azure Sun Temple only needed to exert a little pressure, and the other party would not comply. What he was afraid of was the Orthodoxy Palace and the Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Even if a disciple of a sect like Star Soul Palace obtained it, at that time, it would not just be a matter of a spirit fruit, but a matter between 2 great sections. If it was not handled well, they would owe a huge favor. There were all kinds of interpersonal relationships. The interests of the sects involved. Yang Kai might not have thought of it, but how could the higher-ups of the Azure Sun Temple not think of it? So after Kai Yang made this request, everyone couldn't help but fall silent. Seeing them like this, Yang Kai did not urge them and just waited quietly in place. After a long time, when Zishan spoke, if I remember correctly, the tribulation fruit was not what you needed, but was entrusted by someone else, right? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Since you couldn't get it in the Four Seasons realm, you have tried your best. Why are you still begging? You can put forward a condition that is beneficial to you. For example. At this point, Wen Zishan suddenly showed a touch of strange danger, and his tone was full of strong temptation as he said in a low voice, "Let this temple master take action and enlighten you and improve your cultivation by a lot." Yang Kai frowned and said, "I was entrusted by someone, so I have to be honest." "Temple master, why are you testing me?" "Huh." Wen Zishan was exposed, but he was not embarrassed and just smiled and said heartily, "Well, this temple master promises you that the temple will help you find the tribulation fruit. It must be found within 3 months. Yang Kai said solemnly, "If it takes too long, I'm afraid, that side won't be able to hold on. 3 months is enough." Wen Zishan smiled slightly and turned to look at Qiu Ran, Deputy Temple Master, "Master, you are in charge of this matter. You must bring the tribulation fruit to this boy surnamed Yang within 3 months. Qiu Ran stood up and cupped his fists, "Subordinate obeys, Temple Master." After speaking, he left the hall directly, as if he was about to send someone out to search for it. Seeing this, Yang Kai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. With the help of a powerful sect like the Azure Sun Temple, their chances of finding the spirit fruit would definitely increase greatly. If even the Azure Sun Temple could not find it, Yang Kai really had no other way. At that time, he could only go back to Maplewood City and inform Qin Chaoyang. "Is this good?" Wen Zishan looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai gently nodded and turned his gaze to Chen Qian, "Thank you, Elder Chen." Chen Qian did not say a word. Her divine sense swept over Yang Kai as she held the incense burner in one hand and made a few seals with the other, pointing at Yang Kai several times. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt a surge of heat in his body. His arm was hot as if something had shot out. At the same time, an indescribable feeling of discomfort rose in his heart. He could not help but groan as his body shook slightly. "Huh." Seeing this, Wen Zishan could not help but reveal a look of surprise. Because everyone before Yang Kai, when their star seals were forcibly stripped from their bodies, their reactions were more or less a little uncomfortable. Murong Xiao Xiao, Xiao Bai-yi, and Chen Mu-ji even took a few steps back. Although Xia Sheng did not retreat, his face was pale. Although Yang Kai was the same as Xia Sheng, 6 star seals were stripped from him. And it was only with the cultivation of the First Order Dao Source Realm, yet he was still standing straight in place. That was enough to make people wonder. The others obviously noticed this as well and couldn't help but look at him with interest. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk 6 rays of light soared into the sky, but they were directly bound by Chen Qian and dragged into the incense burner. After everything was done, Chen Qian said softly to Yang Kai, "I left you a 5-pointed star seal. If you really enter the Shattered Star Sea, use it well." "Many thanks, Elder Chen." Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed the tumbling blood in his chest. Among the 7 star seals he obtained, the highest grade was a 5-pointed star seal, which he had obtained from a trade with Wu Chang. Like the 6-pointed star, 7-pointed star, 8-pointed star that Lan Sun mentioned before, Yang Kai had never even seen one before, so he did not know if such a level of star seal really existed in this world. Anyway, overall, Yang Kai was still very satisfied with the final result. Chen Qian really thought about it for him and did not leave him a random one, but the highest level one. Yang Kai did not know the difference between the different levels of star seals for the time being, but now was not the time to ask. Anyway, he was going to stay in Azure Sun Temple for a while, so he was only going to find an opportunity to ask someone clearly. "You guys have worked hard, go and rest." Wen Zishan waved to the few Dao Source realms and said, "As for the reward from the temple, let us discuss it and tell you another day." "Yes." Xia Sheng and others responded in unison, then bowed and left the hall. After everyone left, Elder D. Rome of Azure Sun Temple muttered, "He's a good seedling." Although he said this without rhyme or reason, everyone present understood what he meant. The person he was referring to was naturally Yang Kai. It seems that you have also noticed, when Zishan smiled slightly, this boy surnamed Yang is a little different. I think Elder Gao and Elder Chen understand this point the best. At that time on Soaring Swallow Peak, when he fought with Shui, both elders saw it from beginning to end. Chen Qian nodded, yes, Shui was not his opponent at all. He is not just a little different, he is 1 in a billion. Gao Shueting said in a deep voice. Oh? Elder Gao has such a high opinion of him? You're exaggerating. Di Rong turned to look at Gao Shueting and said disapprovingly. If you knew what he did in the Four Seasons realm, you wouldn't think so, Gao Shueting replied lightly. Wen Zishan smiled and said, what do you mean by that? Did he do something earth-shattering in the Four Seasons realm? He refined a furnace of extraordinary treasure pills, does that count? Gao Shueting turned to look at him. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's face changed. Extraordinary treasure pills. Di Rong shouted, the legendary pills that allow one to reach the Emperor realm after taking them? I don't know if the rumors are true or not, but he did refine the extraordinary treasure pills. So, the extraordinary treasure lotus was born in the Four Seasons realm this time? Wen Zishan raised his brow. Yes. Gao Shueting nodded and told them everything she knew, including why Yang Kai had so many star seals. After listening, several people from the Emperor realm fell into silence. Although this boy's cultivation is only in the First Order Dao Source realm, not only is his strength amazing, but he's also a Dao Source grade alchemist. Di Rong muttered with a brilliant expression. He's not an ordinary Dao Source grade alchemist. Chen Qian whispered, he refined 4 pills in 1 furnace. To be able to do this, he has to be at least a Dao Source grade mid-rank or even high-rank alchemist. Alchemists who have just entered the Dao Source grade can't do this. Elder Gao said that he's 1 in a billion. It's quite accurate. Wen Zishan quickly said, among the rising stars of the Dao Source realm, I'm afraid that no one in the entire star territory can compare to him except for the last disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, right? There may be people with better aptitude than him in the martial Dao, and there may be people with better aptitude than him in the alchemic Dao, but there is probably no one who has both. Temple Master, with such a good seedling, have you never thought of accepting him into the sect? This boy seems to have an unorthodox background, right? Di Rong suggested eagerly. Chapter 2204. Wen Zishan smiled when he heard this. It would be great if such a good seedling could join the temple, but it still depends on the other party's intentions. However, it's not impossible to give it a try. Having said that, he turned to look at Gao Shueting and said, Elder Gao, among us, you know him the best, so you'll be in charge of this matter. I don't know him well either, Gao Shueting replied calmly, but since the temple master has given the order, this subordinate will give it a try. Wen Zishan nodded slightly and changed the topic, then, let's discuss what kind of reward should be given to those disciples. On Azure Sun Temple's Soaring Swallow Peak, Yang Kai returned to this place. The palace that was damaged in the battle with Shui last time had been repaired. After Yang Kai entered, he activated the barrier and rested for half a day before he began to check his gains from this trip to the Four Seasons realm. Although he did not obtain the tribulation fruit in this trip to the Four Seasons realm, his overall harvest was not small. Not to mention the monster beasts' monster cores of different grades, the spirit flowers and rare grasses transplanted into the small sealed world's medicine garden were already considered a great harvest. Most of these spirit flowers and rare grasses were of the ice attribute. After all, when Yang Kai was in the Four Seasons realm, he spent the most time in the winter territory, and Little Snowflake led the way there. It could be said that at least 1/10 of the treasures in the entire winter territory fell into his hands. These spirit flowers and rare grasses were all picked by Yang Kai at that time and immediately transplanted into the medicine garden. The medicine garden in the small sealed world had a special environment and excellent growth conditions. There was also a supreme treasure like the immortal tree that exuded amazing vitality. There was no need to worry about these flowers and rare grasses losing their vitality. On the contrary, their growth cycle in the medicine garden was greatly shortened. After planting in the medicine garden for a year, the medicinal age of these flowers and grasses would be at least 100 years. In addition to these, there was also the flowing time great emperor fruit obtained from the flowing time temple. Although this thing was useless for martial arts cultivation, it had a miraculous effect in a certain aspect. If it could be refined into the flowing time great emperor pill, it would definitely make countless cultivators scramble for it. Take one pill. To those cultivators who were nearing the end of their lifespan, they could allow their body's condition to return to a few decades ago, or even a few hundred or 1,000 years ago. Especially women of all ages. Who wouldn't want to be younger? Although the effect of the flowing time great emperor pill was not as good as the legendary youth-retaining pill that could make one's face look youthful forever, the two had different effects, and it was hard to compare which was better. If an old woman with a face full of wrinkles had to choose, she would definitely choose the flowing time great emperor pill over the face-preserving pill because the face-preserving pill had no effect on her face. However, the flowing time great emperor pill could restore her vitality and youth. If a young and beautiful woman had to choose, the face-preserving pill would undoubtedly be more attractive. Yang Kai secretly planned to find an opportunity to collect herbs after leaving Azure Sun Temple and refine the flowing time great emperor pill. Who knows, it might have some miraculous effect at a critical moment. In addition to these, it was just a bunch of messy stuff. These things included the spoils of war obtained by Yang Kai after killing people. There were also the spirit energy cores obtained from killing the puppets in the flowing time temple, which were not of much use to him, so he could find an opportunity to exchange them for source crystals. After a short while, a jade bottle appeared in Yang Kai's hand. He opened the bottle cap, and a pill-like thing immediately appeared in front of his eyes. Emperor Authority Bead. It was the Emperor Authority Bead obtained from Wuchang. The Emperor Authority Bead contained the full power of a master from the Emperor realm. Its power was unimaginable, and the difficulty of refining it was immeasurable. Generally speaking, only second-order Emperor realm masters were qualified to refine such a thing, and it was usually used as a life-saving consumable for their juniors. Every time an Emperor Authority Bead was condensed, the master from the Emperor realm would be weakened for a period of time. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, the Emperor realm was not willing to refine such a thing. Even if they were willing to refine it, it was only occasionally and in small quantities. Therefore, even in the entire star boundary, Emperor Authority Beads were rare treasures. And this Emperor Authority Bead was obtained from the Flowing Time Temple. It was something left behind by the Flowing Time Great Emperors. Although it was unknown when the Flowing Time Great Emperor refined it, its value and grade were definitely far beyond ordinary Emperor Authority Beads. Perhaps, it contained the power of great emperors or even a third-order Emperor Realm Master. All in all, this was indeed a life-saving trump card. At a critical moment, even if he was surrounded by thousands of soldiers and horses, a master would be able to turn the situation around. Yang Kai carefully put it away in an easily accessible place in his space ring before turning his gaze to the other 3 beads in front of him. These 3 beads, regardless of size or shape, were exactly the same. The only difference was the color of each bead. One was fiery red, which Yang Kai obtained from the Flowing Time Temple. At that time, there were so many good things in the temple, and Lan Sun had basically identified all of them, but she could not see through the origin of this fiery red bead. She did not even know what it was used for. Yang Kai also remembered what Qiongqi Divine Spirit had asked Zhang Ruoxi to tell him: if he could enter the deepest part of the temple, he had to take the most useless thing. At that time, among the few treasures, besides this fiery red bead, everything else was useful. Whether it was the Pseudo-Emperor Artifact, Supreme Divine Water, Emperor Aura, or Emperor Authority bead, they were all rare treasures in the outside world. So, Yang Kai went straight for this bead. No one competed with him for it, allowing him to obtain it easily. The second bead was green in color, which Yang Kai obtained from the ice lake in the winter territory. The third bead was the one he exchanged from the round-faced woman at the octagonal door. At that time, if the round-faced woman had not taken out this bead, Yang Kai would not have exchanged the extraordinary treasure pill. This third bead was pale yellow in color, like the color of a withered leaf. It gave people the feeling that hundreds of flowers had withered and the autumn wind was rustling. 3 beads, 3 different colors, but no matter which one Yang Kai poured his source chi or divine sense into, there was no reaction. Their colors were distinct and clear at a glance. Combined with the 4 seasons realm, it was easy to associate them with spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The emerald green color undoubtedly represented spring, which was full of vitality. The dazzling fiery red light obviously represented summer, and the bleak light yellow color obviously represented autumn. With one of the 4 seasons missing, only the bead of winter was missing. Yang Kai secretly estimated that if he could find the last bead of winter, he might be able to unlock the mysteries contained in these 4 beads, but now that the 4 seasons realm was closed, even if he wanted to go in and search for it, it would be impossible. After observing for a while, Yang Kai sighed and put away the 3 4 seasons beads. He didn't know what to call these beads, so he decided to give them the name 4 seasons beads in his heart. In this life, if he was fated, he might be able to find the last bead, but if he wasn't, he might never see it again. In the vast star boundary, how difficult was it to find a single bead of winter? Overall, Yang Kai's harvest this time wasn't much, but it wasn't little either. Not to mention the benefits brought by the tempering of the principles of time he obtained from the stairs of the flowing time Great Emperor and the Emperor artifact Pink Cloud's phoenix robe obtained by Zhang Ruoxi. Yang Kai tidied up a little and threw all the things he didn't need into the small sealed world bead and gave them to his embodiment. These things included all kinds of spirit pills, minerals, and even artifacts he found in other people's space rings. In any case, the embodiment had cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques and supplemented with the stone mongoose's innate divine technique. As long as it had world energy, there was nothing it couldn't devour. Yang Kai estimated that with the current embodiment, even if he gave it an Emperor artifact, it would be able to swallow it and absorb it into its body to become stronger. After a while, Yang Kai formed a series of hand seals and his figure flickered, directly entering the small sealed world bead. He swept the small sealed world bead with his divine sense and imprinted all the movements in his mind. The embodiment was cultivating without any suspense. The stone mongoose's body didn't know the meaning of fatigue, so it spared no effort in cultivating. The 2 living people in the small sealed world bead, Zhang Ruoxi and Hua Qingxi, each occupied a pavilion at the moment and sat cross-legged there. Perhaps it was because the sealed world bead had swallowed a lot of world energy from the spirit chi si last time, but Yang Kai felt that the cultivation environment here was obviously better after coming in this time. It seemed that if there was a chance, he still needed to let the sealed world bead absorb a little more world energy from the outside world. At the very least, he would encounter a situation like the spirit chi si last time. He moved his divine sense slightly and deliberately concentrated the world energy in the small sealed world bead in the direction of the pavilions. This way, Zhang Ruoxi and Hua Qingxi could cultivate more efficiently. Zhang Ruoxi had broken through to the First Order Origin Returning Realm in the 4 Seasons Realm Spirit Chi Si last time, so she was still consolidating her cultivation. However, Yang Kai didn't dare to underestimate her because of her weak cultivation. This time, when Yang Kai brought Zhang Ruoxi into the 4 Seasons realm, he saw a lot of incredible things. He clearly remembered that when Zhang Ruoxi was breaking through to the Origin Returning realm, a huge, valiant phantom suddenly appeared behind her. That phantom had the figure of a woman, and it was as if Zhang Ruoxi had been magnified countless times. That woman simply opened her mouth and absorbed the energy vortex in the sky. In the blink of an eye, Jianghu she successfully broke through without any hindrance. Then, in the flowing time temple, when Jianghu she was about to be unable to withstand the baptism of the principles of time, it was the divine spirit Xianxia who saved her life and gave her a pink cloud's phoenix robe. Yang Kai wouldn't believe that Jianghu she didn't have any secrets. Xianxia was a fierce beast. Even in ancient times, it was a famous existence. Any cultivator it encountered basically had no hope of survival. However, such a divine spirit was willing to save a cultivator like Jianghu Shi. Chapter 2205. Xianxia obviously saw something in Jianghu Shi that Yang Kai didn't know. Also, why did the space spirit Jade only react to Jianghu Shi? What did the lightning-like images on the space spirit Jade mean? It was just that Jianghu she didn't know much about her own situation, so Yang Kai couldn't ask her clearly. How could he underestimate someone who was so secretive that even Xianxia had to save him? Yang Kai now only hoped that she could grow up quickly. Maybe when she became stronger, she would be able to figure out the mysteries of her own body unknowingly. Jianghu she was cultivating, so Yang Kai didn't disturb her. Instead, his figure flickered and he went directly to the loft where Wuxia was. When he appeared, there was no movement, but Wuxia seemed to have sensed something, causing her eyebrows to furrow slightly. After opening her beautiful eyes, she couldn't help but glare at Yang Kai and say, "You should have told me when you came, you scared me to death." "I didn't know you were so timid," Yang Kai grinned. "The Four Seasons realm is closed?" Wuxia asked thoughtfully. Yang Kai nodded. "How was the harvest?" So. Wuxia couldn't help but curl her lips. "It's obvious you don't mean it. Did you get something good?" Yang Kai smiled, a little. While speaking, he stretched out his hand and took out a white, flawless, rolling spirit pill, pinching it between his two fingers. "This is..." Wuxia's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at the spirit pill, revealing a blank look. Although she didn't recognize what this spirit pill was or what it was used for, she instinctively felt that this thing was something extraordinary. It was very likely to be some kind of rare treasure. "Do you want it?" Yang Kai's lips curled into a subtle smile as he asked. "Based on our current relationship, and the fact that you can kill me at any time, plus the color and aroma of this pill, this shouldn't be a poisonous pill or a pill that's harmful to me, because you don't have to do that. In other words, this is the case. Is this spirit pill very useful to me?" Wuxia didn't immediately answer Yang Kai's question. Instead, she carefully analyzed the situation. "I'm already at the third order Dao source realm, and I'm only one step away from the Emperor realm. There aren't many elixirs in this world that are of great use to me, and I've never seen or even heard of the elixir you have." As she spoke, Wuxia's beautiful eyes gradually lit up. "Then the only explanation is that this spirit pill is one of those legendary items." She couldn't wait any longer. I want it. Give it to me." Yang Kai, however, didn't immediately give it to her. Instead, he looked at her with a teasing expression and said, "Is it really okay for a woman to say such things? Go die." Wuxia's face turned red from being teased. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Yang Kai and said, "Are you going to give it to me or not?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and stopped teasing her. Instead, he directly tossed the spirit pill over. Wuxia happily caught it. First, she carefully observed it but couldn't figure out what it was. Then, she leaned forward and sniffed it, even sticking out her pink tongue and licking it gently. "Is that necessary?" Yang Kai's face darkened. "Can't you just eat it? What kind of spirit pill is this?" Wuxia looked up and asked. "An extraordinary treasure pill." As soon as these words came out, Wuxia was stunned. Her beautiful eyes trembled violently as she stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. You know? Yang Kai looked at her with slight surprise. After all, in the Four Seasons realm, there were many cultivators who didn't know about the extraordinary treasure lotus and the extraordinary treasure pill, and it was only thanks to Lan Sun's explanation. It was only after Lan Sun's explanation that everyone realized how precious it was. But Hua Qingxi's demeanor made it obvious she knew what it was at a glance. How could I not know? Hua Qingxi replied matter-of-factly, her voice trembling inexplicably, this is the famous extraordinary treasure pill, an extraordinary treasure pill that may not appear even once in 1,000 years. She wasn't exaggerating. Although the extraordinary treasure lotus might appear every once in a while, the extraordinary treasure pill was extremely difficult to obtain because if the extraordinary treasure lotus was not taken or refined into a pill within 3 hours after it matured, its medicinal efficacies would be exhausted. For an extraordinary treasure pill to be born, 2 conditions must be met. The birth of the extraordinary treasure lotus. At the same time as the birth of the extraordinary treasure lotus, a skilled alchemist must be nearby. Both conditions being met at the same time was almost a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence, and even if they were met, the alchemist would still need to perform at a normal or extraordinary level, otherwise, if the refinement failed, everything would be lost. It wasn't as if such a thing had never happened before in history. An alchemist who was under too much pressure while refining an extraordinary treasure pill ended up failing and dying. From this, it could be seen how precious and rare the extraordinary treasure pill was. Sure enough, you know what's good for you, Yang Kai grinned. Where did you get it? Is there such a thing in the Flowing Time Temple? Hua Qingxi was still shocked and was unable to recover her composure for a long time. I refined it myself, Yang Kai replied. You're also an alchemist? Hua Qingxi's expression suddenly became strange. Can't I? Yang Kai responded unhappily before urging, what are you still holding on to? Eat it. You're now in the third order Dao source realm, so if you take it, it won't be long before you break through to the Emperor realm. Are you really giving this to me? Although Hua Qingxi asked this, her hand was still tightly clenching the extraordinary treasure pill. Why would I take it out if I didn't give it to you? Yang Kai was amused by her and thought for a while before explaining, let's put it this way, although you reluctantly handed over your soul brand and formed an unsatisfactory relationship with me, with this bond in place, I'm not afraid of you betraying me or exposing my secrets. Moreover, the stronger you become, the more useful you will be to me. I also hope that you can break through to the Emperor realm as soon as possible. When that time comes, I'll take you around the world and let you out to bite whoever I don't like. Am I a dog? When Hua Qingxi first started listening, a grateful and touched expression appeared on her pretty face, but the more she listened, the more she felt that something was amiss. Her expression immediately turned cold, as if a layer of frost could be scraped off it. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and take it. Yang Kai coldly snorted. I understand now. Hua Qingxi squinted at him and sneered, you have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. You want to be nice to others, but you're too embarrassed to do so. You're afraid that showing off too much will shake your dominant position, yet you still speak so viciously and ruthlessly. Do you believe I won't strip you naked and throw you out? Yang Kai threatened fiercely, feeling a little angry out of shame. Come. Hua Qingxi's pretty face blushed, but she didn't back down and stood up straight, challenging Yang Kai, if you really dare to do that, I'll announce to the world that this old lady is your woman. Let's see if you'll be made a cuckold then. So vicious? Yang Kai was shocked. Humph. Hua Qingxi sneered, if you're afraid, obediently call me elder sister and I'll be merciful enough to let you go. You win. Yang Kai angrily rebuked, gritting his teeth as his figure flickered and he left the small sealed world. If he continued to be entangled with this crazy woman, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to bear it. Don't go, I haven't finished speaking yet, Hua Qingxi hurriedly called out, but there was no response. After a while, she pursed her red lips and looked at the extraordinary treasure pill in her hand, muttering to herself, "It seems that if I hadn't seen some of his secrets at that time, I wouldn't have fallen to my current realm. But if I hadn't fallen to this point, I wouldn't have been able to obtain this extraordinary treasure pill. Fortune and misfortune really come hand in hand. Forget it, for this spirit pill, what harm is there in being locked up for 100 years? Saying so, a smile appeared on her face. Although she now had the cultivation of the third-order Tao source realm, she didn't have the slightest confidence in breaking through to the Emperor realm. Her current cultivation had been slowly and steadily improved over time. But how to break through this bottleneck and pry into the mysteries of the Emperor realm was something she had never grasped. When she was in Star Soul Palace, she had looked for opportunities to consult the masters in the palace, but no one had been able to give her a satisfactory answer. No one had been able to guide her down a bright path. She secretly felt that if she didn't have a special opportunity in this life, it would be impossible for her to touch upon the mysteries of the Emperor realm. But now, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had suddenly appeared in front of her. How could Hua Qingxi not be excited? The reason why she knew about the extraordinary treasure pill was precisely because breaking through to the Emperor realm was a hopeless endeavor, so she had deliberately checked the ancient records of Star Soul Palace to see if there were any pills in this world that could help her break through. And all of these ancient books had recorded the words extraordinary treasure pill. According to the ancient records, this was a spirit pill that could directly break through to the Emperor realm. As long as one's aptitude wasn't too bad and their perception wasn't too low, after taking this pill, one could break through to the Emperor realm. As for the cultivator who cultivated to the third-order Tao source realm, which one of them didn't have enough aptitude? It was just a matter of time. Someone like Xia Sheng and Wu Chang might be able to break through to the Emperor realm within 5 or even 3 years after taking this pill. For those with less aptitude, it might take 10 or 20 years, but so what if it took 100 years? As long as one could break through to the Emperor realm, any amount of waiting would be worth it. This was already a great gift. Hua Qingxi knew that her relationship with Yang Kai was only that of master and servant because of the soul brand, so she never expected that the other party would be willing to give her such a spirit pill. This person's generosity and open-mindedness were really beyond her expectations. While contemplating, Hua Qingxi no longer hesitated and directly stuffed the extraordinary treasure pill into her mouth. Since she knew about the extraordinary treasure pill, she naturally knew that the sooner she took it, the better. Once the spirit pill entered her abdomen, she immediately sat down cross-legged and silently circulated her secret art to dissolve the medicinal efficacies. At the same time, in the palace wing of Soaring Swallow Peak, Yang Kai appeared in a disheveled state, cursing and swearing, looking quite depressed. The furnace of extraordinary treasure pills he refined wasn't just 4 pills as he had told others, but 5. When the pill tribulation arrived, Lu Yen had wrapped up the extraordinary treasure pills and hid inside the sealed world bead, taking all of them away with her. After the pill tribulation, Yang Kai took advantage of the fact that everyone was still in a daze to quietly put back 4 of them, all without anyone knowing. Therefore, although this small bell was only a Tao source grade low-rank artifact, its true value was not below that of an ordinary Tao source grade high-rank artifact. In fact, it was even more valuable. And from the shape of this small bell, one could tell at a glance that it was a defensive artifact. If it was refined into one's body, it could protect one's knowledge, sea and soul from external attacks. Yang Kai really did not have a soul-type artifact. When he was still very weak, he had a small offensive sword, but as his strength increased, that thing had long been eliminated. Moreover, he had comprehended the blossoming lotus secret technique on his own. Its offensive power was stronger and more mysterious than most soul-type artifacts. Therefore, he had never considered collecting this type of artifact. Gao Shueting's gift to him could be considered to have made up for one of his shortcomings, with the protection of this artifact, coupled with Yang Kai's powerful soul, it would be very difficult for others to harm his knowledge sea with a sneak attack. As the saying goes, one does not dare refuse a gift from an elder. Yang Kai was not a disciple of the temple, but Gao Shui Ting was a master of the Emperor realm. Therefore, when she gave Yang Kai this artifact, Yang Kai did not think much about it and just thanked her. At this moment, it seemed that it would take some time to refine it. Since he had nothing to do now and was only waiting for news, it was time to start refining the artifact. Thinking of this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. He sat down cross-legged and released his divine sense, enveloping the purple sun profound light shield. More than 10 days passed by slowly. Over the past 10 days, Yang Kai had been sitting cross-legged in his room, not taking a single step out as he worked hard to refine the purple sun profound light shield. Through these days of hard work, he had only managed to refine a third of the artifact's barrier. He could store it in his knowledge sea and barely activate a bit of its power. But if he wanted to completely refine it, he would need more time to accumulate power. This purple sun profound light shield was worthy of being a Dao source grade low-rank soul-type artifact. Its function seemed to be extremely powerful. Just now, it had turned into a purple light curtain that shrouded Yang Kai's knowledge sea, forming a strong layer of protection. If others wanted to hurt Yang Kai's knowledge sea, they would have to break through this purple protection first. Because it had not been completely refined, Yang Kai did not know if it had any other functions, but this alone was enough to make him look forward to it. On this day, Yang Kai suddenly felt something and quickly opened his eyes to look outside. Just as he opened his eyes, a person's voice sounded outside the door, shouting, "Brother Yang, I'm here to see you." When Yang Kai heard this voice, he knew that the person who spoke was Xia Sheng. As soon as the voice fell, Xia Sheng pushed the door open and entered. Another person's voice sounded, "Brother, he hasn't invited you in yet. What if you interfere with his cultivation?" This person was Xiao Baiyi. Yes, maybe junior brother Yang is comprehending some kind of secret technique. "Brother, don't be so rash." Murong Xiao Zhao's voice also sounded, seemingly very worried. Ah. Xia Sheng heard this and could not help but look embarrassed. He was in a dilemma and scratched his head, whispering, "What should I do then? I've already called out." "It's okay, please come in." Yang Kai responded. The expression on Xia Sheng's face suddenly relaxed as he laughed and stepped in. "Thank you for your hospitality," Xiao Baiyi said and walked in. Not long after, several people appeared in front of Yang Kai. To Yang Kai's great surprise, in addition to Xia Sheng, Xiao Baiyi, and Murong Xiao, Chen Muji was also there. He was not familiar with Yang Kai and had only met him a few times, so at this moment, they just nodded to each other as a greeting. Xia Sheng, on the other hand, was very enthusiastic and introduced them to each other. This guest room was simple, so Yang Kai did not have the idea of inviting them to sit down. Instead, he looked at Xia Sheng and said, "You all came together, is there something you want to tell me?" Xia Sheng nodded slightly, smiled mysteriously, and said, "Temple Master summoned us." "Me too?" Yang Kai frowned. These people in front of him were all elites of Azure Sun Temple, so it was natural for them to be summoned, but the meaning of Xia Sheng's words was that even he was summoned, which made Yang Kai a little confused. "Exactly." Xia Sheng nodded and said, "Temple Master specifically asked us to come here and bring Brother Yang to see him." "Do you know what it is?" Yang Kai asked. "Good news." Xia Sheng grinned. Xiao Baiyi said at this moment, "When we left last time, didn't Temple Master say that sentence? I think we are probably going to receive a reward this time." "Receive a reward?" Yang Kai's expression was extremely strange, but, "I have already made a request to Temple Master Wen. What else does Temple Master Wen want to reward me with?" Xia Sheng smiled and said, "How can that small request make up for the merit of your 6-star seals?" Temple Master has always been fair in his rewards and punishments. Brother Yang, you have made such a huge contribution to the temple this time, so it can't be offset by a small request. Yes. Xiao Baiyi nodded. You also notice that this time, the Temple Master only summoned the few of us, and the few of us are the ones who obtained the extra star seals. Me, Xiao Xiao, and junior brother Chen were all rewarded for just turning in a single star seal, not to mention you turning in 6 at once. Enough chit-chat, let's go quickly. I can't wait to know what the Temple Master will reward me with, Xia Sheng said with an impatient expression. Then, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way, Yang Kai said politely. Immediately, the group of 5 each used their movement skills and secret techniques and flew towards the main peak of Azure Sun Temple. After a short while, they arrived at Myriad Saints Peak and went straight to the main hall. However, when they crossed the gate, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed slightly. At this moment, he felt a mysterious force suddenly appear and bless him. Before he could react, a feeling of weightlessness came over him. After they passed through the gate, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Where is Brother Yang? Xia Sheng's expression changed drastically as he asked in horror. Xiao Baiyi, Murong Xiao Xiao, Chen Muji, and the others also looked shocked and dignified. Don't worry, he was called by the Temple Master alone. A person's voice suddenly came from the front. Everyone looked up and found that the person who spoke was Gao Shueting. At this moment, Elder Gao was facing the crowd and standing there quietly. She was like a blooming white lotus, clear and distant. They looked at each other. Although they did not know why Wen Zishan wanted to take Yang Kai away alone, they were no longer worried and immediately said in unison, "Greetings, Elder Gao." Chapter 2207. At the same time, Yang Kai mysteriously appeared in one of the rooms of the Myriad Saints Peak Palace. After regaining control of his body, Yang Kai immediately put on a defensive posture and looked around. Not far in front of him, Wen Zishan was lying lazily on a chair, looking at him with a smile. Greetings, Temple Master 1. Yang Kai straightened his face and cupped his fists. Wen Zishan nodded and said, "You're welcome." Saying so, he stood up and walked to the table. He picked up a wine bottle and a jar of wine from the table and filled his cup. In an instant, the room was filled with the fragrance of wine. He took a sip and put on a look of ecstasy, as if he was savoring the taste. Looking at him like this, Yang Kai's mouth twitched slightly, but he did not disturb him and just waited quietly. After a long time, Wen Zishan seemed to have recovered from the pleasure and said with a satisfied expression, "You should know why I called you here, right?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "I heard some guesses from Brother Xia." Wen Zishan laughed, "Boy, you're very cautious." "Well, I called you here to give you a reward. Although you made a request to this king a few days ago, that request is not enough to offset your contribution to the temple. However, you're not a disciple of the temple, so you're an outsider. This king has been in a dilemma for a long time about the reward." "Boy, I don't ask for much," Yang Kai smiled slightly. Wen Zishan said, "What kind of reward do you want? Why don't you tell me, if possible? This king can satisfy you." He threw the initiative to Yang Kai. This approach seemed generous and open-minded. In fact, Kai Yang was well aware of what was going on. Because he was just a cultivator in the First Order Dao Source Realm, while Wen Zishan was a Third Order Emperor Realm Master and a Sect Master. Therefore, what was precious and rare to Yang Kai might be ordinary to Wen Zishan. If Yang Kai proposed the reward, Wen Zishan might be able to get it easily. How could Yang Kai be so stupid? He naturally would not miss such a rare opportunity. He just said, "What reward can Temple Master Wen give this junior?" Hearing this, Wen Zishan showed a look of approval. When the two looked at each other, everything was understood without words. After a moment of silence, Wen Zishan said, "Based on the number of star seals you have handed, this king can open the gate of the temple's treasury and allow you to enter to choose any 3 items." Yang Kai's eyes suddenly. This was what Wen Zishan had said. However, the Azure Sun Temple's treasure vault did not belong to him. As one of the top sects in the Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple's treasure vault was naturally filled with countless rare treasures. If Yang Kai could really enter and take 3 things, it might allow his strength to improve by leaps and bounds. Just as he was tempted. Wen Zishan said in a provocative tone, "There are many treasures in the temple's treasury. There are countless artifacts, including 2 emperor artifacts, but as for what those emperor artifacts are and where they are, you'll have to find them yourself. I won't tell you. In addition, there are all kinds of spirit pills that are difficult to find in the outside world, as well as secret arts and secret tomes that have never been taught to outsiders. With your cultivation, any one of them is a great opportunity. Moreover, there are many cultivation experiences and insights of the masters in the Emperor realm." Yang Kai's breathing slowly quickened. He really did not expect Wen Zishan to be so generous to him. No matter what, he was still an outsider, but Wen Zishan was willing to open the gate of the treasury to him. This alone was enough to make Yang Kai very grateful. However, although what Wen Zishan said was precious and rare, it still did not make Yang Kai immediately make up his mind. He did not care about the emperor artifacts, and he could refine the pills himself. He did not particularly need them. He could also ignore secret arts because even if he took them, he would not have so much time to cultivate them. Instead, the cultivation experiences and insights of the masters in the Emperor realm made Yang Kai slightly tempted. These things could help him save a lot of time and avoid many detours. Seeing his expression change, Wen Zishan was a little surprised and said, "What? None of these things attract you?" Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "Please forgive me, Temple Master 1. I just don't know how to decide." Wen Zishan smiled and said, "This king understands. And, if you don't like these things, how about this king personally teach you a secret art?" Yang Kai looked up at him and said in a deep voice, "Temple Master 1, may I ask, what reward will Brother Xia and the others get this time? Will they be able to enter the treasury and take out any 3 items?" As soon as these words came out, Wen Zishan's smile immediately became meaningful. He pointed at Yang Kai and said, "Boy, you've asked the right question. It seems, the reward that Brother Xia and the others get is a little different from mine," Yang Kai said knowingly. "Yes, it is indeed different. After all, they are disciples of the temple, and you are not." Wen Zishan admitted bluntly. He was not worried that Yang Kai would throw a tantrum because the truth was right there. After all, people were still divided into close and distant. However, he changed the topic and said, "You also have a chance to get the same reward as them. I just don't know if you're willing. I'd like to hear the details." Yang Kai looked solemn. Although he did not know what kind of reward Xia Sheng and the others would get, since Wen Zishan admitted that the reward was different, it meant that Xia Sheng and the others would get better rewards. Since there was such an opportunity, Yang Kai would certainly fight for it. However, he was very curious about what kind of reward would be better than entering the treasury and choosing any 3 items. Wen Zishan did not answer him immediately this time. Instead, he said, "Do you know why this king built Azure Sun Temple here?" Yang Kai thought to himself, that was hundreds of thousands of years ago. How would I know? Although he was muttering in his heart, he put on a look of asking for advice and said, "I don't know. Of course, it's because there is something very special here," Wen Zishan said. As he spoke, a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes, and he continued, 800 years ago, this king accidentally passed by the Azure Sun mountain range and found something. That thing had a mysterious effect. This king was already a third-order Emperor realm master at that time, so he wanted to collect that thing, but unfortunately, he did not succeed. I could only live here temporarily. However, you must also swear an oath that you will never reveal the secret of the Divine Ascension Mirror to anyone for the rest of your life, otherwise, this brat understands. Yang Kai nodded and immediately swore an oath in front of Wen Zishan. Chapter 2208. Half a day later, Yang Kai returned to Flying Swallow Peak from Wen Zishan's place. During this half a day, Wen Zishan explained the mysteries of the Divine Ascension Mirror to Yang Kai in detail. The more Yang Kai learned about the Divine Ascension Mirror, the more surprised he became that such a treasure could be born in this world and that such a mysterious space existed. Wen Zishan was right. As long as one could enter the Divine Ascension Mirror and come out alive, any cultivator would receive a massive boost in strength. This kind of boost wasn't just a boost to one's strength, but rather a boost to one's foundation and overall abilities. This was a significant boost to any cultivator. At this point, he finally understood why Gao Shueting suddenly came to find him a few days ago and gave him the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield before she left. She had either anticipated this or was preparing ahead of time, so she specifically gave Yang Kai a soul-type defensive artifact in order to give him an extra layer of protection after he entered the Divine Ascension Mirror. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. After thinking about it for a while, he smiled bitterly and muttered under his breath, "The older the wiser." The reason he said this was because he understood one thing. Wen Zishan and the others had probably discussed this more than 10 days ago before he entered the Divine Ascension Mirror. But today, Temple Master Wen deliberately made things difficult for him and vaguely pointed out that the rewards Xia Sheng and the others received were different from Yang Kai's, all in order to lure Yang Kai into using up his previous promise. In other words, even if Yang Kai didn't use Wen Zishan's promise, he should still be able to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror. Things had already gotten to this point. There was no point in regretting it. Yang Kai felt like he should be thanking Wen Zishan instead. He had opened up the great secret of Azure Sun Temple to an outsider like him, giving him a chance to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror. So what if he used up that promise? He was going to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror tomorrow, so Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to refine the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield after returning to Flying Swallow Peak. After all, it would only take half a day, so no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't have much of an effect. He simply sat down cross-legged and adjusted his condition to its optimal state. The next day. Early in the morning, Yang Kai opened his eyes. His eyes were sparkling. It was obvious that he had rested well. Then, he set off towards a certain direction in the depths of the Azure Sun Mountain range. About an hour later, Yang Kai landed at the foot of a high mountain. On the other side of the open space, there were already 4 figures standing there. Yang Kai glanced at them. He discovered that the 4 people were Xia Sheng, Xiao Baiyi, Murong Xiao Xiao, and Chen Muji. I knew that Brother Yang would definitely come. Xia Sheng looked at Yang Kai and laughed. Xiao Baiyi, on the other hand, was shocked because he thought that the Divine Ascension Mirror was related to the sect secrets. Even if Yang Kai, an outsider, had made great contributions, it was also impossible for him to have the opportunity to enter. However, he did not expect his own hall master to be so generous. Junior Brother Yang. Murong Xiao Xiao smiled at Yang Kai and nodded in greeting. Brother Yang. Chen Muji also cupped his fist slightly. Although he wasn't familiar with Yang Kai yet, he had at least exchanged a few words with him. Moreover, everyone was going to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror this time, so they had to support each other, so there was no problem in building a good relationship beforehand. Yang Kai also cupped his fists in response, greeting everyone one by one and exchanging a few words with them. Only then did he change the topic. Are we the only ones entering this time? Is there no elder leading the team? Xia Sheng smiled. Of course there is. It said that the divine Ascension mirror is quite dangerous, so the temple won't feel safe letting us Dao Source Realm cultivators enter alone. They will probably send an elder from the Emperor Realm to assist us. But we don't know who it is. Chen Muji smiled. Xia Sheng's face darkened as he muttered, please don't let it be Elder Gao. Last time, he was thrown off the ship by Gao Shueting on the way to and from the Four Seasons realm, so he was quite afraid of her. After saying this, Xia Sheng turned his head suspiciously and looked at Murong Xiao Xiao with a puzzled expression. Xiao Xiao, didn't you rest well last night? Why are your eyelids twitching? It's not that. Murong Xiao Xiao answered softly with an anxious expression on her face. Humph. Xiao Bai coldly snorted and turned his gaze away. Chen Muji and Yang Kai, one of them looked up at the sky while the other looked down at the ground. Xia Sheng suddenly seemed to understand something and couldn't help but shiver. Behind him, he felt a chill, as if a peerless demon god was standing behind him. Her tall figure covered the sky, making Xia Sheng feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Huh. He suddenly let out a dry laugh. What did I just say? Before he could finish speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his head, as if someone had hit him hard. Then, he fell to the ground and lay there with his arms and legs spread out, not moving at all. All of you, follow me. Gao Shueting said indifferently as she turned around and flew upwards. Yes. Several people responded and followed closely behind Gao Shueting. Before Murong Xiao Xiao left, she looked at Xia Sheng sympathetically, but she didn't have the courage to pull him up. She could only silently pray for her brother in her heart. Along the way, Gao Shueting didn't say a word, making the disciples feel a great deal of pressure. For some reason, when the disciples got along with Gao Shueting, they couldn't help but become serious, as if they were intimidated by her cold aura. Not long after, everyone arrived at the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was a flat and smooth cliff facing the abyss. Gao Shueting stopped in front of the cliff. Yang Kai and the others stood about 10 meters away from Gao Shueting and looked at the place curiously. Yang Kai's curiosity was understandable because he was not a disciple of Azure Sun Temple and was unfamiliar with everything here. However, Xiao Bai and the others were different. Although they had lived in Azure Sun Temple for many years and had been here to learn from their masters, and had passed by this place many times, they had never paid much attention to this place. They thought it was just an ordinary mountain peak, but they didn't expect that there was a huge secret hidden here. After entering, don't look at what you shouldn't look at, and don't say what you shouldn't say. Gao Shueting suddenly said seriously, especially you. When she said the last sentence, her majestic gaze was cast on Xia Sheng, who was hiding behind Murong Xiao Xiao. She didn't know when he had caught up. This disciple will become a mute now. When Xia Sheng heard this, he immediately reached out and drew a line across his mouth, as if he was sewing it shut with an invisible needle and thread. Only then did Gao Shueting turn her head and face the flat cliff, calling out, "Is Grandma Yu here?" Shueting is under the orders of the sect master to bring a few disciples into the divine Ascension mirror. Grandma, please open the barrier. Her tone was extremely polite, not even when facing Wen Zishan and Qiu Ran. It was fine with Wen Zishan, but Gao Shueting seemed to have been brought up by Wen Zishan. The two of them had a very close relationship, and Wen Zishan often did things that angered Gao Shueting, so Gao Shueting naturally didn't respect him. However, Qiu Ran, as the vice-temple master of Azure Sun Temple and a second-order Emperor Realm master, had never been treated so politely by Gao Shueting. Moreover, Yang Kai faintly felt that besides politeness, Gao Shueting's attitude also had a trace of caution and nervousness. Coupled with the way she addressed herself as if she was a junior, Yang Kai immediately guessed that this Grandma Yu, who was guarding the forbidden area, should be an old antique with an extremely bad temper. This speculation surprised Yang Kai slightly, because he didn't expect that there would be such a person in Azure Sun Temple. After Gao Shueting shouted, she kept waiting. After half an incense stick worth of time, a flash of light suddenly appeared on the cliff in front of them. Immediately after, a cave appeared on the originally empty cliff. When Gao Shueting saw this, she whispered to everyone, "Follow me." Then, her figure flickered and she rushed into the cave, with the others following closely behind. After entering the cave, a cold atmosphere immediately enveloped everyone. Even though the weakest person present was a Dao Source Realm cultivator, they couldn't help but shiver and get goosebumps. The cave was quiet and secluded, and the light was dim. Gao Shueting led the way at the front while the others followed closely behind. No one spoke, and even the sound of their breathing was suppressed to the limit. Only the faint sound of their heartbeats could be heard, adding to the eerie atmosphere. The path in the cave was full of twists and turns, and Gao Shueting seemed to be leading everyone into the heart of the mountain. After walking for a long time, a light suddenly appeared in front of them. After a short while, everyone arrived at a spacious cave. Looking around, this cave was clean and monotonous, and there wasn't much in it. However, in the center of the cave, there was a flickering, mirror-like object about the size of a table. Everyone's expression couldn't help but shake as they immediately understood that this was the legendary Divine Ascension mirror. All of them looked in that direction, wanting to see it clearly. However, when everyone looked in that direction, they discovered that the Divine Ascension mirror was extremely mysterious. The originally flat surface of the mirror had suddenly transformed into a huge vortex that released an unimaginable suction force. Immediately after, everyone's knowledge seas began to churn, and their souls became restless, as if their souls were about to be sucked away. Everyone turned pale with fright and hurriedly averted their gazes. No one dared to pay attention to that strange existence anymore, and all of them broke out in cold sweat. Young people always need to suffer a little before they realize how insignificant they are. Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice rang out, echoing throughout the spacious cave. It made everyone feel as if 100 claws were scratching at their hearts, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. If one really had to describe this voice, it was like the sound of two pieces of iron rubbing against each other. Yang Kai and the others felt their scalps go numb when they heard it. Along with the voice, a figure strangely appeared in front of everyone. No one noticed when she had appeared, and even Gao Shueting's source chi seemed to have subconsciously surged the moment this person appeared, but she quickly suppressed it. Chapter 2209. Greetings, Grandma. Gao Shueting's face turned solemn as she cupped her fists towards the figure. Yang Kai and the others also hurriedly looked towards the newcomer and found that Grandma Yu's figure was extremely short, only reaching up to Yang Kai's chest. Her waist was bent and she held a walking stick in her hand. She looked extremely weak and trembling. Grandma Yu's face couldn't be described with just the word ugly. Her face was full of potholes, traces of erosion from the flowing time Great Emperor. There were countless wrinkles on her face, and there were even many age spots on her face. It seemed like she didn't have long to live. Only her pair of green eyes were bright and full of spirit. Everyone felt their hair stand on end when they looked into those eyes. The first word that came to mind when looking at such a dignified gaze was ferocious. Murong Xiao Xiao, who was a little timid, already had her pretty face slightly pale. Even Yang Kai and the other men all had uncomfortable looks on their faces. But since she was in front of them, they didn't dare to not salute, so they immediately cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, Senior." Grandma Yu nodded slightly and didn't say much, just sweeping her eyes over them. At the same time, an almost suffocating divine sense swept over everyone's bodies. Yang Kai turned pale with fright as he stared at the old woman in front of him in shock. Because he discovered that her divine sense was incredibly powerful. It was comparable to Aunt Feng, whom he had met before. They weren't any weaker. Aunt Feng was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, someone who was on par with Wen Zishan. However, the energy fluctuations coming from this Grandma Yu's body shouldn't have reached the third-order Emperor realm. According to Yang Kai's experience, she should only be a first-order Emperor realm master. In other words, although this old woman only had a first-order Emperor realm cultivation, her divine sense was comparable to a third-order Emperor realm master. He didn't know if it was because of her innate talent or because she had been guarding the divine Ascension mirror all year round. Yang Kai secretly felt that the latter was more likely because according to Wuxia Xianxia, the greatest use of the divine Ascension mirror was to improve the cultivator's divine sense. She had been guarding the divine Ascension mirror all year round, so she must have obtained great benefits from this unique treasure. After Granny Yu scanned the crowd with her divine sense, she suddenly turned her gaze to Yang Kai, and as if she had discovered something, she chuckled strangely and said, "This little guy is quite interesting." Gao Shueting glanced at Yang Kai. She frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. After Granny Yu made this comment, she did not comment further on Yang Kai. Instead, she said in an ear-piercing voice, "The others are just so." Gao Shueting cupped her fists and said, "I'll have to trouble Grandma to send them into the divine Ascension mirror." "Humph, that little bastard Wuxia Xianxia. You only know how to order me around." Granny Yu said. He suddenly cursed. Kai Yang and the others were all shocked, staring dumbfounded at the old woman in front of them, their faces filled with disbelief. Wuxia Xianxia was the temple master of Azure Sun Temple, and since this Granny Yu was ordered to guard the restricted area, she should also be a member of the temple. As a cultivator of the temple, she actually dared to speak so rudely and call the temple master a little bastard in front of so many people. No matter how they thought about it, they felt that something was wrong. After Granny Yu finished cursing, she turned her head and glared at them with a hawk-like gaze. She said fiercely, "What? He trapped me here, and I can't even scold him? Do you have any objections?" Everyone hurriedly shook their heads, feeling like there was a lot of information in this sentence. On the other side, Gao Shueting frowned and said, "Granny, you're only here because of the bet with the temple master. Why do you have to? What do you know?" Granny Yu's temper was really bad. After scolding Wuxia Xianxia, she got angry at Gao Shueting and said agitatedly, "You were just a little girl back then. What do you know?" Wuxia Xianxia, that bastard, if this old woman wasn't his opponent, I would have torn him to pieces. She seemed to have recalled something very bad, so she started cursing endlessly. As she cursed, she banged the crutch in her hand so loudly that the entire cave was filled with loud noises. Yang Kai and the others stood in place, trembling with fear. They were afraid that this old woman would go crazy and attack them. With her powerful divine sense, which was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, if she really attacked, Gao Shueting might not be able to protect them. Fortunately, although Granny Yu was furious, she had not lost her mind, so after cursing for a while, she suddenly shut up and stood in place, gasping for breath, as if she was tired. Gao Shueting's expression was also very ugly. She suppressed the impatience in her heart and did not dare to interrupt her. She waited for her to finish cursing before saying, "Granny, let's send them in first. This old woman knows." The old woman replied impatiently, then turned to Gao Shueting and asked, "Do you want to go in this time?" Gao Shueting replied, "Yes." "Good, then each of you can find a stone room." After Granny Yu finished speaking, she suddenly pointed her crutch in front of them. Following the direction she was pointing, Yang Kai and the others noticed that there were man-made stone rooms around the mysterious divine Ascension mirror. There was a restriction token hanging on the door of each stone room. After a rough count, there were a total of 10 stone rooms, all of which surrounded the divine Ascension mirror in a semicircle. Gao Shueting explained, "I'm sure you already know how to enter the divine Ascension mirror. Only soul avatars can enter that place, so after we enter the restricted area, our physical bodies will not be able to move." These stone rooms were personally built by the temple master. While your divine sense is in the divine Ascension mirror, as long as the restriction is activated, your safety will be guaranteed. Without the restriction token or the temple master personally acting, no one will be able to destroy these stone rooms. They will damage your physical bodies. Everyone listened. They nodded to express their understanding. Isn't it all to guard against this old woman? Granny Yu snorted in dissatisfaction and smiled wickedly. Since you're so worried about this old woman, why didn't you just kill me back then? Why did you give this old woman such a heavy responsibility to guard this restricted area? She talked to herself, but no one paid any attention to her. However, Yang Kai and the others knew that she was telling the truth. Wen Zishan had specially built these stone rooms to protect the disciples whose soul avatars entered the Divine Ascension Mirror. It was most likely to guard against Granny Yu. After all, Granny Yu gave off a very dangerous vibe. No one knew what she would do, and if she damaged their physical bodies while they were in the Divine Ascension Mirror, they would probably be trapped in the Divine Ascension Mirror for the rest of their lives. While she was speaking, everyone had already found a stone room. They took the restriction token hanging on the door and walked in. Gao Shueting didn't rush in and instead stood in place. She explained how to use the restriction token to everyone. Not long after, everyone understood and immediately closed the doors of the stone rooms before activating the restriction token and activating the restrictions of their respective stone rooms. After everyone was done, Gao Shueting chose an empty stone room and walked in. Before closing the door, she said, "I'll have to trouble Granny Yu next." "There's no need for your nonsense," Granny Yu replied. Gao Shueting didn't say anything else and activated the restrictions as well, waiting silently. A short while later, Granny Yu stood in front of the Divine Ascension Mirror with her walking stick. Suddenly, she tossed her walking stick aside and opened her arms. At the same time, a wave of divine sense surged out and poured into the Divine Ascension Mirror. She muttered something under her breath. It seemed like she was chanting some kind of incantation, but if one listened carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell what it was. Following her actions, the Divine Ascension Mirror, which was originally flowing with light, immediately erupted with a dazzling divine light. At this moment, Yang Kai and the others, who were sitting cross-legged in the stone room, were also enveloped by this light. Within this light, everyone felt extremely uncomfortable, as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. It was a terrifying feeling. However, no one tried to resist because this phenomenon was extremely normal. Every cultivator who entered the Divine Ascension Mirror would experience this. Wang. The huge Divine Ascension Mirror suddenly started spinning faster and faster, gradually forming a wave of energy that swept out in all directions. Sand and stones were instantly sent flying in all directions as the stones smashed into the stone rooms and cave walls, causing cracking sounds. **Xio. 6 streaks of light shot out from each of the 6 stone rooms and disappeared into the spinning Divine Ascension Mirror. At the same time, the figures of Yang Kai and the others flashed across the surface of the Divine Ascension Mirror. Granny Yu, who was in the middle of casting her technique, suddenly stared at the Divine Ascension Mirror as if she had discovered something. She cried out involuntarily, "Impossible. That's impossible, right? That brat actually has such a precious treasure on him? Did this old woman see wrongly?" After saying this, she clapped her hands together and slapped them together. The spinning Divine Ascension Mirror immediately stabilized and returned to its original state. However, Granny Yu's face was completely pale, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Her already short figure became even more bent, as if activating the Divine Ascension Mirror this time had taken a huge toll on her. Damn it all!" She screamed, "Wen Zishan, you spared my life only because activating the Divine Ascension Mirror requires the divine sense of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Don't think this old woman doesn't know your sinister intentions. You'll pay the price sooner or later." After saying this, she quickly sat down cross-legged and took out some spirit pills from her space ring, stuffing them into her mouth like they were jelly beans. Whether or not this old woman saw wrongly, I still have to go in and verify it. If it really is that thing, Wen Zishan, you're done for, haha, ha 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 ha. She started to laugh maniacally after talking for a while. At the same time, at Myriad Saints Peak, when Zishan was looking into the distance, Chen Qian was beside him. When the divine sense of a third-order Emperor Realm Master appeared, Chen Qian said, "It looks like Sister Gao and the others have already entered." And, when Zishan nodded, everything went smoothly. Temple Master. Chen Qian suddenly turned to look at Wen Zishan. Actually, there's something this subordinate doesn't understand. It looked like a wild beast, but its body was enormous. It was as tall as a one-story building and its two sharp fangs were protruding out of its mouth, making it look extremely ferocious. The divine senses of the few Dao Source Realm cultivators immediately swept over it. After a brief investigation, they found that this monster beast was around the peak of the 10th order. In other words, it was equivalent to a monster beast at the peak of the Origin King realm. This kind of monster beast was naturally not worthy of anyone's attention, but it was perfect to be used as an experiment to facilitate Gao Shueting's explanation. It seemed that Gao Shueting had chosen a specific target. If something went wrong, Gao Shueting might recognize Yang Kai as the demon from that day. If that really happened, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to explain himself. Thinking of this, Yang Kai secretly decided that no matter what, he couldn't let these soul-devouring insects appear in front of Gao Shueting. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After inspecting the soul-warming lotus and the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai saw another thing in his soul avatar, something he had never thought of before. This thing counts as a soul-type artifact? I never knew about it. However, they weren't from the same sect after all, so it wasn't appropriate for them to ask about the secrets of others. Even Gao Shueting showed a surprised expression from time to time. A day later, a mountain range that stretched for an unknown number of kilometers appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Gao Shueting led everyone to the foot of the mountain and stopped. This is the heavenly monster mountain of the divine Ascension mirror world. There are countless monster beasts inside. After you enter, you can freely hunt them and obtain their soul sources to strengthen your divine sense. However, this queen must remind you that some of the monster beasts in the heavenly monster mountain are existences that even this queen can't afford to offend, so don't go too deep into the mountain range. It shouldn't be too much of a problem if you only move about 20,000 kilometers outside. Hearing her say this, everyone's expression couldn't help but become serious as they nodded to show that they understood. There aren't just monster beasts in the heavenly monster mountain. There are also some divine Ascension mirror cultivators who travel here. If you encounter them, try not to come into contact with them. Even if you do, don't reveal any information about the outside world. This is very important. Of course, aside from this, there are also the soul jades and soul crystals I mentioned to you before. This queen's mid-rank soul jade was obtained in the heavenly monster mountain. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, and they couldn't help but rub their hands together. In addition, your soul avatar can't leave your physical body for too long. Otherwise, there might be some unpredictable consequences. So, you will only be able to train here for 1 month. After 1 month, the seal on the token in the stone room will be activated. At that time, it will forcefully pull your soul avatar back to the outside world, so you must make good use of this time. Elder Murong Xiao suddenly asked, if we encounter some danger that we can't withstand, what should we do? Run. Gao Shueting's words were concise and comprehensive. If you can't escape, then stall for time until the 1-month deadline. After saying this, she swept her beautiful eyes across everyone and said, "This is your training. If you can't endure it," she furrowed her brows slightly and didn't continue speaking, but everyone knew what she meant. The growth of a cultivator was accompanied by all kinds of dangers, so everyone had already gotten used to the current situation, so there was nothing to complain about. "Alright, this queen will lead you here. The rest will depend on yourselves. Go in." Gao Shueting finished speaking. She waved her hand at everyone. Xia Sheng and the others looked at each other. Then, they nodded and turned to head towards the heavenly monster mountain. In the Divine Ascension mirror world, Divine Ascension country was in charge of everything. All sects and families were under the jurisdiction of the Divine Ascension country. In this place, the Divine Ascension country had supreme status and authority, and it led everything. It was said that a long, long time ago, there was no such thing as Divine Ascension country. The structure of this world was the same as the outside world, with families and sects occupying their own territories. However, ever since the current ruler of Divine Ascension country was born, he had unified the entire Divine Ascension country, and no one dared to disobey his orders. The current ruler was a heaven-shaking genius with the ability to split open the heavens and create a new world. He recruited a large number of experts to work for him. His lofty and magnificent image was known by all, and the unworldly merits he created were also widely spread. Under his rule, the entire Divine Ascension country was thriving, and its future was bright. Although this entire world was basically a one-man dictatorship, the emergence of Divine Ascension country had indeed prevented a lot of unnecessary killing and conflict. This was a supreme achievement. Because although they knew that the emperor lived in the palace, none of them had seen him since they came here. Usually, when they were playing with Zhou Dian, they would joke that Zhou Dian would take them to see the emperor. They wanted to see this peerless genius who had created the Divine Ascension country almost single-handedly. But every time, Zhou Dian would casually change the topic and never promise them. But today, this legendary figure had suddenly appeared in front of them. This naturally shocked them. While they were shocked, they also curiously looked at the person who had come. But as far as they could see, they couldn't see the emperor's features at all. The large black cloak and the ghost mask covered the emperor completely. Not even a piece of his skin was exposed. From his body, they couldn't see his gender. If they took another look, they couldn't help but feel dizzy and dizzy. They were so shocked that they hurriedly looked away. "Rise!" the person in front of Zhou Dian said faintly. The voice was hoarse and had a neutral tone. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhou Dian shouted and stood up, but he still bowed slightly. He looked at the emperor strangely and asked, "Your Majesty, what orders do you have for this subordinate this time?" Since the creation of the Divine Ascension country, Wang Shan hadn't asked Zhou Dian to do anything, but this time, the emperor actually took the initiative to come here. Zhou Dian had a faint premonition that something big was about to happen. After asking, Zhou Dian waited quietly for an answer. The emperor didn't speak for a long time. After a long time, the hoarse voice said, "The Star of Calamity has appeared in the heavenly monster mountain range, shaking the country's fate. Chaos is coming." "What?" Zhou Dian's expression changed as he exclaimed, "There's such a thing?" He gritted his teeth fiercely, a fierce look on his face. The cruelty that he usually hid was revealed at this moment. He sneered, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, this subordinate will send someone, you go personally." The emperor didn't wait for him to finish speaking and interrupted him. Zhou Dian was stunned when he heard this, but he quickly responded, "This subordinate will obey." This subordinate will not disappoint your majesty. Very good. The emperor said faintly before turning around and leaving. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. In the distance, a voice floated over, "Capture him alive." Zhou Jian cupped his fists in the direction of the voice, "Yes." After he finished speaking, he laughed out loud and muttered in a cold voice, "Finally, there is something to do. I hope that this trip will be successful. This general won't be bored. Take this servant with you, okay? This servant also wants to see Master's unique style. I want to go too." "Me too, me too." A group of women gathered around, chattering non-stop. Zhou Jian grinned maliciously as he looked around. Suddenly, he snorted coldly as an invisible force spread out from him. Whether it was the color, brightness, or size of this mass of light, it was not comparable to the monster beast they encountered for the first time. After all, the one in front of them was at the peak of the 11th order. However, although the spoils of war were before their eyes, no one was in a hurry to take them. Instead, all of them stood where they were with their brows tightly furrowed and revealed expressions of contemplation. As their expressions fluctuated, everyone seemed to have gained something. "Our previous combat experience doesn't seem to be of much use here," Xia Sheng was the first to speak. N. Xiao Baiyi nodded. "I think all of you have also noticed that when we fight here, our hands and feet are always tied, and it's difficult for us to let loose." Chen Muji stood up as he spoke, nodded slightly to Xia Sheng and Yang Kai, then used his movement skill to disappear. Soon, only Xia Sheng was left. Xia Sheng looked at Yang Kai with a smile and asked, "Brother Yang, which direction are you going?" "This way." Yang Kai pointed in a different direction from the others. Xia Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "Going deeper inside." "Brother Yang, you have to be careful. Elder Gao has said before." Elder Gao said that there are many existences in Heavenly Monster Mountain that even she doesn't dare to provoke. "I will also act according to my ability. I won't be greedy." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "That's for the best." Xia Sheng nodded. "Then, this Xia will take his leave first. See you when we get out," Xia Sheng said. Then he floated up. He flew in a certain direction. Looking at his direction, he also wanted to go deeper into Heavenly Monster Mountain, but it was different from the direction Yang Kai chose. Soon, Xia Sheng's figure disappeared. Yang Kai slowly stood up, turned his head to look at the interior of Heavenly Monster Mountain, and whispered, "It's time to go all out and do something big." At the same time, at the foot of Heavenly Monster Mountain range, a team of hundreds of people arrived. They stopped at the empty space at the foot of the mountain. This group was clearly a well-trained army, because even though there were several hundred people gathered together, their formation was not messed up, and their movements were orderly. The several hundred people stood there in complete silence, and only a solemn and cold aura lingered in the surroundings. That aura was like a crouching dragon that had emerged from the world, and it coiled above this group of people, causing the wind and clouds in the sky to surge. In the team, there was a large flag that fluttered in the wind. On the back of the flag, there was a lifelike picture of a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. It bared its fangs in a fierce aura that almost seeped out of the flag, causing people to feel suffocated. On the front of the flag, there was a large, Zhou, character. It was written with vigorous and forceful strokes. This was the National Guard of the Divine Ascension country and was also the elite division under Zhou Dian's command. At that very moment, Zhou Dian was riding on a snow-white 9-horned dragon beast. He was not wearing any armor, and was only wearing ordinary clothes. However, the murderous aura he emitted was still enough to make others tremble in fear. Staring at Heavenly Monster Mountain, which was close at hand, Zhou Dian sneered, "How nostalgic. The last time I came here was more than 2,000 years ago. I never thought that I would come here again in this lifetime." He muttered to himself, but none of his subordinates dared to respond. After a while, Zhou Dian suddenly shouted, "Lian Yan, Ban Qing, Yu Man, Yuan Qing." The 4 people responded and stepped forward, cupping their fists in unison. "Subordinate is here." These 4 people were all powerful First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. These 4 were also Zhou Dian's 4 capable generals. This time, they were ordered by the Emperor to capture the Star of Calamity in Heavenly Monster Mountain Range, so Zhou Dian naturally brought them along. There were 3 men and 1 woman among the 4. Besides the master called Yuman, who was a woman, the other 3 were all men. Among them, Lian Yan had a head full of red hair that reached his back. He looked extremely flamboyant, and from the faint red light on his body, this person's spiritual energy seemed to have some special power. Ban Qing was short and had an extremely ordinary appearance, but he was an expert in concealment and assassination. Even someone as strong as Zhou Dian could be killed by Ban Qing if he wasn't on guard. Yu Man looked to be around 30 years old. As soon as the bug cloud appeared, a buzzing sound could be heard. The Thunder Scion wolf clearly did not know what this thing was, but its instincts told it that something was wrong. Seeing that the insect cloud was charging towards it, it actually opened its mouth, and lightning flashed in its mouth. Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, an arc of lightning struck out, right above the insect cloud. The bug cloud was instantly scattered, but soon, they gathered in one place again. After releasing that attack, the Thunder Scion wolf actually turned around and fled. It had no intention of staying any longer. "Chase," Yang Kai said. In fact, there was no need for him to give any orders. The soul-devouring bug's instincts had already driven them to do so. The insect cloud was like a maggot in a tarsal bone as it directly covered the Thunder Scion wolf. Even though the latter's speed was not slow, it was still caught up in an extremely short period of time. The insect cloud only pounced downwards and completely enveloped the demonic beast. Miserable howls sounded in an instant. The continuous wails were extremely horrifying. The bug cloud rolled and wriggled like a living creature. Yang Kai stood quietly in the same place, watching everything. The Thunder Scion wolf's aura gradually weakened at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. The power is still a little lacking, Yang Kai thought. Although the unique characteristics of the soul-devouring bug made countless creatures extremely fearful, Yang Kai's soul-devouring bugs had grown up from a very low level. All these years, he had not paid much attention to them, simply allowing them to live and evolve freely on the island transformed by the soul-warming lotus. Even though they had grown quite a bit after such a long time, they were still unable to meet the needs of Yang Kai's current battle. A 10th order monster beast was only equivalent to an Origin King realm cultivator. In the outside world, if Yang Kai attacked, he would be able to decide the outcome of the battle with a single blow. However, it would take some time for the soul-devouring demon insects to attack. However, this divine Ascension mirror world was practically a paradise for the soul-devouring demon insects. If it was used well, these soul-devouring demon insects might be able to undergo earth-shattering changes within a month. When that time came, Yang Kai would definitely have another trump card in his hands. Moreover, it would be a trump card that would be impossible to defend against. As such, Yang Kai made up his mind to take advantage of the uniqueness of this place. He would make use of the remaining time. He would properly nurture the soul-devouring demon insects. While he was deep in thought, the insect cloud began to roll faster and faster. The Thunder Scion wolf's howls also gradually weakened until they finally stopped moving. Yang Kai observed carefully and discovered that the Thunder Cyan Wolf's body was being rapidly devoured by the soul-devouring demon insects. After all, the creatures here were all soul avatars and did not have physical bodies. They were the most delicious food for the soul-devouring demon insects. If Yang Kai were to attack and kill it. After the Thunder Cyan Wolf died, most of its spiritual energy would dissipate and return to the space of this world. Only the spiritual energy origin would be left behind. However, if it was devoured by the soul-devouring demon insects, it would be different. The energy that should have dissipated would all enter the soul-devouring demon insects' bodies and become their capital to grow stronger. The only thing Yang Kai had to worry about was that the soul-devouring demon insects would not devour the monster beast's soul source as well. If that really happened, then he would gain nothing. That was not what he wanted to see. In this experience, strengthening himself was the most important thing. Letting the soul-devouring demon insects grow was just a matter of convenience. Yang Kai was still very clear about the importance of this. Therefore, after waiting for a while, Yang Kai's divine thought moved slightly and spread out toward the insect cloud. He sent a message. The insect cloud was obedient. Perhaps it was because it had been in Yang Kai's knowledge sea for so many years, so it carried out his instructions meticulously. As soon as the message was sent, the insect cloud immediately left the Thunder Cyan Wolf's body and flew back into Yang Kai's sleeve. As far as the eye could see, the Thunder Cyan Wolf had almost been completely devoured. Only a yellow light the size of a bean was left behind. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. He walked forward and absorbed the light into his body. Not long after, he set off again. He walked forward. Along the way, he did not encounter any powerful monster beast. Once the insect cloud appeared, all the monster beast became food for the soul-devouring demon insects. Yang Kai only needed to stand aside and wait for a while to obtain the spirit origin left behind by the monster beast after its death. It was unimaginably easy. This was also the advantage of working alone. He did not need to put in too much effort to reap the rewards. If he was with Xia Sheng and the others, he would never release the soul-devouring demon insects. As time passed, Kai Yang gradually discovered something that piqued his interest. That was, even if the soul-devouring demon insects stayed in his sleeve, they seemed to be able to absorb the strange energy from the heaven and earth and continue to grow stronger. Thinking about it carefully, this was to be expected. The spirit chi of the heaven and earth in this world was completely different from the spirit chi of the outside world. The spirit chi of the outside world could be absorbed by the cultivator's physical body, allowing the cultivator to gradually become stronger. However, the spirit chi of this world could be absorbed by the spirit avatars of all living creatures to strengthen their spirit. The soul-devouring demon insects were no exception. The omnipresent spirit chi of the heaven and earth was a delicacy that they yearned for the most. This was definitely a treasure trove. Yang Kai was excited. Along the way, he had gained a lot. In just 2 days, Yang Kai had used the soul-devouring demon insects to kill at least 70 to 80 monster beast. All the monster beast bodies were completely devoured by the soul-devouring demon insects, and the spirit origin left behind was naturally easy for Yang Kai. This made his divine sense, which was already comparable to the third-order Dao source realm, stronger and firmer, showing signs of advancing to the Emperor realm. Not to mention that Yang Kai's divine sense was gradually becoming stronger, the growth of the soul-devouring demon insects was also obvious. Chapter 22:16. Another day later, Yang Kai's body suddenly swayed slightly after absorbing the soul of an 11th-grade monster beast. He couldn't help but frown. At that moment, he felt a slight discomfort. This discomfort was indescribable, but it was very clear and made him feel uncomfortable all over. Is this the limit? Yang Kai didn't panic and understood the reason after thinking for a while. Gao Shueting had said before that although absorbing the soul origins left behind by the creatures here could quickly strengthen one's soul, it wasn't without consequences. When one absorbed to a certain extent, there would be a state of saturation. Once this happened, one would be unable to absorb any more soul origins, otherwise, there might be some side effects. Kai Yang's current situation was undoubtedly a sign that he had reached a saturation point. Thinking about it, it made sense. In just 3 days, he had driven the soul-devouring demon insects to kill over 100 monster beasts and absorbed the soul origins of over 100 monster beasts. There was no lack of 11th grade existences among them. This number and speed was simply shocking. Yang Kai estimated that Xia Sheng and the others couldn't even get a fifth of what he did. This was because he didn't need to rest at all during this journey. He only needed to drive the soul-devouring demon insects to wrap around his prey when he found it. Xia Sheng and the others had to fight every battle. They all needed to recover for a while. Naturally, it wasn't very efficient. What a pity. He muttered to himself, a look of regret on his face. He had originally planned to follow this momentum and let his soul strength reach the level of the Emperor realm. Once his soul strength reached the Emperor realm, his future cultivation would be smooth sailing. But now that he had reached his limit, there was no other way to solve it. He could only wait slowly, wait for his soul avatar to completely digest the soul origins he had absorbed over the past few days. He didn't slow down and continued to move forward at his original speed. This was because although he couldn't absorb more soul origins, the soul-devouring demon insects could, so it wasn't a waste. The deeper Yang Kai ventured, the higher the average level of the monster beast he encountered. In the beginning, when he had separated from Xia Sheng and the others, he could still find a few monster beasts of the 8th or 7th rank or even weaker. Naturally, he had no interest in these monster beasts and ignored them all. But as time passed, these weak monster beasts disappeared without a trace and were replaced by higher-level existences. At this point, Yang Kai could no longer see any monster beast of level 9 or below. All the monster beasts were at least level 10. According to his estimation, the 10th level monster beast would never appear in front of him again if he were to walk further in. At a certain moment, just as he was looking around for prey, suddenly, in the middle of the jungle, a fishy wind blew, causing the trees to sway. An unusual pressure rapidly approached from afar, and Kai Yang could also hear a strange sound. His expression couldn't help turning solemn as he stared in that direction. Crash, it seemed like something was hitting the trees in the forest with great force, causing the trees to sway and leaves to fall. After a short while, a purple light suddenly shot out from the front at an incredible speed. Kai Yang's face was filled with surprise. This was because he discovered that the purple light that was rushing towards him was actually a small monster beast that was about the size of a human's arm and looked like a raccoon. Although the strength of a monster beast couldn't be determined by its size, when Yang Kai scanned it with his divine sense, he could clearly see that this purple squirrel was at level 9. He hadn't seen a level 9 monster beast for a while now, because level 9 was no longer suitable for living in this area. Therefore, when this purple squirrel appeared in front of him, Yang Kai was slightly surprised. He didn't know how such a weak monster beast could survive in this area. However, its speed was indeed very fast. Yang Kai discovered it and checked its level in an instant. Before Yang Kai could attack it, this guy had already dashed behind Yang Kai with a whoosh. When the man and beast brushed past each other, Yang Kai clearly saw a look of surprise flash through the purple squirrel's eyes. It kept looking at him, as if it had discovered something new. This was obviously a sign that it had gained intelligence. None of the monster beast Yang Kai had encountered before had this ability. Those monster beasts only followed their killing instincts. When they met Yang Kai, even if Yang Kai didn't attack, they would still attack him. This purple squirrel was obviously different from the others. However, Yang Kai didn't have time to think about its problem. Instead, he continued to look ahead with a solemn expression. This was because behind the purple squirrel, there was an extremely fierce guy. Asterisk Walala, asterisk there was another loud sound of trees swaying and falling to the ground. Immediately after, a flat head the size of a rice jar suddenly poked out from the front. Its head was covered in scales and scarlet stripes, making it look extremely ferocious. Its 2 eyes were the size of a human brain, and its green pupils were vertical, making people shudder. It opened its huge mouth and spat out a red tongue, making a hissing sound. This was a giant python monster beast. For some reason, it chased after the purple squirrel all the way to Yangkai. As soon as it appeared, the giant python fixed its 2 vertical pupils on Yangkai. Immediately after, a body as thick as a person's arm slowly appeared. Its head was raised high, coiled in mid-air, and it continued to spit out its tongue as it stared at Yangkai maliciously. Shifting the calamity to the east, you sure know how to play. Yangkai turned his head and glanced darkly at the purple squirrel, who was hiding behind a tree and poking out its small head. The purple squirrel saw him looking at it and couldn't help but shrink its neck. However, it quickly looked back. Quietly looking over, it seemed to want to see if Kai Yang was able to drive the python away. "I'll deal with you after I deal with it," Yangkai sneered and turned back to face the giant python. There was no reason for him to give up now that his prey was right in front of him, so he was still prepared to attack. As if it had realized that Yangkai wasn't someone to be trifled with, the giant python didn't attack immediately after it appeared. Instead, it looked down at Yangkai from above. An extremely dangerous glint flashed in its eyes. Yangkai's divine sense swept across its body, and his expression became even more solemn. This was because he realized that this giant python was the strongest monster beast he had ever encountered. The strength of its soul was comparable to his own. In other words, this guy had reached the peak of the Dao Source realm. If it was given a little more time, it would definitely be able to advance to the Emperor realm. In this world, the only way to advance was to have a strong soul. Because it didn't have a physical body, as long as its soul reached the requirements, it could easily advance to the next level. The giant python in front of him undoubtedly had 1 foot in the door of the Emperor realm. After a moment of confrontation, the giant python lost its patience, and its killing instinct drove its actions. However, within his eyes, there was a glint in his eyes. A green light flashed. An invisible force rushed towards Yangkai. In an instant, a purple light burst out from Yangkai's body, and the purple sun profound light shield appeared. On the surface of the transparent light curtain, a layer of ripples spread out in an instant. Moreover, it was bombarded by an invisible force, causing it to sink inwards by a lot. Soul attack. This was a soul secret technique that every monster beast here, and even every living creature, had mastered. It was just a method to attack the enemy with their soul strength as the foundation. Simple and direct. But powerful. Especially in a situation where there was a great disparity in strength, this attack could often decide the outcome of the battle. Yangkai had encountered hundreds of monster beasts along the way, and almost every time, he would be dealt with by this move, so he was already used to dealing with it. The purple sun profound light shield was a Dao Source grade soul artifact. Even if Yangkai hadn't completely refined it and couldn't display its full power, it still had a good defensive effect. There had never been a monster beast that could break through the defense of this artifact. However, the soul attack of the giant python caused the purple sun profound light shield to flash wildly, almost shattering it. Yangkai himself staggered a few steps back, his face slightly gloomy. As expected of a peak 11th order monster beast, its attack was extraordinary. Moreover, while releasing the soul attack, it also swung its body, sweeping its steel whip-like tail horizontally towards Yangkai, rolling up a gust of wind. The trees along the way were broken at the touch of the tail, showing how strong the tail was. Seeing this, Yangkai's face turned solemn, and he naturally didn't dare to face it head-on. His figure flickered, and he disappeared from where he was. Kacha, accompanied by a loud noise, countless trees broke, but the giant python's attack didn't have any effect. Not only that, it also lost track of Yang Kai in its field of vision. Its battle instincts made it a little uneasy, and the frequency of its snake tongue spitting in and out of its mouth obviously increased. It didn't know if it sensed something, but it suddenly raised its head and looked towards the sky. As far as its eyes could see, Yang Kai had already arrived above its head, and he was quite angry, shouting sternly, "Evil beast, eat my move too." As soon as he finished speaking, he also used the soul attack, condensing the power of his own divine sense into an invisible blade that slashed towards the giant python's eyes. Clang clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out, and sparks appeared on the giant python's eyelids. When Yang Kai's attack arrived, the giant python actually closed its eyelids, causing Yang Kai's attack to fail. However, in the next moment, a buzzing sound rang out. The moment the giant python closed its eyes, Yang Kai released the soul-devouring demon insects. Black clouds appeared, rolling up a monstrous demonic chi. The demonic insects surged, bringing with them an unparalleled might. When the swarm of soul-devouring demon insects appeared, a human-like look of panic appeared in the giant python's eyes, as if it was extremely afraid of the soul-devouring demon insects. Behind Yang Kai, the purple squirrel hiding behind a tree and secretly observing the battle was already trembling. Its eyelids rolled back, and it fainted on the ground. From the looks of it, the soul-devouring demon insects seemed to have brought great fear to these two monster beasts. There was an indescribable intelligence in its small eyes as it vigilantly sized up the area below it. Just as it was focusing on observing, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared from its field of vision. The purple squirrel's fur stood on end almost instinctively. "Humph, did you think that I wouldn't be able to find you if you hid?" Yang Kai's cold laughter came from behind it, not waiting for the purple squirrel to react. He had already reached out, grabbed it by the neck, and brought it in front of him. The purple squirrel immediately trembled, its eyes filled with fear as it looked at Yang Kai timidly. "It seems that other than being fast and having some intelligence, you don't have any other abilities." Yang Kai looked at the purple squirrel thoughtfully. If it had any other abilities, it would have already used them. However, it didn't react even when Yang Kai was holding it, so it was obvious that it was helpless. Just as Yang Kai was speaking, the purple squirrel seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly reached out with its claws, reaching towards its abdomen. Yang Kai's gaze moved downwards, and he immediately saw something that surprised him. Because he had discovered something. This was the purple squirrel's abdomen. There was actually something that looked like a pocket, as if it had been there since birth. He couldn't help but be amazed by this. At this moment, the purple squirrel took out something from the pocket at its abdomen. It looked like a spirit fruit, and it looked like a grape. It was completely purple and gave off a strange fragrance. After Yang Kai sniffed it, he immediately felt refreshed. The discomfort caused by absorbing too much spirit source actually showed signs of alleviating. His eyes lit up. His gaze was fixed on the purple spirit fruit. After the purple squirrel took out the spirit fruit, it held it with both its claws and handed it directly to Yang Kai. Then, it looked at Yang Kai pitifully as if to say, "Please kindly accept this spirit fruit, and let this little one live." Its actions made Yang Kai feel that this guy was full of intelligence. It obviously wanted to use this spirit fruit to gain his favor so that he wouldn't attack it. Yang Kai immediately felt that this was interesting. He smiled and glanced at the purple squirrel, but he didn't make things difficult for it. Instead, he put it down. The purple squirrel couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when it landed on the treetops. However, it still held the spirit fruit, stood on its hind legs, and handed it to Yang Kai. Then I'll gladly accept it. Yang Kai coughed lightly and took the fruit from its hands. To be honest, he was also very curious about this spirit fruit. Although Gao Shueting had said before that there were many strange products in this world and that many of these things had miraculous effects and uses, Yang Kai had never thought that spirit fruits could grow in this world. As for this spirit fruit, it was obvious at a glance that it was extremely beneficial to the divine soul. Since he couldn't take it out with him, Yang Kai naturally gave up on this idea. He picked up the spirit fruit and looked at it for a while, then directly put it into his mouth. After a few chews, Yang Kai swallowed it, and his expression immediately brightened. This was because he could clearly feel that this spirit fruit had turned into a miraculous energy when it entered his stomach. Not only did it strengthen his body, but it also greatly alleviated the discomfort he felt. Yang Kai estimated that if he had 3 or 4 more of these spirit fruits, he would be able to completely eliminate the discomfort in his body. This thing. Do you have more? Yang Kai looked down at the purple squirrel and gestured as he communicated with the monster beast. Unexpectedly, the purple squirrel immediately understood what he meant. It extended a small paw and pointed at the place where the giant python had died, then pointed at the depths of Heavenly Monster Mountain as it squeaked. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while, then said, "You mean, this giant python was guarding the spirit fruit, and because you stole one, it chased you all the way here, and there are even more spirit fruits where it lives?" The purple squirrel nodded vigorously when it heard this. "Then what are you waiting for? Lead the way." Yang Kai waved his hand and shouted excitedly. The discomfort in his spirit not only prevented him from absorbing any more spirit origin energy, but it also affected his body's condition. If he could quickly resolve this, it would undoubtedly be a good thing. Therefore, Yang Kai couldn't wait to find more of those spirit fruits. It walked with its little legs and was extremely arrogant. This must be the fruit tree of the spirit fruit. Yang Kai went straight to the center of the valley and looked at a green fruit tree that was about half the height of a person. Yang Kai had noticed this fruit tree when he was observing at the entrance of the valley. It was just that the insect swarm hadn't finished cleaning up the poisonous clouds at that time, so he didn't dare to enter rashly. The fruit tree had a unique spirituality, and there were some traces of large-scale activity around it. It looked like they were left behind by the dead giant python. Yang Kai's gaze swept across the fruit tree and his eyes immediately lit up. He discovered that there were a total of 5 spirit fruits on this fruit tree, and they were exactly the same as the one the purple squirrel had given him earlier. As a Dao source-grade alchemist who had received all of Gong Sun Mu's knowledge, Yang Kai could even recognize something like the extraordinary treasure lotus. However, he really didn't know what this spirit fruit was called. It could only be said that this spirit fruit was a unique product of the divine Ascension mirror world and had never been seen in the outside world. However, its effects were extraordinarily powerful, and it was especially suitable for a cultivator like Yang Kai who had entered this place from the outside to gain experience. He didn't hesitate and directly reached out to pluck one from the fruit tree, tossed it into his mouth, and swallowed it with a few chews. In an instant, not only did the discomfort in his body ease significantly, even the strength of his spiritual energy seemed to have increased slightly. "Not bad, not bad," Yang Kai said as he plucked another one and ate heartily. Gudong, a sound came from the side. Yang Kai glanced sideways and glanced at the purple squirrel that was half-squatting by his feet. This guy was staring at Yang Kai pitifully with its round eyes. The gulping sound from before was obviously caused by this guy. "Even if you look at me with such sincerity," Yang Kai said as he tossed a third fruit into his mouth and mumbled, "I don't have any extra for you." The purple squirrel's eyes immediately dimmed and it drooped its head, looking dispirited. "Ha!" Yang Kai let out a long sigh, Fine, I'll give you one. As he spoke, he reached out and plucked the last 2 fruits from the fruit tree, ate one himself, and handed the other one to the purple squirrel. The purple squirrel immediately became spirited and its eyes lit up. It stood up straight and held the fruit with its claws, carefully sniffing it a few times before revealing a look of ecstasy. In the end, it stuffed the fruit into its belly pocket in satisfaction and hid it away like a treasure. 4 spirit fruits entered his stomach, plus the one that the purple squirrel had given him before. Chapter 22:19. Miserable howls could be heard coming from inside the cave, mixed with the sound of something huge crashing into the cave walls. There was also the sound of rocks falling down like rain. How tragic. Yang Kai sighed. The purple squirrel nodded in agreement. A moment later, the sounds coming from inside the cave gradually weakened and finally disappeared. The soul-devouring insects had obviously finished off the monster beast in the cave. In the divine Ascension mirror world, any prey targeted by the soul-devouring insects would never have a good ending. After confirming that he was safe, Yang Kai stepped forward and walked into the cave. The cave was dim, but that didn't hinder Yang Kai's vision. After all, he was a soul avatar, so everything in the cave was imprinted in his mind after he scanned it with his divine sense. This cave wasn't very deep, nor was it very wide. Everywhere he went, there was a mess, and there were traces of a struggle everywhere. The owner of this cave had obviously suffered a lot at the hands of the soul-devouring insects and had fiercely struggled for a while before he died. Yang Kai didn't even know what kind of monster beast was inside, because by the time he arrived, the monster beast had already been completely devoured by the soul-devouring insects. Not even a scrap was left behind. In his current state, he couldn't absorb any more soul sources, so he didn't have the soul-devouring insects leave anything behind. After recalling the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai began to examine everything in the cave. After scanning it with his divine sense, he found nothing. There were no spirit fruits or other treasures in this cave. It seemed to be a place where the monster beast rested. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little disappointed at this discovery, but he didn't pay it much mind. After all, not every powerful monster beast was guarding a treasure, just as he was about to turn around and leave. His body suddenly paused. His gaze focused in a certain direction in the cave. There was a strange object there that attracted his attention. After observing it for a moment, Yang Kai walked forward and bent down to pick up the object from the ground. The moment he touched it, Yang Kai's body suddenly shook and his eyes shone brightly. At the same time, they gasped. Yang Kai's abnormal reaction gave the purple squirrel a fright. Its fur stood on end as it scurried away from Yang Kai's side. This is... Yang Kai fumbled with the item in his hand as he scanned it with his divine sense. Soon, he figured out what this thing looked like. It was a disc-like existence. It was about the size of a millstone, and its entire body was as white as jade. Previously, when Yang Kai's divine will scanned the area, he didn't find anything special about it, but he felt that its shape was quite strange, so he picked it up to take a look. However, the moment he touched it, Yang Kai's soul resonated with it, causing his soul avatar to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, inside the white jade millstone, a stream of pure spiritual energy flowed into Yang Kai's body, making him feel as comfortable as if he was soaking in warm water. This feeling made his entire body relax and feel extremely comfortable. He couldn't stop himself, as if he was about to fly. If he had to describe it more specifically, this feeling was similar to what he felt when his soul fused with Su Yan's in the past. Soul Jade. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, causing him to cry out in surprise. He had never seen a soul jade before and didn't know what it looked like. In fact, he had only heard about its existence from Gao Shueting a few days ago, but at this moment, he was 100% sure that the thing in his hand was the soul jade that Gao Shueting was talking about. According to Gao Shueting, even in the divine Ascension mirror world, soul jades were treasures that could only be found by chance. She herself had entered this place 4 times, but she had only obtained 1 mid-rank soul jade so far. Just that 1 mid-rank soul jade alone had greatly benefited her. Yang Kai didn't know how soul jades were categorized, but he felt that the one in his hand was definitely not mid-rank. It was very likely to be a high-rank or even a peerless soul jade. Soul jades were formed from the purest spiritual energy in the divine Ascension mirror world, and they could be easily absorbed by a cultivator to strengthen their soul without any worries or hidden dangers. However, Gao Shueting had described them to be so rare that Yang Kai didn't think he would be lucky enough to obtain one. Unexpectedly, however, he actually obtained one here. It's so big. Yang Kai was so excited that he couldn't close his mouth. He had a troubled expression on his face. How long will it take to absorb it? As he spoke, he tried to absorb the energy within the soul jade to see if it was as miraculous as Gao Shueting had described. A strand of pure energy was born from the soul jade and flowed into Yang Kai's body through his arms. His entire body immediately felt warm, and he couldn't help but reveal a look of ecstasy. As this energy flowed into his body, Yang Kai discovered that it was just as Gao Shueting had said before. Absorbing the energy from the soul jade wouldn't cause any harm to his body. His current soul avatar was still in a saturated state, so he couldn't absorb the soul source left behind by the monster beast at all. However, absorbing the energy from this soul jade wasn't hindered at all. Yang Kai could also clearly feel the terrifying energy contained within the soul jade. He couldn't help but think, I'll go into seclusion here and absorb the energy from the soul jade until the time limit is up. If he really did that, Yang Kai estimated that by the time he left this place, the strength of his soul would definitely be comparable to that of the Emperor realm. At that time, he might not even be able to finish absorbing the energy from the soul jade, so he could have his soul-devouring insects absorb the energy as well. With ample time and energy reserves, he would be able to maximize the benefits he could obtain from this place. However, just as this thought surfaced in his mind, another force suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's body. In the dim cave, a rainbow-colored light suddenly bloomed. It was extremely dazzling, illuminating the entire cave in a rainbow of colors. The rainbow-colored light expanded and retracted. As it rolled up, Yang Kai suddenly felt his hand lighten. The soul jade had disappeared. This shocking change caught Yang Kai off guard. With a face full of shock, he hurriedly looked inside his body. Very quickly, he found traces of the soul jade in a certain part of his body. At that moment, it was actually wrapped in the rainbow-colored soul-warming lotus and was lying quietly in the center of the lotus. And when Kai Yang saw it, he couldn't help but discover an inconceivable scene. That piece of soul jade was like a snowflake under the blazing sun. It quickly melted and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The surging energy from the soul jade was completely absorbed by the soul-warming lotus. Not a single drop was left. After absorbing the energy from the soul jade, the soul-warming lotus seemed to glow even brighter. At the same time, a gentle and steady stream of energy spread out from the soul-warming lotus and slowly poured into Yang Kai's soul avatar. What's going on? Yang Kai was completely dumbfounded. His mind was a mess. He had just found a piece of high rank or even peerless soul jade, but it had been sucked away by the soul-warming lotus. After absorbing it, it had been slowly fed back to his soul avatar. Was this a good thing, or a bad thing? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. Losing the soul jade was undoubtedly a loss. However, the soul jade hadn't been stolen by someone else. Instead, it had been absorbed by the soul-warming lotus. Then, the soul-warming lotus slowly fed that energy back to his body. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai secretly felt that this shouldn't be a bad thing. This way, it seemed to be beneficial to both him and the soul-warming lotus. Moreover, although the rate of this feedback was much slower, it could be done step by step. It would allow him to gradually adapt to his stronger spirit and be able to control it as he wished. On the other hand, if he were to personally absorb the energy from the soul jade, he definitely wouldn't be able to do anything else, let alone finish absorbing it in the remaining days. But now, he didn't need to worry about the soul jade anymore. He would do what he needed to do. It's definitely a good thing, Yang Kai said with certainty. After saying this, he turned his head and looked around. At a corner, he found the purple squirrel staring at him in fear. The purple squirrel didn't understand the sudden change just now and immediately distanced itself from Yang Kai. Now that it saw that he was safe and sound and was even waving at it warmly, it naturally walked over slowly. After making sure that Yang Kai was fine, it jumped onto Yang Kai's shoulder again. But for some reason, it actually sniffed at Yang Kai a few times. Then, it revealed a confused expression, as if it felt that Yang Kai's scent was different from before. Next, Kai Yang walked around the cave one more time, carefully inspecting everything. After making sure he hadn't missed anything, he walked out of the cave. He still had a lot of time left, so he naturally wouldn't waste it. He had just walked out of the cave when he heard a whoosh coming from nearby. Immediately after, a figure suddenly landed in front of him. Yang Kai was shocked. He instinctively activated his spirit power and summoned the purple sun profound light shield. At the same time, he tapped his foot and floated backwards. He never thought that he would meet someone else in this place. The newcomer obviously didn't think of this either. When he saw Yang Kai, he also activated his spirit power and looked over vigilantly. Their eyes met. That person frowned and looked suspiciously at the purple light shield around Yang Kai. A strange expression appeared on his face. Just as Yang Kai had expected, in this world, cultivators didn't have secret treasures to use. This was because they lacked the materials to forge and refine secret treasures. The battle between martial artists was a contest of divine souls. What they relied on was divine soul secret arts, and even weapons condensed from divine soul energy. Soul-type secret treasures were definitely rare items for cultivators in this world. After the purple sun profound light shield was summoned, it would form a purple light shield around Yang Kai's body. Although it looked similar to some defensive secret techniques, it was fundamentally different. Master Ban's concealment and assassination techniques are truly superb. Humph. Ban Qing coldly snorted in disdain, not caring about the other party's flattery. But, Master Ban, I have no enmity with you. Why are you? Although the middle-aged man couldn't move, he still wanted to beg Ban Qing to let him go. However, Ban Qing clearly didn't plan on giving him this chance. He had entered the Heavenly Monster Mountain under Zhou Dian's orders to capture the Star of Calamity. Although he couldn't kill for no reason, injuring or seriously injuring someone was no problem. Thus, before the other party could finish speaking, Ban Qing reached out and clenched his fist. The dagger stabbed into the middle-aged man's chest suddenly released a ray of light. Immediately after, the strange energy radiating from the dagger suddenly became much more solid under the influence of this light. The middle-aged man's entire body shook as if he had been struck by lightning. He fell straight to the ground, completely unconscious. Although he hadn't died, he had completely fainted. Even if he woke up, he probably wouldn't be able to return to his peak state. Ban Qing's attack had clearly damaged his foundation. After doing all this, the dagger flew back into Ban Qing's hand. He turned around and coldly sized up Yang Kai. Yang Kai's mind was actually racing at this moment. He didn't really understand what had happened before, but after listening to the conversation between the two in front of him, he vaguely understood the whole story. He even had his own speculations about the overall situation here. These two people were talking about the existence of a palace, so there was probably a country in the divine Ascension mirror world. And in this country, the ruler was supreme. Under the ruler, there seemed to be a great general who protected the country called Zhou Dian. Under Zhou Dian, there were 4 other masters like the one in the Emperor realm in front of him. At this moment, they should all have entered Heavenly Monster Mountain to capture the so-called Star of Calamity. The middle-aged man was either the target of capture or an innocent bystander. Yang Kai guessed that he was the latter, because from what the middle-aged man had said before, he didn't know anything about the Star of Calamity. And Yang Kai was probably the same. Ban Qing and the others didn't know who they were trying to capture at all, so they simply spread the net wide to catch as many fish as they could. Anyone who was caught by Ban Qing definitely wouldn't be able to escape. How unlucky! Kai Yang secretly cursed in his heart. It was rare for him to be able to gain experience in this world, but he ended up encountering a dispute between the cultivator here, and it was someone from the Emperor realm. Yang Kai couldn't help but complain. Not bad, kid. Ban Qing looked at Yang Kai for a while before suddenly nodding with a smile, his expression amiable. What do you mean? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. What this lord means is, you know your limits and know that you are no match for this lord, so you didn't run away. Yes, if you are obedient, this lord can make you suffer less, Ban Qing said calmly. After saying this, he changed the topic and said coldly, but if you don't know what's good for you, you will end up like him. As he spoke, he pointed at the middle-aged man lying on the ground. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. After thinking for a while, he said, "This master, don't talk to this lord about being innocent or not." Ban Qing seemed to know what Yang Kai wanted to say and interrupted him before he could speak. He impatiently said in a low voice, "This lord is following orders. If you really are the Star of Calamity, then consider yourself unlucky. If you aren't, then you will naturally be safe and sound." As he spoke, he stared intently at Yang Kai and said, "Are you going to surrender yourself, or do you want this lord to make a move? Let me tell you first, if it's the latter, this lord can't guarantee that you will be unharmed. So it's like that." Yang Kai's negotiation failed and he helplessly sighed. With a heavy expression, he asked, "This kid still has a question to ask." "Speak." Ban Qing coldly replied. "First, please listen to the conversation between master and this friend. It seems that there are 3 other people like you. I wonder if those 3, they are leading a team to search elsewhere. Right now, Mount Tianyao has been completely sealed off, so don't even think about escaping. It's meaningless." Chapter 22-21. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai's heart instantly sank. "Then, master, your subordinates?" Yang Kai asked again. "They'll be there soon." Ban Qing frowned impatiently, this king likes to move alone. After saying this, he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, "Why are you asking this?" "It's nothing," Yang Kai took a deep breath and said slowly, "This junior just wants to offend you." After saying this, he turned into a streak of light and charged straight at Ban Qing. Yang Kai understood that since the heavenly monster mountains had been sealed off, and there were 3 other masters from the Emperor realm searching in other places besides Ban Qing, and Ban Qing's subordinates hadn't arrived yet, now was the best time to deal with him. Escaping was unrealistic. Not to mention, Ban Qing was an expert in concealment and assassination techniques, and his movement skills were exquisite. Yang Kai might not be able to escape. Even if he escaped, where could he run to in the vast heavenly monster mountains? If he wasn't careful, he would run into someone else. At that time, he would be pincered, and there would be no hope. It was better to fight Ban Qing while he was alone. If he couldn't win, it wouldn't be too late to escape. If he could win, then there would be no need to escape. Ban Qing raised his eyebrows, as if he hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so bold. Not only was he bold, but he also had the ability to move freely under his pressure. Previously, he hadn't put Yang Kai in his eyes because there was an absolute difference in strength between the two. Once the pressure of the Emperor realm was released, a Dao Source realm cultivator wouldn't be able to move at all. The middle-aged man lying on the ground was the best proof. In Ban Qing's eyes, Yang Kai's cultivation was on par with the middle-aged man's. They were both at the level of the third-order Dao Source realm. It was just that the strength of Yang Kai's soul was a bit more condensed, as if he was about to reach the Emperor realm. But this still didn't have much meaning. If he didn't cross the threshold of the Emperor realm, then there would always be a difference between heaven and earth. He felt that under his pressure, Yang Kai would not even be able to move a finger. But when Yang Kai really moved, he was as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning. It was as if he wasn't affected by his pressure at all. Ban Qing was a little surprised by this discovery, and he was also a little angry from embarrassment. With a cold snort, he stood where he was and did not move an inch. Instead, he released all of his pressure, which completely enveloped Yang Kai. Ugh! Halfway through, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan. His body suddenly stopped. At that moment, he felt as if the space around him had solidified. This greatly hindered his movements. Your courage is commendable, but it's extremely stupid. Ban Qing looked coldly at Yang Kai, his eyes full of disdain. Master, is it really okay for you to look down on me like this? Yang Kai roared, his spiritual energy bursting out, igniting a layer of raging flames around his body. The flames burned and danced. It made Yang Kai look like a man on fire. The surrounding temperature also seemed to rise by a lot. The lush trees even withered in the blink of an eye, and the ground was scorched. Conflagrated divine sense. Ban Qing's pupils shrank as he cried out in shock. Mutated divine sense was extremely rare no matter where it was, but it could not be denied that it was extremely powerful. This was especially true for the fire attribute divine sense, which was known for its tyrannical and destructive power. Ka-cha-cha, a series of cracking sounds came from the surrounding space. This was the sound of Ban Qing's pressure being shattered from the Emperor realm. As soon as Yang Kai released his conflagrated divine sense, the pressure on him was greatly reduced. He turned into a streak of flames and pounced in front of Ban Qing. He clenched his hand into a fist, which was surrounded by raging flames, and smashed down. No wonder you're so arrogant, so you do have some ability. Facing this terrifying attack, Ban Qing did not show any signs of panic. Instead, he calmly commented before tapping his foot and retreating. With this retreat, he seemed to cross the barrier of space. When he reappeared, he was already more than 30 meters away from Yang Kai. That ferocious punch instantly hit nothing but air. At the same level of cultivation, there are probably very few people in this world who can be your match, but... Ban Qing coldly smiled. This king is from the Emperor realm. Are you still dreaming? When he roared out that last word, the already heavy pressure suddenly increased by several degrees. The flames on Yang Kai's body instantly flickered wildly, and his body sank as if he was being pressed down by a mountain. Under the immense pressure, Yang Kai roared and endured the pain from all over his body. His body swayed, and he once again charged in front of Ban Qing despite the restraints of the pressure. Brat, do you want to die? Ban Qing revealed a grave expression for the first time as he roared. This was because Yang Kai did not care about the pressure on his body and forcefully broke through under Ban Qing's pressure. This was actually very damaging to his body, and the slightest carelessness could result in the destruction of his soul. However, Yang Kai did not seem to care at all, nor was he worried about such an outcome. He looked like he was going to trade his life for Ban Qing's. Ban Qing had never met such a person before. To describe such a person, there was only one word that was most appropriate: a fugitive. Since you can't see reality clearly, then this king will let you see it clearly. Ban Qing was enraged and pushed his hand forward. Vigorous energy burst forth from his palm, creating a wave of energy that engulfed Yang Kai. Thump thump thump, Yang Kai's figure rapidly retreated as he continuously groaned in pain. The flames on his body also dimmed significantly. Yang Kai had clearly been injured by this attack. As an Emperor Realm Master, the moment he made a move, it would be extraordinary. However, with the soul-warming lotus as a foundation, Yang Kai did not have much to worry about. If it was anyone else who had suffered such injuries, they would have already thought of retreating and would only think of quickly finding a place to heal. However, Yang Kai did not need to. As long as his soul was not shattered or destroyed, the soul-warming lotus could be repaired with time. He had the capital to be crazy. Yang Kai's body staggered, and his expression dimmed. Before he could regain his balance, Ban Qing suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Immediately after, his voice sounded from Yang Kai's side, his tone indifferent: "Now, you should understand, right?" It had to be said. That was why when he first entered this world and checked his body, he was shocked to find the soul cutter. Even though he had never refined this Emperor artifact before, he still couldn't deny how powerful it was to the soul. With the soul cutter in hand, Yang Kai had been able to severely injure a master like Ban Qing with a single blow. If he could refine it a little, in this special world of the divine Ascension mirror, it would be a piece of cake for him to take Ban Qing's life. Learning from his mistakes, Yang Kai secretly made up his mind that after returning from this trip, he would find an opportunity to refine the Emperor artifacts on his body. He hadn't refined them before because he wasn't strong enough, but now that he had reached the Dao Source Realm, his divine sense was comparable to a peak Dao Source Realm cultivator, so refining them shouldn't be a problem for him. Whether it was the soul cutter or the insect enslavement bracelet, they would both be very useful in certain special situations. Damn it! Ban Qing gritted his teeth and shouted. Although he didn't understand what Yang Kai meant by not harming his flesh, he clearly understood the threat that the soul cutter posed to him from that blow just now. It was definitely a fatal threat. Ban Qing was now seriously injured while Yang Kai was completely unscathed. Coupled with the fact that Yang Kai seemed to know some strange divine technique, Ban Qing already had thoughts of retreating. Although it would be a bit shameful for an Emperor Realm Master to be scared away by a Dao Source Realm cultivator, Ban Qing didn't care about that at this moment. Saving his life was the most important thing, not losing face or anything else. Furthermore, Ban Qing's secret arts and secret techniques were all used in conjunction with concealment and assassination. Generally speaking, those who cultivated this kind of secret art and divine technique were usually very cautious, but to put it bluntly, they were as cowardly as mice. They would always retreat thousands of kilometers away after failing to kill their target. They would never get entangled with their enemy because in a direct confrontation, their strength would be greatly reduced. If the person standing in front of Yang Kai at this moment was a master like Lien Yen, even if he was caught off guard by Yang Kai, he wouldn't have immediately retreated. How could the absolute disparity in strength be made up for by a little injury? In short, after Ban Qing said those words, his figure flickered as he wanted to retreat first and plan his next move. But right at that moment, he suddenly lost track of Yang Kai's whereabouts. A moment ago, that Dao Source Realm brat was still standing not too far away from him, but in the blink of an eye, the other party had disappeared. What? Ban Qing was shocked. He was a master who was extremely skilled in concealment techniques, but at this moment, he discovered that there was always someone better than him in this world. Yang Kai's sudden disappearance was undoubtedly much more advanced than his own. He constantly urged his divine sense to transmit messages to the soul-devouring worms, but to no avail. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only urge the power of the soul-warming lotus in his body. In an instant, a seven-colored light bloomed and radiated in all directions. And this trick worked. Perhaps it was because the soul-devouring worms had always lived on the soul-warming lotus and had long regarded the soul-warming lotus as their home, so when the seven-colored light bloomed, they buzzed and turned into a cloud of insects that flew back to Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help but exhale, flicking his sleeve and collecting them. Standing in place, Yang Kai furrowed his brow and silently sensed the movements of the soul-devouring worms. Strangely enough, after being collected, the soul-devouring worms suddenly quieted down, no longer as unruly as before. However, this made Yang Kai realize a problem: he really had to hurry and refine the insect enslavement bracelet. Otherwise, when the soul-devouring worms grew stronger, he would lose the means to enslave them. The insect enslavement bracelet was an artifact of the insect emperor that could subdue all exotic insects in the world, so it was naturally the best tool to enslave the soul-devouring worms. Although this battle was extremely dangerous, it didn't have much of an effect on Yang Kai's growth, because the reason he won this battle so easily was all because of the power of the Emperor artifact and the soul-devouring worms. Yang Kai himself didn't contribute much. Speaking of which, Ban Qing could be considered the first person from the Emperor realm he had killed. Even though Ban Qing didn't have a physical body and only had a soul body, it still wasn't easy to kill him. In the outside world, Yang Kai definitely wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little scared. If Ban Qing had used the divine technique of assassination right from the start, he might not even have had a chance to resist. Fortunately, Ban Qing's orders were to capture him alive, so he gave Yang Kai such a chance. Yang Kai let out a light breath and frowned as he pondered for a moment, not knowing what to do now. According to Ban Qing, the periphery of the heavenly monster mountains had been sealed off, and many cultivators were under Zhou Dian's command to capture the so-called Star of Calamity. He definitely couldn't leave the heavenly monster mountains now, and staying here wasn't a solution either. It seemed that he could only continue to go deeper and hope to escape this calamity. Thinking of this, Yang Kai secretly made up his mind. Looking around, Yang Kai's gaze landed on the unconscious middle-aged man on the ground. He didn't know what Ban Qing had done to this guy, but he still showed no signs of waking up. Yang Kai wasn't related to him, nor did he have any enmity with him, so he naturally couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He left him here to fend for himself. Yang Kai continued to search, and his gaze quickly settled in a certain direction. He grinned and waved in that direction. Behind a tree, the purple squirrel peeked its head out to look around, its small eyes full of intelligence. After confirming that it was safe, it tiptoed out and slowly came in front of Yang Kai. It looked at him with concern, as if asking if he was injured. Yang Kai smiled and bent down to pick it up. He placed it on his shoulder, identified the direction, and then rushed into the depths of the heavenly monster mountains. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from the heavenly monster mountains, in a valley surrounded by mountains on all sides. This valley was incomparably large and filled with fog. The people who lived nearby all called it Fog Valley. The fog that filled the valley didn't dissipate all year round and was extremely dense. Once one entered, they wouldn't be able to see their fingers in front of their face. It was extremely strange. Although this fog was harmless to living beings, it seemed that once one entered, they would completely lose their sense of direction. From time to time, there would be bold people who wanted to explore Fog Valley, wanting to know what secrets were hidden inside and what mysteries there were. However, no matter how high or low one's cultivation was, as long as one entered Fog Valley, they would lose their sense of direction and become lost within. No one had ever found a way out. However, no one had ever been completely trapped inside. This was because whenever these people were trapped to the point of despair, an invisible force would send them out. There was even a faint halo that appeared on the surface of its body, causing people to feel a sense of dizziness when they looked at it. The two short antlers on its forehead were like the finishing touch of a dragon, adding a trace of beauty to it. These two monster beasts were clearly of different species, but they were able to coexist peacefully and peacefully. Moreover, they immediately rushed in front of Yang Kai and blocked his path. While Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder, he also felt a mountainous pressure. A rank 12 monster beast had a very high chance of developing its own intelligence. In other words, a monster beast that had reached this level of strength had already gotten rid of its animal instincts and could think and see like a human. Of course, there were also some special monster beasts that, no matter how strong they were, would always maintain their animal instincts and not develop their own intelligence. Yang Kai didn't know whether or not these two monster beasts had developed their own intelligence, but he hoped that they would. Otherwise, he could only flee at the sight of them. When these two monster beasts appeared, the purple squirrel was greatly frightened and crawled behind Yang Kai to hide. It was only a rank 9 monster beast, so it would naturally be suppressed by a rank 12 monster beast. While they were confronting each other, the ape-like monster beast suddenly snorted heavily from its nostrils, accompanied by a visible wave of hot air. In an instant, the temperature within a radius of a few dozen kilometers plummeted. Yang Kai's heart also sank, and he instinctively circulated the strength in his body. "Have you played enough?" the ape suddenly spoke in human language. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, and he immediately understood that the monster beast in front of him had already developed its own intelligence, and its intelligence was extremely high. If that was the case, he would have a chance to negotiate with the other party. When he thought of this, he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "This senior." The other party was a monster beast, so calling it senior seemed a little inappropriate, but Yang Kai really couldn't think of any other way to address it, so he could only put up with it. But before he could finish speaking, the ape coldly glared at him, and the pressure of the Emperor realm descended from the sky, directly pressing down on Yang Kai's body. The ape coldly snorted and said, "Shut up." Yang Kai was speechless, and he didn't know what the ape meant. Now that he thought about it, the ape's previous question was also baffling. At this moment, the deer god on the right suddenly made its move. Another gentle force diffused from the deer god, dispersing the pressure of the ape's emperor realm on Yang Kai. At the same time, the deer god's body suddenly bloomed with light, and after a series of distortions, it suddenly turned into a beautiful woman with a tall figure, snow-white skin, and a beauty that could turn all living things upside down, wearing a snow-white dress. The woman she manifested looked to be in her early 20s, and her beauty was not enchanting, charming, or dignified, but pure and holy. It was a holiness that transcended the 5 elements and transcended the heavens and earth. Untainted by dust, untainted by foreign things, she was like a fairy who descended from the heavens, untainted by the mortal world. "Yuan Fei, be careful, what if you hurt the young master?" After transforming into her human form, the deer god glared at the ape and said somewhat reproachfully, "Humph, he deserves it if he gets hurt." When the monster beast, who was replaced by Yuan Fei, answered, the thick hair on its body quickly converging inward, and at the same time, its whole body stood upright. At the same time it stood up, its body underwent a miraculous transformation. Chapter 22-26. This unexpected disaster made Xiao Bai and the other two feel helpless, but at the same time, they were secretly worried. They didn't know what had happened to Yang Kai and Xia Sheng, or if their lives were in danger. While the three were communicating silently, a burly figure suddenly appeared not far away from them. The figure was extremely majestic, with a head of fiery red hair. As he walked over, he was carrying a cultivator in his hand. Xiao Bai and the other two looked over, and their expressions couldn't help but change. Because they found that the person being carried was Xia Sheng, and the guy who captured him was probably the Lian Yan they had heard of before. A master from the Emperor realm had personally taken action. Even though Xia Sheng was strong, he still couldn't escape this calamity and was captured here. And judging from his expression and state, he had undoubtedly put up a lot of resistance before and was now seriously injured. On the other side, Lian Yan walked over with Xia Sheng, threw him directly into the crowd, and ordered his subordinates to keep an eye on him. Then, he went straight to Zhou Dian and stood behind him, waiting quietly. Murong Xiao Xiao and the others wanted to ask about Xia Sheng's condition and injuries, but after seeing Xia Sheng slowly shake his head at them, they quickly shut up. At this time, it was better for them not to reveal that they knew each other. If they concealed this, they might be able to do something while the enemy was unprepared. A cool breeze blew gently, making people feel comfortable, but Lian Yan, who was standing behind Zhou Dian, was full of tension and apprehension. Because he could feel the almost tangible fighting intent coming from Zhou Dian's body. It was the instinctive desire of a master to fight. Lian Yan knew what Zhou Dian was longing for, since the creation of the Divine Kingdom. The world was unified. There were no more wars in the entire world. As a third-order Emperor Realm Master, Zhou Dian was invincible except for a few masters in the world. And among those few, there was one in Heavenly Monster Mountain. Zhou Dian's desire to kill, which had been dormant for 2,000 years, was awakened again. Lian Yan knew how terrifying Zhou Dian was at this time, so even as a direct subordinate, he didn't dare to disturb him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. As time passed, the fighting intent also fluctuated. Until a certain moment, the thick fighting spirit was withdrawn, and no one could feel it anymore. Lian Yan involuntarily exhaled, his entire body almost collapsing. "What's the situation?" Zhou Dian asked without turning his head. "Master, it's not bad." Lian Yan bowed and replied. "Still?" Zhou Dian turned sideways and squinted at Lian Yan. This look. This tone caused Lian Yan's expression to change greatly. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "Only Ban Qing. I lost contact with him." Hearing this, Zhou Dian raised his brows and said, "How could this be?" "I don't know either." Lian Yan looked confused. "Earlier, he would occasionally send me messages. But at a certain moment, it's like he suddenly disappeared. I wonder if he's chasing after some powerful guy." Zhou Dian nodded and said, Ban Qing's concealment techniques are unparalleled in the world. Someone who can make him so cautious is probably an extremely extraordinary character. Forget it, this king has rested long enough. Since I received the king's order this time, I may have to personally make a trip." As he spoke, he urged the nine-horned dragon beast under him and walked towards the depths of the Heavenly Monster Mountain. "Master!" Seeing this, Lian Yan exclaimed. "What?" Zhou Dian looked back at him impatiently. Bai Lu said, reaching out to push open the door and walking into the exposed hole in the tree. After a short while, only Yang Kai remained. Looking up at the giant tree, Yang Kai clicked his tongue in amazement. The surrounding monster race masters gradually gathered around at this moment, each of their eyes flashing with a fierce light and malicious intent. In just 10 breaths of time, the place where Yang Kai was standing had been surrounded by 30% inside and 30% outside. Even the trunks above his head were full of monster race masters, all of them looking down at him condescendingly. Some of these monster race masters had already transformed into human form and maintained their human form, while others still maintained their beast forms, strong and powerful, revealing their ferocious nature. However, no matter who they were, they only looked at Yang Kai like this. At most, they only revealed obvious malice, but they didn't actually attack him. No matter what, Yang Kai was brought back by Yuan Fei and Bai Lu. Before these two masters gave the word, the other monster race masters didn't dare to act on their own accord. In the monster race, the division of ranks was more obvious than in the human race. The strong had absolute dominance over the weak, unless they were like Purple Squirrel, who had extremely powerful parents. The scene in front of him made Yang Kai recall the past. He discovered that no matter where he was, there seemed to be an irreconcilable contradiction between the human race and the monster race. Different races had different ideas, and those who weren't of the same race had different intentions. This principle was applicable everywhere. Although he was surrounded by countless monster race masters, Yang Kai still didn't show the slightest hint of fear. However, the soul-devouring insects in his sleeve seemed to have gone crazy for some reason. Perhaps it was the soul sources of so many masters here that made them so excited that they actually showed signs of surging out uncontrollably. Noticing this, Yang Kai's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly urged his spiritual energy to suppress them. The moment the soul-devouring insects moved, all the monster race masters couldn't help but feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. This feeling was inexplicable, but their monster race instincts made them clearly understand that this wasn't an illusion. Something that could threaten their lives had appeared. This discovery made the faces of many monster race masters turn ugly. They looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and vigilantly, as if they were sizing him up again. On the other side, Yang Kai was doing his best to suppress the soul-devouring insects. Everyone was watching, and it wasn't convenient for him to use the power of the rainbow soul-warming lotus, so he couldn't help but complain incessantly. At this moment, a wave of pressure suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping Yang Kai. This pressure came so suddenly that Yang Kai was suppressed on the spot before he could react. However, he soon discovered that this pressure didn't harm him at all. Instead, the soul-devouring insects instantly calmed down. The owner of this pressure seemed to have intentionally helped him. A third-order Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai was shocked. Although he had guessed that the overlord of Heavenly Monster Mountain wouldn't be weak, he was still shocked when he truly understood the other party's cultivation. This was only the divine Ascension mirror world, a strange world. The creatures that lived in this world didn't have physical bodies, but even without physical bodies, such a powerful master had appeared. Yang Kai couldn't help but become a little absent-minded, wondering if existences like the great emperors had once been born in this world. If they had really been born, how much did they know about their current situation? Just as these distracting thoughts flashed through his mind, a figure strangely appeared in front of him. Bai Lu had suddenly appeared in front of him. Bai Lu swept her beautiful eyes around before saying to Yang Kai, "Come with me, Master wants to see you." "Thank you for your trouble, Senior." Yang Kai cupped his fists. Bai Lu didn't say anything else and just turned around to lead the way. Yang Kai followed behind her and walked into the tree hole. Only then did he discover that there was a completely different world inside this tree hole. The lowest level seemed to be a large hall, but it was empty at the moment. In a corner of the hall, there was a flight of stairs spiraling upwards. It was unknown where it went, but when one looked up, one couldn't see the end of it. He then poured himself a cup and drank it all in one gulp, praising in a deep voice, "Good wine." After drinking a cup and a half of spirit wine, the damage to his soul avatar had been completely healed. Not only that, his soul had also been thoroughly tempered. As for the excess energy contained in the monkey god wine, it poured into the seven-colored soul-warming lotus and was absorbed by this precious treasure. Just like how it absorbed the great-grade soul jade, the soul-warming lotus also absorbed the energy contained in the monkey god wine and then slowly and methodically fed it back to Yang Kai's soul avatar, allowing him to continue to benefit. This. Yi Quan was completely dumbfounded, a dumbfounded expression appearing on his face. At his level of strength, there were very few things in this world that could surprise him, but Yang Kai's actions still puzzled him. He couldn't understand why Yang Kai wasn't drunk at all. After all, even when Zishan, who came here for the first time, didn't dare to drink the fine wine of Heavenly Monster Mountain like this. No one could resist drinking it like this, but Yang Kai seemed to be completely fine. "It seems, you really are a little different from the rest." Yi Quan quickly felt relieved and smiled slightly. "You outsiders shouldn't all be like this, right?" "Of course not." Yang Kai laughed, "It's just that this junior is a little." He hesitated for a moment and didn't know how to explain, so he could only say, "There are some methods to resolve it." Yi Quan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. But just as he was about to speak, he saw Yang Kai pick up the wine jug with both hands and say, "This junior thanks senior for the reward." As soon as he finished speaking, he began to drink in large mouthfuls. Looking at him drinking like this, the corners of Yi Quan's mouth twitched involuntarily. In just a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai had already emptied the jug of monkey god wine, leaving not a single drop behind. He wiped his mouth with some dissatisfaction and looked eagerly at Yi Quan. "This wine, is there any left? You want more?" Yi Quan glared at him and said, "What do you think this is? Even the spirit monkey clan can only brew a jug of monkey god wine once every 100 years. What you just drank was 100 years of the clan's work." Even though Yi Quan had a good temper, he was still amused by Yang Kai's shameless demand. If he had known this would happen, how could he have taken out this treasure to entertain Yang Kai? At this moment, Yi Quan's intestines turned green with regret. Ahem. Yang Kai coughed lightly and said under the influence of the wine, "Senior has a great family business, don't be so stingy." He also saw that Yi Quan had no malice towards him, so he dared to speak like this. Otherwise, if he were any other third-order Emperor Realm Master, he would have gotten himself into trouble. "I'm stingy." Yi Quan's eyes almost rolled back in his head. This voice was actually not very loud, but it was full of energy and was as deafening as thunder. The sound waves set off a storm and swept through the surroundings, reaching the ears of every monster race member in Heavenly Monster Valley. The weaker ones even felt their ears hurt and bleed. Humph. Yi Quan turned his head and glared angrily at the source of the sound. He condensed his divine power into his voice and turned it into an invisible attack. "Zhou Dian, who gave you the guts to yell in my Heavenly Monster Valley?" Ha 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 ha. Zhou Dian's laughter was heard. At first, this laughter was calm, but as Zhou Dian's emotions fluctuated, it gradually became deranged and insane. Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk a series of explosions came from outside, piercing through the void and causing the world to tremble. Yang Kai stood in place with an ugly expression, only feeling that his soul avatar was extremely unstable. The light on the surface of his body flickered erratically, startling him so much that he hurriedly urged his strength to protect himself. Only then did he feel a little better. By the time he came back to his senses, Yi Quan was no longer beside him. He hurriedly rushed out of the great hall in the heart of the tree, hovered in the air, and looked around. Soon, he saw the figures of Yi Quan and Zhou Dian. About 50 kilometers away from him, Yi Quan, the sovereign of the monster race, stood there quietly. His figure was motionless, and his aura was restrained, making one feel as if they were standing in an abyss. Not far in front of Yi Quan, a burly figure was riding an extremely handsome monster beast, looking down at Yi Quan condescendingly. Zhou Dian. Even though Yang Kai had never seen this person before, he knew who he was. Only Zhou Dian could make Yi Quan treat him with such caution. Behind Zhou Dian, an equally tall red-haired master from the Emperor realm stood behind him. His fiery red hair was extremely obvious, and Yang Kai immediately understood that this person was Lian Yen. Around the two human race masters were countless monster race masters. Each of these monster race masters was glaring at the two human race masters, their eyes filled with ferocious glints and vicious auras. But none of the monster race masters dared to act rashly. Zhou Dian was calm, and even Lian Yen was not nervous in the slightest. He only smiled disdainfully as he looked around, occasionally meeting the gazes of the monster race masters with provocative eyes. Very good. It's been many years since we last met, Yi Quan, you're still as elegant as ever. This general is very pleased. Zhou Dian was the first to speak with a smile on his face, as if the person standing in front of him was not a mortal enemy, but an old friend he had not met for a long time. Yi Quan sneered, this king is still the same, but I wonder if Zhou Dian's injuries have healed? As soon as these words came out, the smile on Zhou Dian's face suddenly disappeared, and a chilling chill descended from the sky, as if it wanted to freeze everything in the world. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his expression had returned to normal. Seeing this, Yi Quan could not help but raise his eyebrows. Yi Quan, if it were possible, this general would not have come to your heavenly monster valley, but this general was ordered by His Majesty to come. Zhou Dian said. Your Majesty's orders have nothing to do with this king. The Heavenly Monster Valley's agreement states that humans are not allowed to set foot within 30,000 kilometers of Heavenly Monster Mountain. This is an agreement between the two races, yet you personally broke it today. Is the credibility of the human race really not worth mentioning? Yi Quan shouted angrily. Zhou Dian said, today, this general only came for one person. Because the living beings here did not have flesh and blood, they could not rely on the power of their flesh and blood to resist the world energy baptism. All they could rely on was their own soul, so naturally, it was much more difficult for them to break through here compared to a cultivator outside. At this moment, Yi Quan was still fighting, so if something happened to Yang Kai while he was breaking through, they wouldn't be able to explain it to Yi Quan. For a moment, Bai Lu couldn't help but be on edge. She was obviously overthinking things. Yang Kai was not a living being in the divine ascension world. Although he entered here as a soul avatar, he still had his own physical body. At this moment, even if he was affected by the battle between the two masters and had touched some emperor intent, before his physical strength improved to a certain level, even if he could make his soul break through to the level of an existence in the emperor realm, it was impossible for him to truly reach that level. Realizing that he was under someone else's roof, Yang Kai didn't dare to be too arrogant and could only say, "Senior, did you catch the wrong person? I heard that you were looking for some kind of star of calamity. Look carefully, do I look like one? This general is only responsible for catching people, everything else has nothing to do with me." Zhou Dian replied indifferently. After a pause, he continued, "Let me ask you, where is Ban Qing? You met him before, right? Why can't I see him? Ban Qing? You mean that short, sneaky guy?" Yang Kai pretended to be confused and casually said, "He was killed by a demonic beast race master." Hearing this, Zhou Dian's eyes flashed coldly and his murderous intent almost solidified, causing Yang Kai to shiver. But soon, he restrained his murderous intent and coldly snorted, "This debt will be settled sooner or later." He didn't ask Yang Kai too much, nor did he suspect that Ban Qing had died at Yang Kai's hands because he felt that this was impossible. Only a demonic beast race master had the ability to kill Ban Qing. Half an hour later, Zhou Dian brought Yang Kai back to where they had been previously stationed. At this moment, almost all of the human race masters who had followed Zhou Dian into Heavenly Monster Mountain were gathered here. Yu Man, Yuan Qing, and even Lian Yen, who had escaped from Heavenly Monster Valley, were all here, but Ban Qing was nowhere to be seen. Beside these people, there was a group of dispirited people who had been captured with helpless expressions on their faces. Seeing Zhou Dian return, everyone hurriedly came forward to salute him. "Take everyone back to the palace." At Zhou Dian's command, everyone responded in unison. As he spoke, he had already casually tossed Yang Kai into the group of people who had been captured. Chen Muji discreetly helped Yang Kai up so that he wouldn't fall to the ground, then nodded slightly at him. Yang Kai looked around and immediately saw his fellow sufferers. When their eyes met, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. None of them had expected that after just 1 month of training in the Divine Ascension mirror world, they would be captured by a native cultivator. The group moved very quickly. 10 breaths after Zhou Dian gave the order, they had already set off in the direction of Divine Ascension City. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't dare to exchange information with the others, so he could only remain silent. Even now, he still didn't know why he and the others had been captured, nor did he know what the Star of Calamity Ban Qing had mentioned was. However, it was obvious that this matter was very important. Otherwise, there would be no need to mobilize so many masters, including Zhou Dian and that devil-masked human king. Yang Kai faintly felt as if he had fallen into a giant whirlpool. It seemed as if he couldn't escape. 1 day later. Heavenly Monster Valley. Yi Quan sat cross-legged on the ground. He circulated his qi and adjusted his breathing, a divine light flickering on his face. Chapter 2233. None of the monster race masters knew why Yi Quan was smiling so happily. In the end, Bai Lu stepped forward and asked softly, "Master, this old man, who is he?" Of course, she could tell that the old man was extraordinary, but she could not recall such a person in this world. Yi Quan looked in a certain direction and slowly said, 10,000 years ago, during the Holy War. Holy War. Bai Lu's tender body trembled as a terrifying light flashed across her beautiful eyes. She cried out involuntarily, "Could it be that this old man?" Yi Quan nodded lightly, "With this old man, young boy will definitely be safe." At this point, he frowned slightly, as if he was worried about something. Divine Ascension City, inside the palace. 3,000 meters underground, there was a heavenly prison. The environment inside was so bad that it was unbearable. Although this heavenly prison was a place to imprison prisoners, it was not very useful normally because no one dared to break the law in the entire Divine Ascension country. Once they did, they would be killed on the spot, so there was no need to use this prison. Therefore, the heavenly prison was only a symbolic existence. Many people did not even know if it was just a rumor or not. At this moment, Yang Kai and the others were imprisoned in the heavenly prison, looking at each other through the bars. The surrounding area was filled with the cries of grievances of the captured martial artists. None of the prison guards paid any attention to them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai and the others quietly exchanged the information they had. In fact, there was not much information. It was just that Zhou Dian had brought people into the heavenly monster mountains to capture the Star of Calamity. Basically, all the human race cultivator in the heavenly monster mountains had been captured. Yang Kai and the others naturally could not escape this calamity. Everyone thought that they were innocent bystanders who had been caught in the crossfire. Things had come to this point. Everyone could only place all their hopes on Gao Shueting. This time, Gao Shueting was the one leading the team into the divine Ascension world, but she left alone after sending everyone into the heavenly monster mountains. No one knew what she was doing. If she could get the news, she would definitely find a way to rescue them. However, with her First Order Emperor realm strength, she might not be able to do so. Yang Kai could only hope that she had a way to contact Wen Zishan outside. If Temple Master Wen personally entered the Divine Ascension world, perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Just as he was thinking about this, a series of footsteps suddenly came from outside the prison cell. At the same time, a wave of pressure from the Emperor realm descended from the sky. In an instant, everyone kept quiet out of fear. The sound of footsteps continued to move deeper into the prison. When it reached a certain location, it stopped and pointed at the cultivator locked up in the cell. "The king has ordered you to bring him out. Listen to the sound." It seemed to belong to Deputy Commander Yuman. "Yes, sir." The prison guard quickly opened the door of the cell. Yang Kai and the others all paled. The person Yuman was referring to was none other than Xia Sheng, the chief disciple of Azure Sun Temple. Soon, Xia Sheng's side was filled with shouts. He seemed to be struggling, but after being taught a lesson by the prison guard, he gave up. Xia Sheng had no choice but to behave. He obediently accepted his fate. After a while, Yuman took Xia Sheng away. Although Yang Kai and the others wanted to help, there was nothing they could do. They could only secretly pray that Xia Sheng would be blessed by the heavens. After waiting anxiously for less than a quarter of an hour, the sound of footsteps came from outside again. Kai Yang hurriedly looked outside, and what he saw caused his face to sink. He saw that Xia Sheng's eyes were dull and his body was trembling and spasming, as if he had suffered great damage. Under the lead of the prison guard, he returned to his cell like a walking corpse. No one knew what had happened to him that caused him to be in such a miserable state, but when they saw this scene, they naturally felt sorrow in their hearts. As for Murong Xiao Xiao, her heart was filled with sorrow, and she began to cry. She did not dare to call out to Xia Sheng and could only cry silently. Yuman also returned. He stood at a certain spot and looked around. Then, he pointed and said, "This." Xiao Baiyi's face suddenly changed. Because the person Yuman was pointing at was actually him. The prison guard opened the cell door again and took Xiao Baiyi away. After they left, Yang Kai hurriedly looked at Xia Sheng and whispered to him, but Xia Sheng seemed to have lost his soul at the moment and did not respond. "Junior brother Yang. Brother Xia, will something happen to him?" Murong Xiao Xiao asked worriedly. Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know, but looking at brother Xia, he doesn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries. Perhaps his soul is just a little unstable and he will be fine after some rest." At this moment, he was more curious about what happened to Xia Sheng that caused him to become like this. If the power in his body was not imprisoned, he could release his divine sense to investigate carefully and maybe find some clues. Unfortunately, he could not use any of his power now and could only rely on his own observations to speculate. He casually comforted Wuxia Xianxia with a few words, but deep down he was anxious. Looking around, and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Yang Kai quickly ran to a dark corner and sat down cross-legged. He tried his best to calm his mind and adjust his divine sense. The seal in his body was personally issued by Zhou Dian, so it was impossible to rely on his own ability to break it, unless a master like Zhou Dian took action. However, Yang Kai had the soul-devouring insects. The power of the seal was also a kind of spiritual energy, so it was still suppressed by the soul-devouring insects. As long as he could mobilize the soul-devouring insects, he had hope of breaking the seal and restoring his strength. As for what to do next, he could only take it one step at a time. Time passed slowly. While Yang Kai was trying to use the soul-devouring insects to break the seal, Chen Muji and Wuxia Xianxia were taken out one by one. Without exception, their situation was the same as Xia Sheng and Xiao Baiyi. Yang Kai did not know what happened, but after returning, they were in a trance and their eyes were dull. They did not respond to the calls of others at all. Obviously, their souls were greatly shaken and they could no longer maintain a clear mind. Kai Yang gradually realized that something wasn't quite right. Slightly moved, she exclaimed in shock, "An Emperor artifact. And it's actually a Soul Emperor artifact." The chill she felt before, and the attack that could threaten her, obviously came from this Emperor artifact. Only an artifact of this grade could achieve this. She could not help but sneer coldly as she looked at Yang Kai and said, "Boy, you have some skill. Not to mention the help of these strange treasures, you were actually able to undo the seal and restore your strength right under this queen's nose. That alone is enough to make this queen look at you in a new light." His expression of extreme concern made Granny Yu furious, but there was nothing she could do. After glaring at Yang Kai for a while, Granny Yu said gloomily, "Brat, you better understand your situation." "I understand." Yang Kai gritted his teeth, "I hope Granny will cooperate, otherwise I'll really kill Soul Burial. Anyway, I won't have a good time after falling into your hands, so it's better for us to just go our separate ways." Granny Yu really didn't dare to be rough with him when he kept calling him Soul Burial. The soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. Over thousands of years, it would only appear once in a blue moon and be obtained by a lucky person. If the owner of the soul-warming lotus died, the soul-warming lotus would not disappear, but would instead absorb all of its former owner's spiritual energy and leave it in this world, waiting for the next fated person. When Yang Kai obtained the soul-warming lotus back then, it was only in its tricolor form. At the time, it had retained its former owner's spiritual energy, allowing Yang Kai to benefit greatly. Although the soul-warming lotus would not disappear with the death of its master, if a special method like Hun Zong was used, the soul-warming lotus could be erased from existence by using the power of a cultivator's soul. Granny Yu was much stronger than Yang Kai. Even though Yang Kai had the soul-severing saber and the soul-devouring insects, if Granny Yu really wanted to attack Yang Kai, how was he supposed to avoid her? The reason why she did not act rashly was because she had her reservations. She was worried that Yang Kai would fight to the death with her in desperation and use Soul Burial to kill the soul-warming lotus. Previously, Yang Kai's strength had been sealed and his spiritual energy had been attacked by her. Yang Kai could not resist at all and could only let her do whatever she wanted, but now that Yang Kai had regained his freedom, he had the opportunity to use soul burial. Granny Yu stared deeply at Yang Kai for a long time before closing her eyes. When she opened them again, they were completely calm. This is the last question. Kid, you should know when to stop. Of course. Yang Kai grinned, Granny is cooperating with me, so this kid naturally won't mess around. That would be for the best. Granny Yu nodded. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he asked, Granny, what do you want this soul-warming lotus for? Granny Yu frowned and fell silent with a frosty expression. Yang Kai said, you definitely don't just want to nourish your spiritual energy. Granny, you said some things before, as if you can harm Temple Master 1 if you obtain this soul-warming lotus. How about this kid will ask another question. At this moment, Yang Kai's eyes became extremely sharp as he stared straight into Granny Yu's eyes. That so-called mirror soul, what is it? Why does it need the soul-warming lotus to bear it? As soon as he said this, a ruthless look immediately appeared on Granny Yu's pretty face as killing intent faintly seeped out. Granny, we had an agreement. You're going back on your word. If you do this kid will also go back on his word. You can't blame me for being unjust. Don't cry your eyes out after I soul burial the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai hurriedly urged when he saw that she did not answer. Granny Yu laughed in anger, you really dare to soul burial? If you really dare, you can try it. This queen will wait and see. She suddenly assumed a posture of watching a good show. Yang Kai could not help rubbing his nose and shaking his head, in any case, Granny, don't force me. If you force me, I'll soul burial. Humph. Little brat. Granny Yu was in a bad mood and cursed angrily. For a master like her to be threatened by Yang Kai, her mood was naturally not good. Perhaps he had used some kind of secret technique on her, and he had taught Gao Shueting how to use this secret technique. Once this secret technique was used, Granny Yu's body would automatically suck in her soul. This was the reason for the current situation. After Granny Yu, who was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, was struck by this secret technique, she couldn't remain in the Divine Ascension mirror world. Although this was only Yang Kai's guess, it should be pretty close to the truth. After all, only the physical body and the soul were inseparable, so the only thing that could attract Granny Yu's soul was her own physical body. While Yang Kai was speculating, Gao Shueting was looking at the old man who had suddenly appeared suspiciously. She released her divine sense, but when she came into contact with the old man, she was shocked to find that he didn't exist at all. In other words, her divine sense couldn't detect any trace of him. This discovery made Gao Shueting's expression turn solemn. Because even if it was someone like Granny Yu or Wenzi Shan, with her current cultivation, if she released her divine sense, she would still be able to detect some details about the other party. However, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation when facing this old man. There was only one explanation for this situation: this old man's cultivation was higher than both Granny Yu and Wenzi Shan. The former two were already third-order Emperor Realm Masters, so existences higher than them had a special name in this world, Great Emperors. There was actually a Great Emperor in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. Wen Zishan had never told her about this, so perhaps even Wen Zishan didn't know about it. Gao Shueting was filled with respect and bowed. Junior Gao Shueting greets Senior. The old man nodded lightly. Senior, are you with Granny Yu? Gao Shueting asked again. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Gao Shueting with a strange expression, suddenly discovering that this frosty elder Gao actually had such a cute side to her. If this old man was with Granny Yu, he wouldn't have needed to help her just now. He would have already subdued her and wouldn't have given her a chance to use her secret technique. No, the old man slowly shook his head. Junior thanks Senior for saving my life, but Senior? Gao Shueting asked tentatively. Although she didn't feel the slightest hostility from this old man, she didn't dare to be careless in the slightest because of his divine transcendence cultivation. She was afraid that she would accidentally anger him. If that was the case, then even Wen Zishan wouldn't be able to save her. This old master came here. As the old man spoke, his gaze turned to Yang Kai and continued, for him. For me? Yang Kai's face was filled with astonishment. Gao Shueting's expression was also quite interesting. She turned to look at Yang Kai, wondering what was so special about him that the great emperors had come to see him. Because as far as she knew, this was the first time Yang Kai had entered the Divine Ascension Mirror, so he didn't even know about the existence of this unique treasure. It was impossible for the two of them to know each other before this. After calming herself down, Gao Shueting asked again, may I ask why Senior is looking for him? The old man smiled slightly and said with a kind expression, don't worry, this old master won't make things difficult for him. I just want to take him with me for a few days and need his help with some matters. I will send him away from this place later. Gao Shueting raised her eyebrows and asked in surprise, leave this place? What does Senior know? When the old man said, leave this place, it was obvious that he had revealed some unusual information. Tian Yen took a deep breath and continued, therefore, at that time, almost all the powerhouses joined forces to fight the soul-devouring insects to the death for themselves and for this world. Yang Kai felt his blood boil inexplicably. Even though Tian Yen did not describe the scene of that battle, he seemed to see the magnificent scene of dozens of powerhouses from the Emperor realm fearlessly using their divine technique to besiege the swarm of soul-devouring insects. That battle would definitely cause the world to lose its color. That battle would definitely cause the sun and moon to lose their light. That battle was destined to be forgotten by the world. This was because after that battle, all the experts had turned into empty tombs with only their names recorded on them. Senior, can you allow this junior to communicate with the mighty power of heaven and earth? Yang Kai asked with bright eyes. Because at this moment, he suddenly remembered Grandma Yu's previous plan. She wanted to steal the soul-warming lotus, and her main goal was to use the soul-warming lotus as a medium to carry the mirror soul and refine this world. If Yang Kai could communicate with the mirror soul, he might have a chance to accomplish this. Once he succeeded, he would become the master of the Divine Ascension Mirror and be able to enter it at any time to temper his soul. With the help of the soul-warming lotus, little friend Yang can easily detect that person's location. Hearing this, Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks, Senior." Tian Yen waved his hand and said, "This is all I can help you with. If you really want to become the master of this world, you still have to work hard. That person is not easy to communicate with. This junior understands. If there is a chance, this junior will definitely try. This old master also hopes that such a day will come. At that time, this old master may be able to break through the shackles of this power of law and take a look at the outside world." Tian Yen showed a yearning look. His thoughts were basically the same as Yi Quan's. They both wanted to see the outside world with their own eyes. However, the two had different starting points. Yi Quan wanted to reach a higher level of martial Dao, while Tian Yen was purely doing it for his own interests. Chapter 2241. 3 days later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes in one of the stone rooms in the forbidden area of Azure Sun Temple. His soul had returned to his physical body, and the feeling at this moment was incomparably wonderful. He couldn't help but feel as if he had been reborn. After moving his arms and legs a little, Yang Kai didn't feel any major problems. Although he had stayed in the stone room for almost a month, his cultivation hadn't suffered any damage. On the other hand, his soul had greatly improved after being tempered in the divine Ascension mirror world. He wasn't in a hurry to leave and instead checked his current situation. Using his inner sight, he found that his knowledge sea was calm, but the seawater was much stronger than it had been a month ago. Before entering the divine Ascension mirror world, Yang Kai's soul sense was already comparable to that of a cultivator in the third-order Dao source realm. After absorbing so much soul sources in the divine Ascension mirror world, his soul sense had naturally become much stronger. Moreover, he had also obtained a peerless grade soul jade. However, the power of that soul jade couldn't be manifested in a short period of time. It would slowly be fed back to his soul through the soul-warming lotus in the future. Right now, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his soul sense was the strongest under the Emperor realm. He was already half a step into the Emperor realm. Once his physical body caught up, he would be able to smoothly break through this barrier. Inside the soul-warming lotus, the ball of light that sealed the soul-devouring insects was still there without any abnormalities. However, Yang Kai knew that he had to deal with it as soon as possible. Leaving such a thing in his knowledge sea would always be a hidden danger that might suddenly erupt at any moment. This was especially true when his soul was injured. This matter couldn't be delayed. Meanwhile, inside his knowledge sea, there was also a soul-type artifact. It was currently dim and lightless. It was the purple sun profound light shield that Gao Shueting had given him. This soul-type artifact's spirituality had been destroyed by Ban Qing when Yang Kai was fighting against him. It couldn't be used anymore and had to be properly nurtured. Yang Kai sorted out the things he needed to deal with in his mind and came up with a plan. Only then did he take out the restriction token that Gao Shueting had given him before, open the stone room's barrier, and walk out. He turned his head and looked around. As expected, the other stone rooms were empty. Presumably, Xia Sheng and the others had been brought back here by Wen Zishan during the few days she was with Tian Yen. They should have been taken away to recuperate now. As for the divine Ascension mirror, it remained at the center of the cave, slowly rotating. It emitted a mysterious light. Looking at this rare treasure, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he could feel that there was a slight connection between him and this divine Ascension mirror. This connection originated from the seal on the soul-warming lotus, because within the seal, there was no one else. It had the power of the mirror soul. "You're out." In the darkness, a person's voice suddenly sounded. Yang Kai was startled for a moment, then hurriedly cupped his fists in that direction. "Elder Gao." Gao Shueting was undoubtedly waiting for Yang Kai here. After seeing him return safely, she nodded slightly and said, "There was a slight problem during this training that almost caused you to suffer a great disaster. It was this queen's fault for not being able to take good care of you." She was from the Emperor realm, yet she admitted her mistake in front of Yang Kai without any intention of shirking her responsibility. This greatly moved Yang Kai. He spoke up, "This wasn't Elder Gao's fault. It was Grandma Yu who was scheming." "Right, how is Grandma Yu now?" Gao Shueting said, "The temple master will deal with Grandma, you don't need to worry about it." "What about Brother Xia and the others?" Yang Kai asked again. Although Xia Sheng and the others' souls were shaken up, it's not too serious. They'll recover after a few months of rest. That's good. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't think that there was anything wrong with Xia Sheng and the others before, and Grandma Yu didn't do anything to them when they were searching for the soul-warming lotus, it wasn't until now that he could truly relax. "Since this matter is over, come with me. The temple master, the master, wants to see you," Gao Shueting said as she led Yang Kai outside, not forgetting to remind him before leaving, "The divine Ascension mirror is the biggest secret of the temple. It's enough for you to know about it, but you must not reveal it to anyone else." "Yes." Yang Kai replied seriously. Gao Shueting remained silent along the way, only bringing Yang Kai with her as she flew towards Myriad Saints' Peak. However, Yang Kai noticed that she wanted to say something several times, but hesitated, as if she wanted to ask something but didn't in the end. Yang Kai felt that she probably wanted to ask about Tianyan. Even when Zi Shan wanted to see him as soon as he came out because of Tianyan. There was a great emperors in the divine Ascension mirror. This was simply too shocking, and even when Zi Shan probably didn't expect this. After a short while, the two arrived at Myriad Saints' Peak. Gao Shueting stopped outside the hall and said to Yang Kai, "Go in by yourself, the temple master is inside." Yang Kai nodded lightly and walked towards the hall with familiarity. Inside the hall, when Zi Shan was alone, sitting cross-legged with a serious expression on his face. When he saw Yang Kai push open the door and enter, his eyes lit up and he smiled, "Boy, you're finally back." Yang Kai took a few steps forward and cupped his fists, "Greetings, Temple Master 1. I was delayed for a few days because of some matters. It's good that you've returned safely." When Zi Shan extended his hand towards Yang Kai, "Come, drink a cup of spirit wine to calm your nerves." As he spoke, he waved his hand and a table, chair, and jug of wine appeared in front of him. Yang Kai was stunned, but he didn't refuse. He strode forward and sat down in front of Wen Zishan. "This king has many things to ask you." Wen Zishan filled his cup and poured one for Yang Kai, not bothering with trifles as he said, "If you think you can answer this king's questions, then speak freely. If you think you can't, then this king won't force you. Just pretend this king didn't ask, okay?" His attitude was very amiable, so Yang Kai quickly said, "Many thanks for Temple Master Wen's understanding." Wen Zishan nodded and didn't say anything else, as if he was thinking about where to start. Yang Kai had already picked up his cup and took a sip. While speaking, he actually took out a plate of delicious and fragrant spirit fruits from his space ring, and with a slight force of his wrist, the plate of spirit fruits flew to Grandma Yu. The latter glared at him fiercely, her eyes bloodshot and filled with endless hatred. Perhaps she really needed to moisten her throat, but after a moment of silence, Grandma Yu reached out and picked up the spirit fruit and ate it in big bites. However, during the process, her pair of vicious eyes never left Wen Zishan as she chewed noisily. From the looks of it, she did not seem to be eating spirit fruits, but Wen Zishan's flesh and blood. In less than a quarter of an hour, the plate of spirit fruits had been eaten clean by Grandma Yu. Little bastard, you didn't poison the fruit? Grandma Yu wiped the corners of her mouth and looked at Wen Zishan sarcastically. Temple Master Wen looked hurt and said with an aggrieved expression, Grandma, you and I have known each other for hundreds of years, how can you still maliciously speculate about me? Humph. It's because we've known each other for hundreds of years that this old woman can see through your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Grandma Yu said coldly. Wen Zishan smiled bitterly. It seems that Grandma still has a big grudge against me. Grudge? Grandma Yu sneered, you make it sound so simple. How can this old woman just have a grudge against you? I can't wait to drink your blood, eat your flesh, and gnaw on your bones. I can see that. Wen Zishan looked helpless. Don't say it so horribly. Grandma Yu suddenly changed the topic and said sarcastically, how is that young boy now? Wen Zishan looked at her in surprise and said, Grandma, you can't even protect yourself now, yet you still have the heart to care about others? I didn't know you had such good intentions. You already know the answer. Grandma Yu raised her voice, I'm afraid you've already killed that boy, right? Why would I kill him? Wen Zishan curled his lips. For the soul-warming lotus, of course. Grandma Yu said, if you can get the soul-warming lotus, so what if I get the soul-warming lotus? This time, Wen Zishan didn't wait for her to finish and directly interrupted her, I'm already a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and above that are the great emperors. Do you think that the soul-warming lotus is enough to reach that realm? Or do you think I should snatch his soul-warming lotus and do the same thing as you? Grandma Yu looked at Wen Zishan coldly and said, it seems that you've talked to young boy in detail and know why this old woman wants the soul-warming lotus. Wen Zishan nodded and said bluntly, although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that your idea is very good, Grandma. The soul-warming lotus is a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, and it is indeed enough to bear the divine Ascension mirror's mirror soul. If you use it as a bridge, you really have a good chance of refining that world. Humph. But Grandma. Wen Zishan's expression suddenly became serious and he said earnestly, have you ever thought about how you'll refine the soul-warming lotus if the mirror soul doesn't respond to you even if you get it? How can the mirror soul not respond to me? Grandma Yu screamed, this old woman has guarded the divine Ascension mirror for 2,000 years and knows more about it than any of you. As long as this old woman gets the soul-warming lotus, this old woman is confident that she can fuse with the mirror soul. Are you sure? Wen Zishan stared at her meaningfully, are you sure it's that simple? He paused for a moment before his tone suddenly became sharp, or are you just deceiving yourself, Grandma? Is this just your obsession to defeat me? Grandma Yu suddenly froze.